Good morning, everyone. Hope you're all well. As we do, Free Zachariah, love. Hope you're all well. No one's here except for me. Well, I mean, on viewers, but the guests aren't coming yet. So, we'll welcome everyone. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Please hit that like button. Please subscribe and press that notification bell. Simple as that. So, welcome everyone that are here. Um, here we are. I'll go through the things now. Hello, Katie. Hello, welcome back, Katie. And hey, Unicorn, surprise, surprise. Nice to see you here. I hope you're well, Unicorn. I hope you're doing well. And Katie's nice day. Well, let's go through some stuff here because we've got yes, Matt's book. I still don't think it's ready, as in the soft cover book. But we'll ask him when he comes now. Yes, you can follow Sally. This is look at Sarah P. Can we just give it a round of applause for Sarah P? Look at her. Little princess, look at 2 o'clock. That's like 8 o'clock in the morning for her. So Sally's old stuff there. The ketchup man. I need to put some of these. Let me just highlight some of these because then I can just put them up. Save Sarah P having to do it all the time. So that's Dr. Hines, ketchup man. I'll show him that when he comes in now. And obviously we got Matt. He's on YouTube. He's on Facebook. He's on Twitter. He's also got Cash App, which I think is in my description box or should be in the description box, guys. So if you want to donate to him, please donate through Cash App. He'd love that. Then, yes, if you want to become, look, she's on the ball. If you want to become a Blue Wench, join the Ultimate Corner community. I think it's $5, $4.99. Cheap, cheaper than a coffee. Yeah, we do have videos and stuff like that then for members only. So you're more than welcome to become a Blue Wench. Um, I didn't realize I got so much. Check out the Alternate Corner merch store. Yes, if you ever buy anything, let me know because they don't tell me who buys anything. So if you ever buy anything from the merch store, let me know. But don't feel the need to at all because it didn't cost me anything anyway. So, and yeah, if you want to donate, I get to keep 91% of this donation. What this is, Streamlabs tip. So it comes up on the screen. Oh, actually, it doesn't come up on this screen. I don't think. I don't know if it does or not. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if someone gives me a tip. If it'll come up on screen or not, I don't know. Because I'm on StreamYard today, so instead of Streamlabs. So I'm thinking moving over to Streamlabs, but I've still got this contract. So um, Streamlabs is great, but StreamYard I think is better for interviews like this. So I'll keep doing these for the interviews. Um, get a shirt, yeah. So one specific shirt. Again, we can change if need be. Zach gets $10 of all that. It was gonna be $5 each to him and Matt, but Matt said no. Give him everything. So hello, hello. We said hello to these beautiful people. Going back. Sarah P's in the house. Hand pink waving. Hi, Mary. Thanks for your message last night, Mary. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Sarah P. Sarah P. Hello, Mary. Sarah P. There we are, and I'll star that one as well. I'll star it. So basically, if I star it, it means I can just it saves you, Sarah, to have to always do it. Hang on, I just need to star these as well. Um, Hi, Sarah. Hello, friends. Hey, guys. Hello, Josie. Morning, morning to you, Josie. Hello, Julian. Oh, morning to you. She's not here yet. Sally's not here yet. Not sure what. I don't think she's pissed to bed or anything. So I'm not sure where she is. Hang on. I'll have a check now to see where they all are. Hi, Josie. Hey, Mary. Look at everyone's so nice. Hey, Julian. So yeah, they're not here yet. No one's here. Matt, Ketchup, talk with Sally. So they should be here. They will be here, I presume. Let me just check my messages just in case. I don't know who that is. Okay, that's fine. No, not heard from him. So I presume they're on the way, so um, it's all good. Yeah, early bird gets the work. We need to tell Sally that. I mean, she is Mountain Time though. She is 7, so it's 5 + 4 here in the UK, so it's like 5 + 9 there in for Sally. So she might have something on first thing. Um, I know some people. A couple of people message me saying they're having coffee, having breakfast early. Luna's one of them. She'll be joining us in a little bit. Oh, you're Central, are you? Central. Oh no, you're Eastern. Sorry, Julian. Uh, East side, West side, East side, West side. So I always go East side East side is rain and miserable, the weather. West side is sun and just like so hot. That's how I interpret it, you know. I've been to New York and I've been to Vegas, I've been on both sides. Uh, Easter, but to be fair, the weather on the East Coast was fine when I was there for a wedding. Um, right. Hi, Chrissy. Hi, Chrissy. Hope you're well, Chrissy. Eastern, yes. Sally, no. So Sally is talk with Sally. So I'm not. Were you here last week, Unicorn? Maybe you were. Oh, I think you were. You popped in for a bit. So Sally is. She's great. She's great. You love her, Lady Law. She might be here later on. Depends how we go. Um, I'm not sure how long this is going to be. Last week, I think it was 7 hours. I think it's going to be a little bit shorter this week, but we're doing half days, you see. So, and it depends how many questions you guys have got for Matthew and stuff. It could be over in like 5 hours. It could go on to about 8, 9 hours. I don't know. So, but if it goes on to like 8, 9 hours, Layla will probably join us. But if it only goes like 5, 6, she probably won't because she's working and stuff. Um, Hey, Chrissy. No, Unicorn. No. Hello, Chrissy. So yeah, Sally's great. I mean, when she comes into her own, she's gonna be amazing. I like Sally a lot. I didn't know Sally. I watched. So some of you old guards know that I like to stream with certain people. I'm fussy about who I. Um, no worries, Julian. Yeah, go make breakfast. Everyone, chill out. Make some breakfast. I'll probably start it in about 15, 20 minutes, or when some people start appearing anyway. So don't worry. We'll just have a chat for now. It's all good. Um, Sally was lovely. Yeah, so I never knew her. We had a quick interaction, and then I watched some of her stuff because I say I don't just like everybody. So, and I thought she was excellent. Saying why. So I invited Lee Law because I think she's excellent. Excellent. We got Ms. Morgan, who I need to get back on here with Karen Reid stuff. She'll come on. She's excellent. So most of you don't know Miss Morgan. Miss Morgan's very, very good, but it takes a while for her to get into it, but she's good. She's really, really good. So I hope to get her more on the channel. You guys are gonna love Ms. Morgan. Um, and then obviously I watched a little bit of Dr. Hines, so I reached out to him. To be quite honest, I watched probably about 10 different creators, and for me, the two best were Dr. Hines and Sally. Um, so I tried to look at other streamers that were similar. They got a little bit less subscribers than me, but I mean, I don't look at that. I want this one in the same ballpark as me. So I looked at different. I'm nothing against the other streamers, but they were really my cup of tea. Um, but these two they were first two choices to do, and they both said yes. To be fair, there were a couple more I really liked as well, but I just wanted two plus Matt. I wanted four of us. That's all I wanted. So yeah, that's how I got to know them. I think they're fantastic, both of them different, but both opinionated. And we had this discussion yesterday. This is why I think I'm a better host than a guest as such. I think those two are a lot more opinionated than I am in a lot of sense, and I think they're good like that. So I love to listen to them and stuff. So. Chrissy with the kisses and all that. Thank you, Chrissy. I've seen Sally on the streams. Yes, yeah. She was on Vices not long ago. I think she's a bit quiet in that one. She didn't come, but it's hard when you got like 10 people on stream, and 10 quite, you know, uh, extroverted people as well that want to speak all the time. Well, basically most of them are lawyers, so it's quite hard then, especially in first stream. But yeah, her streams are excellent. Lovely. Lilo's awesome. Lilo's she's my right hand woman. I'm her right hand man. Do you know what I mean? So Lilo is my number one. I will always say that. And by that I mean we met months ago. She came on, we clicked. So as I say, I think we're each other's ride and die. You know what I mean? Type of thing. She's like my big sister, should we say? So that's how she described big sister. And I'm like, yeah, you're my big sister. So I do enjoy, but she brings out the worst in me though. That's the only problem, because yeah, she gets me to do stuff that I shouldn't really be doing on stream. Dr. Dimples, I know, not me. Dr. Hines, I don't know. I will message him in a little bit, but I'm not gonna rush them either. He's hilarious. His laugh. Once he goes, man, you just gotta leave it go. Do you know what I mean? Once he laughs, you just can't stop. It's like Pringles. Once you pop, you just can't stop. Hi, Jampy. Hello, Johnny. Hope you're well as well. What's your dog's name, by the way? We see a dog here all the time. What's the dog's name? Hello, Jack. I just read the second comment. Don't be big on LL. We know better. Okay, that's fair. Okay, but she does encourage it a lot. In fairness, she does encourage me a lot to do stuff, and then I get into trouble. Asian. So yeah, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that. And talking about people, we're just saying, right, hang on, let me put it up here. Hang on, where is it? So follow the ketchup man in all these places, Twitter, YouTube. We got him there. We got what else we got here about him? Where's Chrissy gone? Dr. Dimples, there he is. Um, kisses for Dr. Hines there from Chrissy. Hugs from Chrissy. Dr. Hines is hilarious. I know Unicorn, we just said he is hilarious. Once he laughs, just can't stop. And talking about hilarious, talking about the man, talk about the myth, talk about a legend. I'm not talking about Matt because he is the legend. But you want funny, you want lively. That's why we got this guy. Don't make him laugh, otherwise we won't shut him up. But here he is, Doctor Mr. Popular Hines. How are we doing, sir? Everyone's
Hey,
loving you.
how you doing? How you doing? Hope you're well, and hope the chat is well. Thank you so much for having me once again. This is the first time I've turned onto your stream on time. Like,
Oh yeah, yeah. It's only like 40 minutes late,
for the
but it's
start,
fine.
huh?
Yeah, what's that? No, we say I don't know wherever it is. I don't know wherever it is today. You know, uh, Chrissy's. I don't know. You spinning the wheel today? Yeah, we spin the wheel every day, Chrissy. Every day we spin it. Hopefully, there's no whiskey again today.
Hey,
But
Chrissy,
there's a lot of love for you. No whiskey, hate it. But there's a lot of love for you here, Dr. Hines. Which I love to see. I
I
do love to
appreciate
see that.
that.
I did get a message from a couple of people actually today and yesterday about you, saying watch out for Dr. Hines. No, they were saying how great it was that I got you on. I was like, well, that's great, but they love you. So a couple of them followed you through they watched your documentary and they followed the Depth You Heard stuff, and that's how they know you. And they said they don't watch your content all the time, but they watch specifically that content.
Oh,
And
okay.
I was like, oh, great. And they were like, I'm so glad that he's on. When one of them said, when we do Depp and Heard, they want to come on same time as you're on, and so it's like, yeah, we saw something. So it's really nice, I do like that. And Chrissy's Dr. Dimples, kisses, kisses, kisses for
Hey,
Dr. Dimple.
Chrissy, I
You gotta
appreciate
love.
Sarah. Hey, Sarah. Hey, Chrissy. I appreciate both of you. I've never been called Dr. Dimples before, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I
Take it
didn't think
as compliments.
yeah, yeah. No one's that I don't think these are dimples. These are fat. This is fat, This is fat residue. Like I am I weigh 110 kg, so this is gonna come off very, very soon. So
How much is that in
yeah.
pounds?
Uh pounds would be, if I'm not mistaken, 160. One yeah, you
Okay,
know what? Let me quickly check.
that's not bad, mate. You're not. You don't look big or fat or anything. Do you know what I mean? You don't. You look normal size. Do you know what I mean?
No, you
You know,
should. A good estimate of how big you are is your belly. You should see that. You should
well, mine's here, mate. That's it, and my tits are here, mate. So do you know what I mean? It's I got the man boobs, mate. So no one's fatter than me on there. So don't worry about that. You are
I,
not as big as me.
I, to be quite fair, I used to weigh 17 to 18 stone when I was like
Yeah,
15, 14, 13, 14, around that. I
yeah,
was really big as a child, but I lost
yeah,
all the weight because I really wanted to. I took football very, very seriously.
yeah,
So I've been skinny all my life. I've been around 80 to 90 kg range.
yeah.
Now I've shot up again. Over COVID, over now shot up. So I am 242, 43 pounds. I'm 243 pounds. I weigh
You
now.
don't look it. I'm 280, mate. So I look a lot bigger than you. I'll be
It
honest
could
with
be
you.
muscle. It could be muscle.
Yeah, you could be, but because I've got the tits. You don't look like you got as much tits as me. So you know, fair play.
Thank
You look good. Yeah, I think you look good, mate. Honestly,
thank you.
I don't
Thank you.
think you look
Thank
bad at
you. No,
all.
I'm gonna lose all of that. I don't
Yeah, yeah,
like.
yeah. I say the same. I say
I
the same, mate. I've lost a little bit, but do you know what I mean? It's hard though. It's hard when you're streaming because you eat shit and stuff. Do you know what I mean? So I
I
do
agree.
anyway.
I agree.
Um,
I agree. I don't. I
it
mean,
seems,
for me, I think it's a more. I don't put it this way. I don't look at boys' eyes as like subjectively.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, like put it. The best example is there was a girl that I dated that was big on the plus size, but I knew this girl to always been encouraging me to eat greens and live a healthy life. And
yeah, yeah.
I know sometimes it's really uncontrollable. So I
Mhm.
don't tend to look like that, look at that like that, if that makes sense.
No,
But I
it's good.
know that I eat bad, and I know I have that from my younger days. I have that
Yeah,
insatiable mouth, and I love
yeah,
biscuits, and
yeah.
I love biscuits. I love so many things I shouldn't love. So I know
Yeah.
if
Oh yeah,
I don't watch it, I'll be right back. I'll be right back where I started. So that's
yeah. I
why
know it's hard.
I'm very like, oh my gosh, 110. No, I gotta lose it. Like that's why I'm like that, because I know if I start eating and eating, it's not gonna be
That's
the
good.
best of
That's good.
results.
That's good. That's good. But it's fine. Yeah, but as long as you're not self-conscious too much about it, do you know what I mean, it's
Yeah,
you
yeah.
don't look. You look good, man. So,
Thank you, man.
um, but here we go with Chrissy now. We got. I want to know if Dr. Hines is doing a what's that Solvay
Gosh,
commercial?
I will.
Savage.
I'll put in an application, but don't be disappointed if they just laugh at my face, let alone say no. They're not gonna say no. They're gonna send me a video clip laughing that I even applied. So don't you know? Don't be surprised. Don't be
And she's followed it up by maybe Dylan Dr. Ketchup could take their shirts off today. So they use me, right? These chap, Christy, they was using me now, right? Because they know I'll just get my shirt off, right? But they just want you to get your shirt off. That's all it is. They just want you to get your shirt off. They don't want to see my tits. They want to see yours. But we won't do it today, Christy. We won't do it today. We're supposed to have a semi-serious stream today. But yeah, I'm sure he'll could be persuaded at some point to do it. Maybe for charity, Chrissy. And hello from Katie to you,
AK.
Dr. Hines.
AK.
Um, I'm not sure where everyone is. I don't know what Sally is or Matt. Matt came in a little bit later last time. But we can still start and
Hey Josie,
and whatever.
I just scrolled up and saw Josie in the chat. I wore my hat because my hair is not. I don't want her reminding me again. I don't wanna- no, I'm
Oh,
joking.
uh, so on my wheel, right, I've got a thing going to shave my hair, number one, right? So I'm trying not to cut my hair, but it's not it landed on it once, right? But it wasn't on stream. And so I didn't tell them what it was. I said, look, does
Good
it
choice.
count? Does it not count? And it's your choice. And they were like, no, it doesn't count, doesn't count. I was like, whoa, thank fuck for that. So to respin it, which is fine, but it's not landed on it again. So I don't really want to cover here. I'd normally do 2 or 3 anyway, and then have to do it again. So I wanted to land on number 1, so I can just shave it all off, like, to get out of the way. But we'll see. Sandra's here. Hi,
Hey,
Sandra.
Sandra.
Hope you're well.
Mm.
Hope you're well as well. Um, right. I'm just thinking, what's the best way for I think we'll. I've got. Hang on, let me just put it up here. So here it is. I've got it all set up, guys. So don't worry, it's all set up there, ready. It's in the exact spot after lunch. There's about 3 hours ish, but there's breaks and stuff like that as well. Obviously, we'll fly through if Matt doesn't come, but um, that's why I not really want to rush it too much because of Sally and oops, the and Matt. So yeah, I might message Sally and see, hey, up, what's going on? Matt just come in whenever he wants. Do you know what I mean? Hang on, let me just message Sally. See, hey, up, you join in today? And then once that's and Matt was online earlier on, but I didn't speak to him because I was like, I was going to see him anyway. So um, he's not online now. Uh, just a reminder. We're on when you're ready. So go, mate. So we'll give it a couple of minutes just in case that Sally and Matt jump on. But Matt's been offline for a couple of minutes, so we'll give him a little bit of time. Hey, when you said you were serious about football, yeah?
Yeah.
Obviously, playing wise, that was. So before I go for hello Sandra, Katie. So if you're serious about football, and we talk about soccer here, guys, for you Americans, how in earth did you pick Arsenal? And my best mate's an Arsenal supporter. My best mate is, so that's a dig at him more than you. But yeah, how did it end up in Arsenal though?
it, it it was better than Luton Town and better
Well,
than Fulham because I grew
that,
up
that's
in
a that's
I grew
enough
up in
said.
it was better than Fulham, Chelsea, or Luton because I grew up in Uxbridge around that area, so I could have
Yeah.
supported either either Fulham or Chelsea, but I didn't because I just hated them. Well, I mean, I didn't
Yeah.
mind Fulham, but they didn't have anyone apart, but it was just the invincible season that just caught my eye, and
Yeah.
then it just went from there. I but I I wish I didn't because I went through. Yeah, the club is awful. Has been awful for the past God knows how many years.
You
It's
still
only
got the
now that it's
Invincibles
looking
though.
back up.
Yeah,
It's
you
been
still got the
torture.
Invincible.
It's
But
my faith
yeah,
has been tested. Faith has been tested.
I I watch what do you call it? Uh what's his name?
Wait,
He's a
what team do you
fan.
support? No. Before you go on to that, what team do you support?
Do you know what? I don't really have a teammate, if I'm being honest. So I
That's a
I
lie.
used to when I was
You can say Cardiff. It's okay. We know they're
no,
not
no. I'll
good.
tell you why. No, I'll tell you why. When I was young, between 4, 5, 6 years old, something like that, I used to support Manchester United, right? When they were bad, they were bad. I was the only one in school that supported them. Everyone else was Liverpool when they were winning.
Yeah,
Then
yeah,
Man U
yeah.
started winning, and all of a sudden, everyone was Man U. So I lost interest.
Was
So
that
I went to
86?
Nottingham.
Was that 86,
Oh,
87?
you would,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, I
that's
remember that period. I remember that period, yeah.
so. When they sucked, I supported them. Then I went to Nottingham Forest because I
I
liked
thought
like
so. I knew it. The minute you said that, because they just won the Champions League, didn't they? They just won I knew it. I would.
no, no, it was after that though. It was with Stuart
Oh,
Pearce and
okay.
all them. because I like Brian Clough, Nigel Clough,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Stuart
yeah.
Pearce. I like that mentality. I'm not one of those glory hunters. I'm one of those underdog stories. And then I just support Wales, to be quite honest. Now,
That's fair.
I used to go to all the games and stuff like that, but I don't go as much now. But I used to go to every game, home and away, but not any much um, anymore. Sally's not responding there. Um,
Who is Unicorn? I think this is the first time of me seeing Unicorn on here.
oh, do you know what? Possibly because Unicorn, she's lovely. She's absolutely lovely. She's from North. She's from Sheffield. By the way, before I say who she is, Matt has just finished off his coffee and he's joining us. So
Oh,
don't
okay,
worry. I think he's out and then he'll join us. So,
no worries.
um,
I've only got
so
like
she's
20
from.
minutes left before I gotta get back to editing. Just put it out there.
It's fine. It's fine.
Be-
You pop in and out as you want.
no, I will definitely be back. But it's good to see
You know I
Julian again.
will.
I saw you on Twitter. Julian. Like I just
He's on
thought,
Twitter. So Unicorn from Sheffield, lovely, lovely,
okay,
lovely lady. So yeah, obviously UK bound. She's been ill for the last few weeks, but she did pop in early last Wednesday for this trial, but she was ill, obviously. So she's only recently come back. So yeah, she, so she has been a little bit, but now she's back now. So um, she's been to your streams a few times, Dr. Hines. Um, so there we are. So you see, I think there's a few of these guys that cross over for us as well. They've been cheating on us. Just go to mine, go to yours, share, share. We don't mind sharing. It's fine. Um,
wait. You should wait. You've been to my streams? Oh, you need to
Unicorn has
please comment. Oh Lord. I'm so sorry if I
not for
missed
a
you.
while.
I'm
Well,
so
not
sorry
for a
if I
while.
missed
She
you.
said,
Not for a while.
"No,
Okay. Whew.
you probably have seen her, but hey, mate, there's no way in the world that she didn't comment. Well, she's one of these. Do you know what I mean? So you can't shut her up when she gets going. So she's definitely commented. Just she's not been for a while. You probably forgot her name. That's all it is. That's all it
Probably.
is.
I hope not.
It's all
I'm
good.
really good with remembering people. I hope
Yeah.
not. I hope not. But if I do, I do apologize. But good to good that you're here. Oh,
Um. Right. Do we just start this for a little bit then,
yeah,
and
sure.
see? We'll get a little bit in. I'll set it up anyway, and
Lauren
then
Fox
when
has been raided and arrested.
who
Lauren Fox. Lawrence
has
Fox.
he?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
That's
He's
unreal.
I didn't know that then, but he's been in that limelight a lot lately, though.
Yeah. I did not expect that. I did not expect that. Anyway, let's sorry to
Yeah, I've
bring
not
that up.
seen
I'm
that.
just surprised to see the headline. That's pretty much it. Never mind. Sorry, continue.
Right. That's fine. Um, what's this one start? By the way, Lance, brilliant you got Matt to join you with this trial. So good to have his insight. Well done for reaching out to be no, Sandra, thank you. Just to be truthful, he reached out to me. I didn't reach out to him. I pitched this to him, but he reached out to me saying, "Look, I want to come on. I'll watch your episode. I'd love for you to come on and just speak about it." I was like, "Okay, well, rather than just doing it like an interview, do you want to do a series?" And he agreed.
Oh, you
So
pitched an
that's how it
interview
came up.
to him. So you just wanted an interview, but he wanted
No,
a stream.
he no, he wanted to come on and speak
Oh, okay.
and to have a voice. And he said, "I've watched your episode about me. I'd love to come on. I like your style. I want to have a voice." I was like, "Okay, do you want to just do an interview?" And he goes, "Whatever you want, man." I was like, "Well, how about we do an interview? See if we click. And if we do, then how about we do?" And basically, we did a series because he loved it. He said,
Yeah.
"Clicked."
Oh no, I misunderstood what you meant by pitch. Then now I get it because obviously you were deliberating. Yeah.
I did pitch to him afterwards, and about series, obviously about it was only going to be
Oh,
an
okay, that's what
interview.
you meant.
And then I
Right.
said, yeah, how about doing more of it? And he goes, well, if we click, I'll do it. And which is honest of him. And I was like, yeah, and we did. And he said straight away, yeah, let's do it. I was like, cool.
Nice.
And talking about weirdos and stuff like that earlier on, we got
Audi
one big
Luna.
weirdo here.
Audi Luna.
Luna. Do you know Luna?
No, I
She's
don't
an
know. I don't know
absolute
Luna. But she seems great. She seems
No,
amazing.
she's a whoop 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 whoop.
Nah,
She is. Oh my god,
I don't.
she's one of those.
I saw her for in the last two streams I've been on. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen her, but I wouldn't say I know her off here. Um
No, she's a
yeah.
weirdo, but she's lovely. She's our weirdo. Do you know what I mean? You know, when every stream's got one, she's ours. Do you know what I mean? So, but yeah, I'll tell you again why she's weirdo. I mean, you just fall off laughing if I told you. No problem. I think the last one you had a couple of others in the panel, and you may have been drinking. Oh, Dr. Ketchup drinking. Oh no. That's the last time she saw you. Maybe it was another stream though.
Yeah. Oh, it must have been Nicholas. It must have been Nicholas. That's the only time
Nicholas,
I've
yeah.
drank on stream. It has to be Nicholas because that was Friday night. It has to be Nicholas then. It has to be Nicholas.
That is.
That's the only time
That
I've
is.
drank on
You're right.
stream.
You're right. One day it'll be Zach. Hopefully you'll be Zach next time as well, Sandra. You're right. Matthew's so gracious, amazing that someone who has been through all this is so willing and open to share his story and answer questions. And guys, genuinely ask any question. If you think he's guilty, ask him to explain stuff. He literally, this is the one conversation I had with him offline. He wants to be challenged, guys. So challenge him. Honestly, ask him any question. Christy, I know he answered your question, right? But pitch it to him again, so everybody else hears it. So someone commented on my last video, still thinking he's guilty. So I'll try and get that question today. Nothing's off the table, guys. Nothing's off. If it's off the table, I won't ask him. Do you know what I mean? So put it all in chat. Luna, hey. Hey Luna, hey Unicorn, hey Sarah. Joe, I got a lovely chat. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, they're all
Yeah.
lovely. Yeah, you mentioned the Unicorn, Luna, everyone, Sandra, Chris. So everyone's really nice. So I feel lucky and blessed. Right, let's start it then, and then I know you got to go in. Where 1:45 is it?
No, I have extended the time. I'll go in at 5. I'll go at 5.
Okay, yes, fine, fine.
Yeah.
Well, let's play it then, see what happens.
I want to say
Save me
hi to
calling
everyone
twins.
before I leave. I want to say hi to everyone when they come before I go.
Oh, right, yeah. Sally,
come.
I don't know. Sally, she's not seen message, so I don't
Yeah.
know where she is. Let me just double check to see. No, she's not seen it. She might be sleeping. It's still early. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
You recall Sergeant House's name?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name, spell your last name for the record, please?
Robert Hollis, Hollis.
And what is your current occupation?
Sergeant with the Division of Police of Westerville.
Okay. What are some of your job duties as a sergeant?
Administrative duties, supervising officers and patrol.
How long have you been a sergeant at Westerville Police Department?
Sergeant 1 month.
1 month.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank
I
you.
suppose.
Thank you.
Maybe I shouldn't congratulate you. I'm not sure. Do you have other law enforcement experience prior to becoming a sergeant?
As a patrolman for 8 years.
Okay. And what were some of your job duties as a patrolman?
Responding to calls, patrol, report taking, things of that nature.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you questions about May 25th, 2020. What capacity were you working on or about that time?
I was working second shift patrol at that time.
Okay. What types of training did you have to undergo in order to become a law enforcement officer originally?
You have to complete a state mandate training with OPATA and complete that course and be state certified to be a police officer.
Okay. And OPATA is the training service for police officers?
Yes, sir.
What types of things did you have to go through, or what types of trainings did you undergo?
Firearms, driving, report writing, law enforcement, understanding how to apply probably.
So Sally is on the way. Her alarm didn't go off, so she said, "Give me a sec." So yeah, so don't worry. You just don't have to. What we got Dimples, we got me, and we got beautiful Sally joining us, and then Matt will be joining us after his coffee. So don't
No.
worry, we're all coming.
Robocalls and things of that nature.
And once you pass that initial training, do they hand you a badge and a weapon?
Sorry, let's cut it off there for a second. Also, my regulars, right? Tell me, right, what do you prefer? I've been obviously using Streamlabs for the last few days and stuff like that. But now I'm back on StreamYard for these interviews. Do you prefer Streamlabs or do you prefer this? Obviously, this I can't quite control as much. But then I can put things like this up. I can put your comments up where I can't put that up on Streamlabs. So let me know what you think, guys, about them. Um, as a user, I prefer Streamlabs, but the guest function is not as good. Where StreamYard, the guest function is a lot better and more friendly. So let me know, chat, what you think, and then we'll take it from there.
Weapon and send you on your way, or is there continuing training?
Yes, sir. There's continuing training. We have an FTO, that's for field training, and that is 16 weeks long before you're on your own.
Okay. And now that you're a sergeant, is there also trainings involved with that?
Yes, sir.
What types of trainings?
Well, mine, so to speak, I've gone to training on day shift, second shift, and third shift. Strictly as a supervisor basis, responding to calls as needed, and supervising the officers on the scene.
Okay. So like I said, I'm going to take you back to about May 25th of 2020. Do you recall, were you working in some capacity at that time?
Yes, sir.
And just remind me again, what was your position?
I was second shift patrol.
Okay. And do you recall receiving an initial call on that day sometime in the late afternoon, early evening?
I do.
Okay. What's your recollection of the nature of that call that you received?
I was dispatched to an address on a report of a missing person.
Okay. Just one moment. Sergeant, was it your understanding that the initial call came through from a 911 call?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Your Honor, we have labeled State's Exhibit 5 a 911 call, and I'd asked to publish to the jury in this case.
Any objection? No. Proceed.
Ask another question.
Okay.
What's up?
Oh, I thought you were asking me.
Oh no. I thought you said you were gonna ask another question. So
Yeah, no, yeah. So I will ask chat another question. Do you prefer to see your comments on screen or? It's a court feed unicorn, yes.
I really should do this 2-pack stream.
So? Oh, you're doing that 2-pack, yeah.
Yeah, I want to do it. I really want to. Everything that's done music in me, you know, I used to be a hip hop DJ, so everything in my bones saying, "Please do this," so that you can talk around that subject, you know.
Yeah, no, it'd be interesting. I think I know nothing about it, mate. So I'd be interested to hear about it because generally I don't know nothing about it and I don't understand music or anything. But I know it's an intriguing case. So I'd really appreciate stuff like that because you want to hear from someone that understands music as well. Understand. Obviously, I know Tupac. I don't know who he was. I know the name though. Do you know what I mean? But to get a bit of background what he was, how much of a star he was, and stuff like that, that'd be great. You know.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
But
No, I
talking
agree.
about great,
I definitely agree because if you're gonna be a hip hop DJ, you need to kind of be initiated. Like that's your
yeah, no, I
calling
agree.
card. Like that's your
I
entry
agree.
point. Yeah.
I
So
agree.
so this case, oh my gosh, like
I know.
it's
Before you go
pulling
into
me
that though,
through it.
Dr.
Huh?
Hines, we got another guest here. We got a competition today, guys. We talked about great. This man's great. He's given us his time. He's just had a coffee. He's refreshed. He's ready to go. He's got his hat on. Now, let's see which ones you prefer. Do you prefer this hat or Dr. Hines' hat? We'll
Oh,
have to see. But
I'm gonna lose. I'm
this
gonna lose.
is the main man. The main man. It's not Dr. Hines. It's not me. None of us. We'll have Sally in a bit. She's a beauty. And this guy is the brains. So here he is, Matt. How you doing?
Hey, I like your hat.
There you are. Thank you.
Oh,
This is hat number 4 today. I got hat number 4 on. How's it going, guys?
Hey,
Good, mate. You right?
good. How are you doing?
I'm all right.
Oh,
I'm trying to find your station on YouTube here, and so I can watch at the same
do you want,
time. Here we
do you
are.
want me to send it to you
Let me
if
get
you
going.
can't find
Hey,
it?
I have exciting news this morning. The
Yeah.
soft cover got published this morning for my book.
Yes.
So that there's a
Yes.
soft cover
Nice.
available on my Amazon today. Yeah, a little
Okay.
excited.
Hang
So we're
on.
celebrating this morning.
Let me. Happy days. So I was gonna. That's one of my questions for you today was that. So hang on. Let me find the link for you. I'll send it to you. My channel. But that's great news. I'll check it as well.
I'm getting it on
Share
my
screen.
phone, but I'm not getting it on. Oh, there it is. Is that it? No. I just went to your page and I'm looking for it on your page. It would be under live, right? Or would it be under something
Yeah,
else?
the live. Yeah, the live.
Yeah.
But I'll just send it to your messenger as well, just in case.
All right.
So I'll send it to your messenger there. Hey Matthew, everyone's right. So we got some people here. Hang on, let me just see now. Let me just test you out here. So this is Matt's book. If I go in the back end here and check, can I? Oops, where's the book? Where's the book? Matt's book is here. Because let's see if it works in the UK though. It
Doesn't
does.
have it?
It does.
All right.
You got it. Currently unavailable.
Pardon me?
It's currently unavailable.
It's unavailable? I just got it.
Yeah.
Well.
We don't know when. Yeah, it's probably because it's the UK, but it's here.
I just got an
but
email
it's
from Amazon, and they said, "Congratulations, your book is now available for sale on Amazon." So I don't know. Maybe I mean it literally just happened.
yeah.
Right
To be
now.
fair, it might just take a little bit. You know what I mean, mate? So
You can always
we'll
get the
keep an eye
ebook
on
if
it.
you
But
want. But
I prefer the actual book because the ebook's a lot cheaper. I'd rather pay the max price. Do you know what I mean?
yeah,
For you,
yeah.
you know. So saves me paying you to come
Makes
on and
sense.
do these streams.
Yeah.
Right. We got some new people here for Matt. Sure. What's this? Right. What's Johnny Depp's film City of Lies about Tupac? That's for Dr. Hines. I hope that Matt
No,
joins
no,
us when they show the video so we can elaborate. Yeah.
nah. That movie was about Biggie Smalls, so it's kind of related, but different killers, basically. Different
Well,
investigation.
you need to cover it. You need to cover it.
I'm not sure if that case is shut in terms of Biggie Smalls case. I'm not. I think his killer was found. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but Tupac's one was the most interesting one. Like, was the one that everyone was really invested in because he was killed before.
And we just remember, though, we've got the mastermind here for technology at the top. Do you know what I mean? So, hey, if you were ever any question, if he's a mastermind, look at him.
I got it. I got it.
Can't even see him. You can hear
There
the
we go.
music. You see the top of your hat, and that's it.
Oh, the doctor's got a hat
I
on
hope.
today. Nice hat. I like your hat, sir.
Yeah, I like his hat as well. I hope that Matt joins us when they show the video, so he can.
I
Yes,
look-
he will be here.
I look like Sleazy Tom from Tom and Jerry. You know, Sleazy.
Hi, Emma. Oh, you don't.
Let me try and find that picture now. I have to show you what I mean.
Sorry for
And
you.
if you will, and if you
Lucky
will,
you.
my baby.
Hey, Emma. Hey, Matthew. Do we, Dr. Hines, definitely watch? Yes, we'll all watch that. Slick Hat, sorry, from Katie, Matt. Hey, Emma. Congratulations. Yeah, so congratulations for it. Obviously, it will update on the UK one. I won't be the first one to buy it. Looking good, Matt. Looks and sunny there. My next stop, Amazon, is to buy your book. Happy day, Sandra. Yes, please do. Even if it goes, hey, Matthew. Okay, congrats, Matthew. Dr. Hines thought they had said, well, oh, yeah.
Hurry,
So
hurry.
Sally, yeah, she's hurrying. She's obviously alarm didn't get go off. So, but we'll wait for her. She's not a problem. She's the beauty, and as I say, Matt's the brains, and then you're the laughter, and I'm the host, Dr. Hines. So, congrats, Matthew. I should buy a copy sent to the Delaware County Prosecutor's Office, Chrissy.
Yeah,
Yes.
there you go. Now you're thinking.
Yes.
Now you're thinking.
For you got top chart. Oh yeah, just people that don't worry about top chart, live chat is what you need. So we literally just played a couple of minutes here, Matt, with a cop on the stand. So
Oh,
you haven't missed anything, so it's all good, you know. Let me just put this. I need to get my hearing up. I can't hear that well. So yeah, thanks again for joining. I say Sally's on the way, but until she is here, um we'll play on. Sandra's looking forward to reading your book, Matthew. Will definitely invest in a paper copy. Meant to say, it looks nice and sunny there. It's cold in the UK today. It is very cold in the UK today. It is very cold. And with that, let's play and see where we're at. Discussing something. Wolverine and Minesh.
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 Oh, it's the
Oh,
Officer Hollis is up there, huh?
yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
The big fella.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
the
the
one.
first place he looked was in my fridge. Not my timing's awful. Where is she? Is she
It's
in
not
here?
awful.
Is she in my fridge? All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, fucking hell. Right, that was funny. I like that. I like that. I like that. Oh, right, before I start, right, I got a question for you. Hang on, I need to find it. Because somebody commented on my last video and said, you're guilty. So I wanted to get that comment, why they thought that about you. Just to explain,
Yeah,
because she asked the question.
I get that a lot. I get a lot of that.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to get this question up for you. That's the interview. That's not it.
I'm willing to. I always ask when those people say that. I just say, "Tell me why."
Yeah.
I mean, I'm willing to tell you why you're wrong, because I don't think, and I think this will help with that. Talking with you, going through this. Well,
Yeah.
if you want to know why you're wrong, go ahead.
No, mate. No, carry on. It's fine.
It's fine. I'm sorry. I'm fine. Yeah, I get that. I get that a bunch, and I'm willing to discuss that with anyone. I don't think they really know why I'm wrong. They feel that way. I think they were fooled by the media, and I think they just jumped on the bandwagon. I can't see how you could watch my trial, and after watching it, still think I'm guilty. I don't see it.
I'm trying to find it. I'm stalling because I'm trying to find this thing.
I wouldn't be surprised by that, because the people still believe Amber Heard is is not the abuser. And if you follow that trial, yeah, yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised by that. Some people are just stuck in their ways.
I think it goes deep. Why would someone want to say what they're saying about my children when there was no evidence, there was no case, there was no investigation on whether my children were hurt by me, but they just say it.
Mhm.
Why would you want
Wait,
to say
that was
something like
part of
that?
it. Wait, is that part of the case?
No, because it didn't get into trial. It's just something that people were saying outside of
sh-
trial.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I
shoot.
probably shouldn't talk about those things. But there certainly was insinuation at trial of things, but
Yeah,
there are people on the outside are seeing everything, right? They're not just seeing what's going on at trial. There was a lot of stuff in the media about me, and it was like they had carte blanche. They just went nuts with
yeah,
what the things they were able to say. Why do people say these things? I don't know. Why would anybody want to go out of their way to say the things they were saying? And one of them was because I had lost both my children. I lost my son prior to Joey, my
yeah,
first son.
Mhm.
They were using that as they were saying what they were saying. And so the people on the outside were getting this obscure look at what the truth is and what trials are. Is they
yeah,
keep that crap out, no gossip. You have to be able to prove what you're saying, or there's some sort of evidence for what you're saying. The judge and my attorney kept a lot of that out. I don't know what they kept out, but they kept out a lot of that sort of thing.
yeah.
Well, I've got the question here, Matt. So I won't name the person because but they say this guy was 100% guilty. When you know, you know. So I went back and said, "How so?" Question mark. I'm intrigued. What makes you believe this? We can ask for an explanation from Matthew based on your comments as he joins us for a review of the trial each Wednesday. And they came back with, "It was my opinion of the trial. I don't think Emily punched herself in the face and strangled herself before hanging herself, combined with the way he acted." And
There's
I
there.
responded,
Go ahead, sorry.
"No, no, it doesn't matter. It's your more important
No. I'm
answer."
sorry. I didn't mean that. I want to hear the rest of that. Actually, go ahead. What was your response?
My response is she didn't get back to me, but I just invited her on. So I said, join us on Wednesday, and Matt will happily answer your questions. In terms
And
of
I
the way
will.
he was, in terms of the way he was acting, I personally can't hold that against him with everything he was going through. But that's just my opinion. Matt is more than happy to hear from those that believe he was guilty, so he can answer these type of questions. I just wanted to open that to invite her nicely on. She didn't respond, but that goes to anybody out there. You're more than happy to answer these questions. So
Yeah.
I'll pass it over to you.
If that was a tactic by the prosecution, was to convince everybody that if it was suicide, or if it was suicide, or if it was murder. If it was murder, who else would it be? You have to watch the trial. How that didn't work. It didn't. It was my attorney took it apart. You can't. You can't. You can't just say that. I suppose if they didn't develop any other suspects, how would anybody know? I don't really like going down that road because then there's this thing, well, then it's murder, but it wasn't. It was suicide. But even if it was murder, just saying, well, there's no one else around. What is it, Alaska I'm living in? I was the only person around. Emily had a life. She knew tons of people. She had tons of friends. They didn't even look into anything else besides me. And my attorney proves that at trial. So, but yeah, I mean, anybody who has any of those questions, that's what I'm here for. That's why I'll tell you. I'll address those problems. Any questions you have?
Well, go on.
The thing I just noticed in regards to Matt's response is something I've experienced in researching cases that are most likely clear cut. It's so definitive, and it's what I'm trying to say is I I actually have that exact same pause, trying to rationalize what I'm trying to explain. You know what I mean? I have that same exact pause, because how do you deny your own eyes? So this is me, by the way. I wasn't there. I'm just behind a computer screen researching. So I'm having the same pause, like like, this person has definitely didn't do this. I'm like, but I've seen the evidence that said they've done it. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen where you're saying that this didn't happen, and I've seen the counter. What more can I say? You know, what more can I actually say? So imagine someone who's lived it, who knows, like he actually knows. Do you know what I mean? Like, so seeing it, and I'm like, wait a second. For me, it's like I can go give or take because it doesn't affect me. But for someone who's lived it, it's kind of different. Like, you know,
it's tough once people make their minds up to admit
yeah,
that they're wrong, and it's really hard for people to change their minds, even when especially when their belief is shown to be wrong. I mean, it's really super. I mean, and we're talking about people that are running the show, cops. I mean, imagine being a cop, telling everybody, "Hey, I know this guy did it. I can tell. I'm a professional." And all of a sudden, 4 months go by, and guess what? No, sorry, you were wrong. Here she is. You fucked up. What do? Are you man enough to change your mind? No. And if you read my book, you'll know that it didn't matter. It doesn't matter to these people. It doesn't. They
really doesn't.
It's the money they're making. It doesn't mean anything to them. They didn't care. They could care less. When they found her and they discovered that it was suicide and not a murder, they didn't even blink. They were like, so we're gonna stick with murder. It's in our best interest to stick with murder, and just go out there and find things that we can build a case on them. And if we go to trial and we lose, so what? What happened to them? They all got bonuses and they all got promoted. Who knows?
Well, this could be promoted to
If you
sergeant.
notice, Hollis got promoted to detective. He was whatever he was when he went to my house that day. By the time we got to trial, he was a detective. So.
Okay, so yeah, any questions if you go for Matt, please ask. Just so people know, I have just bought the book. So if you're from the UK, Sandra, anybody, so
Sale.
yes, sale. The link that we got for you guys, right, on this thread and in the description box is for the US. All you need to do is just change it back to the UK, copy and paste Emily the book title, put it in to the UK site, and Bob's your uncle. It's there. I've ordered mine, quick and simple, done. And my payment's gone through and everything. So UK bought. It's definitely one here from the UK anyway. One sale, but I'm sure there'll be others coming for the UK. But just so you know, change it to amazon.co.uk for the UK version and just put the book title in, and it's done.
Thank you. Very nice.
No worries.
Oh, you were giving
right.
them the okay. Right.
Yeah, so I've given them the US version because most of the viewers are from the US. So the link I've got here, what I'll do is after the stream, I'll make an UK link as well to make it easier. But we promote the US store where on Amazon. But obviously, there's people like myself that are from the UK, and it's simple. Copy and paste the book title and put it in the UK store, and it's fine. We got some people here. Looking forward, yes. Yes. Lol. Don't listen to haters from Sally. Sarah P's just downloaded the Kindle version of the book. Can't wait to start reading. It's likely based on emotion, not logic. Yes, Katie. The local media detectives and prosecutions try to brainwash everyone in the area. And Chrissy knows she's from, well, she's got family in the area.
Right. That's a tactic that they use. That's definitely what they do. And I talk about it in my book that it's actually what they're trained to do is to go into your community and spread dissent because it puts pressure on the perp. So and it works in a lot of cases. It'll get the perp to do something wrong or something and make a mistake, because he's trying to hide something. But for the innocent, it just ruins your life, and you're just sitting around going, "Why are they doing this? Why is everybody against me? What's going on?" And when you figure it out, and I only figured it out because of other
We
people
went
that I
through.
met that have been through the same thing. They told me this
Yeah.
is what they're going to do to you. So
We got Dr. Hines. He has to leave now, but he will be back.
I'll
He
be
will
back.
be back.
I'll be back.
No worries. Pop in and out. You know that, mate. Whenever you want.
Of course,
See you in a bit.
I'll be back very, very soon. So I'll speak to you guys
No worries,
later.
mate.
Matthew and Dylan, thanks. Hope you enjoy your stream. Thank you so much for having me once
thanks,
again.
man.
All right,
No worries,
have a
man.
good have a good one.
See you in a bit, bud. See you in a bit. So we got, it would be like watching Zach and believing he's guilty. There was no evidence. No, that's because they did not have any evidence. Yes, so exactly. It's important to watch these trials and listen to the evidence of lack and base opinions on that. Yes, I think Dr. Hines is stuck. He's still stuck here. Hang on, I can remove you. I can kick you off. It's fine. Do you just removed it? I'll kick him out. So he's kick from studio. So he's out. Right. Media makes me so angry. Yes, exactly what happens. So there's a lot of comments. I'm trying to keep up with the comments as well, guys.
Right,
Because
you're
I
doing
know
good. You're doing
there's a
really good.
yeah, and there's a lot of people here that are very supportive of you, and I think it's rude of me not to go through it because genuinely, but Matt, whenever stream we're on, the Elvis always asking about you and how you doing and when's Matt on and stuff like this. So, uh, even though we're streaming the trial and it's important and to hear your thoughts, I still think it's important to hear from these guys because they're the ones that are pulling for you as well and want to hear your story.
Right.
So I'm so thankful that they're all
Great.
here and they're also supportive of you as well. So
Right.
um,
Awesome.
he
That's great.
Sandra's not watched anything since Johnny Depp. I avoid media. Yes, I think there's a pattern here that everyone is saying about the media. Yeah, so basically, it's not about the evidence, the truth anymore. Media's paint whatever they want. Chrissy was, aggravated. So Unicorn's just buying it. So Unicorn's from the UK, so she's buying a book as well. Buy to the doc from people. Where did the sound go? Oh, never mind. Sally, jeez. Can't wait to read the book, the lads. Matt, see you, Dr. Hines. Dr. Hines is coming back. He's just got to edit some stuff, but he'll be
Right.
back. But we've got the main man, and we've got the beauty coming. We've got Sally coming in a bit, so she'll spruce the stream up a little bit for us as well. So you just got us two, unfortunately, to look at now until Sally comes. Right. And that's not a bad thing, let's be honest. Right, we go. Right, let's play it. We'll see now. I think Minaj. I think she's coming on now. Let's have a look. She's
What?
oh Jesus. I'm not sure what we're doing here now. What's this now? Hang on. Let me turn the volume down a little bit because that was quite hard.
She's gonna come on and cross Hollis. Is that where we're at?
I think so. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It was. I have not seen who's coming up, so we'll see who's coming up now.
This is the call, I think. Yeah, this is when I
So
call
this
into
is
911.
there we are. So this is a state still then because they're playing the call now. So this is still the state. I saw them
Right.
speaking to each other. I wasn't sure. So still the state.
The audio is going to be horrible. It's really bad.
It's
The audio is
we'll
really
just,
bad. It's not nothing you can do about it. It was at trial you could barely understand it.
cool.
So.
Unicorn says that's quicker than I thought. It'll be here Friday. Yeah. How do you do that? Because I've got it. The book is coming to me on Friday as well. How's that happen? If you got a store in the UK or something for the book.
We'll say that again. I
Oh,
don't
you
know.
don't. No, it's fine. It just says
the book. We just finished the paperback the other day. We submitted it. They looked at it. They came back and said, "Okay, it's good to go. It's available." So maybe it's not available there or something. I'm not sure, but literally it's this morning that they told me.
No, it is, mate. What we're saying is it's been delivered to our houses on Friday. So it's Wednesday today, and we can't believe how quick it's going to arrive. Is
Yeah,
what
I
we're
guess
saying.
they're good at what they do. I don't know. It's Bezos, man. He's like a lizard person of some sort. I don't know. how he
Yeah,
gets things done.
happy days. So there we are. Right. Yeah, buy your books. They come in literally 2 days. So there you go.
Her purse is here with her ID, her car is here with her car keys, and her phone's here. Okay. I mean, I don't know what you know. I've been advised to call you. It's very, very uncharacteristic for her to do this. Okay. And 46 Abbey Cross Lane is where she's missing from? Yes. All right. So you said it's your wife? No. When's the last time you saw her? Last night. How old is she? She just turned 52. 52?
Obviously, same rules as before, Matt. Just jump in, man. Right? Whatever you're gonna
Yeah,
do.
I'm trying not to do that as much, but yeah, there's nothing really here. It's just I call in.
Oh no.
I mean, you can try to. Oh, there is something important within the
Okay.
phone call. If you want to get really detailed with it, they asked me. I told them my story. I said real quick. I just went through it, and I got up and she's not here. And they're like, she was like, "Did you see her last night? Well, did you see her when you got up out of bed?" She asked me. I think you'll see it. You'll hear it. And I say,
Fine.
I don't know. Everything was so normal.
I'll take that.
Just
Yeah.
you might want to take a note of that, because it's not. I'm not saying I did see her, because I didn't. When I got up out of bed, I didn't look to see if she was there or not, because I just assumed she was there. That's kind of a detail that you might want to pay attention to.
Fine. And just to reiterate, though, that everyone wants us to stop. I know you might think it's bad. Honestly, these guys want to stop. They want to know what you're wearing right now. That's the amount of detail do you know what I mean? So they're nosy. So do you know what I mean? So they
Fine. I
want to
mean,
know
I don't care. Whatever.
genuinely. So stop everything. Honestly, we'd rather cover everything. That's what they're here for. Honestly, I'm not even
Oh,
joking.
okay. I'm telling you,
Not even
if you
joking.
really pay attention to this trial, if you really if you read my book, read whatever they have out there, find the discovery. I don't know if you can get a hold of discovery. It's a lot, but I mean, it's just interesting. It's the way if after you kind of look at everything, you're like, why did they even take this guy to trial? Where's the evidence? How can you prosecute someone for murder with no evidence? And how do they explain it to themselves in their head? It goes beyond me. It wasn't like something personal they did to me. It's just, I was just there, and this is what police do. This is what prosecutors do when they have too much fucking time on their hands and too much money. They look for crime, and they'll make crime out of nothing. Well,
We know. That's the hard bit about it. But yeah, I just want to reiterate that, please, mate. We genuinely do want to listen to you and your story, because we value the fact that you've got so much insight. That you know, like you just said that comment there now about the did you see it last night? And you don't remember. We would never pick that up. Do you know what I mean? But
yeah.
it's an important piece. Do you know what I mean? So that is important for us to know, because yeah, okay, we haven't got masses, hundreds of people watching live, but our last video did something like 700-800 people watched it afterwards. Do you know what I mean? So there's people that are interested in hearing your story and the intricacies of everything.
Right.
So do you know what I mean? So please stop. I love it. I love speaking to you about all
All right.
this
Well,
stuff.
thank you.
So
Well, then I will then when
yeah,
I feel like I
please,
have to.
please.
All right.
Yeah, fine. Right. And the same with chat. Any questions, guys? Just ask them and I'll stop. Do you know what I mean? So you know the score. So right, here we go.
Did you guys have any kind of fight or anything, or what? No. No. Okay. Has she been depressed? No, we had a great day yesterday, which was a day, and went out and celebrated the Memorial Day. Went out to a couple bars downtown, uptown. I got up this morning, he wasn't there, which is not that normal, but I'm usually come home and go for a walk. It's very, very unusual for her to not in contact with me. The phone was there, she always had her phone with her. All right, what's your phone number, Mike? 702-884-1010. And what's her name? Emily Noble. N-O-B-L-E? Yes. Okay, so did you guys go to bed last night and then you just woke up and she's gone? I went to bed. I get up in the middle of the night at 8 and I don't really know. I can't tell you exactly the time, but I end up just going to sleep in another room. I don't wake her up. I woke up late today. I came to the end of the morning, which is unusual. And I got up. We were supposed to go to a picnic today. And she wasn't here. And she hadn't been home since. Okay. Does she have any friends that she may be with that would have picked her up, or? I can't see that happening because I don't know what I'm supposed to do with her ID and her phone. She has a really good friend. Her best friend. I could choose the first person I called. I just called her. Okay, she hasn't heard from her? She hasn't heard from her, and she decided that probably she called me. Okay. Okay, so when you woke up in the middle of the night, though, she was still there? I don't know.
I don't know. I really didn't know.
Yeah, and that's fair.
They were saying too that going into the other room and falling asleep in Joey's room was like something they would never do. So why would I ever do it?
Oh,
That
Jesus.
alone should be silly, right? You're like, I mean, there's so many people that do that, but I mean, Emily, if you knew Emily at all on any level, she was very particular about everything. And one of the things was when I would get up in the middle of the night, there's a prostate problem. I would go to sleep in
Yeah,
Joey's room
okay.
because she couldn't I couldn't even tell you how. It wasn't bad, but she didn't want anything disturbing her at night. I mean, that place had to be quiet, and it was just part of our routine with me going to sleep in Joey's room because I wouldn't fall right back to sleep. I'd look on my phone, I'd play around. I had sleep issues, depression, drinking heavy because of Joey, because I was dealing with Joey, I was going through it, and I was on Ambien. Now I didn't think a lot about Ambien then. I would just take one once in a while when I would need one. I guess Ambien really fucks with you, memory-wise. There's people up doing things, you're on your phone, you don't even know it, right? I didn't put that into the equation until a lot longer, and people are like, yeah, usually people that do Ambiens, I mean, when you wake up, when you fall asleep, you don't really know. It's kind of like a dream. So I was having a lot of difficulty with the timeline at this point, up until when I woke up in the deep into the morning. That's the only inconsistency that Grubb said I had. It wasn't, everything up to this point was just like they didn't have a problem with it, with my timeline. But my timeline gets weird in the morning, not early morning, but later morning. That when they would ask me, well, when did you get up? When did you wake up? I think I said 9, 10, 11 at 3 different times, 3 different times when I got up. So what? I mean, if I killed Emily wait until you see their timeline, which was between whatever it was, whenever they said, I think it was around 8 o'clock the previous day. What does it matter when I woke up? How is lying about that going to help me? It's not. I'm not thinking about a timeline. I'm looking for my wife, and they would ask, what time do you think you got up? When did this happen? When did that happen? And I would be like, well, I think it was right at 9 or 10, and they just use that as an example of me being inconsistent. I don't see why anybody would think what time I woke up would have any value to me if I'm trying to manipulate the scene or the timeline. So, I mean, it's literally like they were just looking for inconsistencies so that they could do this thing. It's not
Yeah.
They're not trying to solve anything. It's just part of the thing that it's the evidence that they just didn't
You do.
care about what happened. They're just trying to make a case so they can bring it to trial so
Yeah.
they can make money.
Yeah. Anything you say, they will use it against you. So, yeah.
That's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Right.
So
we've got some
as far
questions
as
here.
yeah, go ahead.
No, we'll answer, but I'll introduce our beautiful, unapologetic with her comments. You all loved her last week. I mean, I bring people on here, right? And it ends up everyone loves them more than they love me. But we have to balance it out. We said we've got the brains in Matt, and now we've got the beauty with here she is, Talk with Sally.
Sally,
What are we
hey.
doing?
Good
What's up,
morning,
girl?
everyone. Sorry,
Hi.
I forgot I can't leave my phone on silent because then I don't hear my alarm. You have to have my phone on and mute it anyway.
It's all good. Don't worry about it. It's good to have you here. And I generally mean that. People were very complimentary of you and your questioning of Matt last week. So, same with you. Any questions you got, you know the score. Just jump in, and we'll ask. So I say to Matt, I want to know every single detail. And same with you. I want to know every single detail. Any question you have, don't wait. Just we can stop it, bang, ask it. So throughout the stream. So same as last week, basically, Sally. So thank you for coming back to join us. Dr. Hines will be back at some point, but yeah. So in the meantime, with that, I have a question here for you, Matt, from Chrissy. So she asked you this question on Twitter or X, but I thought it was a really good question. So I thought you might want to answer again. So um, why? So she asked on Twitter. I asked Matt on Twitter why he thought Emily did not leave a note. He was gracious enough to answer. Maybe he could do that during the stream so that others could hear the answer. So that's interesting. Why did she leave a note at all?
Yeah, I do remember answering that. Why didn't she leave a note?
Yeah.
Ultimately, I don't know, but her not leaving a note was Emily leaving a note. It was I don't know. You'd have to know her. She had issues with her life, and there was people in her life she had issues with. Me, obviously, right, and the ones around her, the ones closest to her, and she was mad. She was definitely angry, and her not leaving a note was a way of letting them know how she felt. That might seem obscure, weird, but if you knew Emily like I knew Emily, you would know that that's exactly for her to write a note and apologize to everybody. She didn't want to do that. She didn't want them to let them off the hook or me off the hook. She was like, "Hey, I had this life thing happen to me. You guys were supposed to be there to help me. I reached out, which she was reaching out to everyone, even me, and you guys didn't help me." So that was her way of she wasn't going to leave a note. That was, and if you knew Emily like I did on such an intimate level, you'd know that was so Emily, her not leaving a note.
That's normal, yeah. Okay, that's intriguing. Thanks,
I don't know
mate.
if that's normal or not, but I mean that was Emily. If you knew Emily, that was
It's normal.
how she just
If it's
was.
normal to you, then yeah, it's normal. I mean, you knew her.
It was
We don't.
the
So
the last thing that my wife Emily Noble was going to do if she was going to commit suicide was leave a note. It's like preposterous because I know her. I guess people just didn't. The people that were around her didn't know her really.
Not everyone leaves a note though. That's the thing. Is like people don't always leave a note. Some people just do things that aren't reasonable.
It's
And when
so
you're
complicated. The issue is so complicated. It's just, I
yeah,
mean, when you get the nerve to take your own life, maybe the note wasn't part of the equation. And once you
the
do
note
get
will
that
talk you
nerve,
out of it.
or whatever, for whatever reason. Sure, there's a lot of reasons why, but she just, it would have been surprising to me if she left the note and went blah, blah, blah. This is feel bad for me. She didn't want anybody to feel bad for her.
No. Okay, Unicorn saying yes, the insight is great, and the fact you sat it, you say it as it is. So yeah, Unicorn saying the insight is great, Matt, and the fact you say it as it is brilliant. So that's what I love about it. Hi, Nunez as well. Dave Daddy's here. Dave Umberger from the Wisconsin area is here. Everyone's you see this chat is so polite. Everyone says hello to each other. Hi Matt. Hi chat. Hi Josie. It helps them confirm that you're a bad guy. If I didn't go to bed and get up at the same time every day, I would have no idea what time I got up on a particular morning, which, to be quite honest with you, I'm the same. I wouldn't have a clue either. Confirmation bias. Welcome, Sally. Glad you're here. Hello, Sally. Oh, here we go. Hello, Sally. Hi, Sally. Sally. I set my alarm to override silence. Look at the men all coming out now. Another CG. Dave, hi, ladies. What's going on? Something I regret every morning at 4:30 a.m. Jesus. Dave, hi, Sally. Julian's here. Julian's been here from the start, to be fair to him. Obviously, big fan of yours, Sally, and thanks for your support. No, it's all good. It's all good. Book purchase. Looking forward to reading it. That's my weekend sorted from the UK again. Sandra, thanks for buying the book, Sandra. Hi, everyone from Sally. Hey, little CG. Hi, all. Hi, Nunya again. Lovely to see you, Nunya. So, Nunya, hope you're. Nunya broke a hand not long ago. Hopefully, you're getting better, Nunya. So, with that, right. So here we go. We just heard that statement. So let's carry on with the call. The audio is the court, guys, not me. So bear with us.
The only normal thing is that I got this morning was what there was students normal. If you walk both foraging, she took stuff outside. But she just never came back. And then I started looking around and I noticed that the phone was still there, which was super unusual. The car was there. And I didn't do this one. Okay. We have an officer headed to talk to you or give you a call to see how we want to proceed with this, okay? Okay. You're there now, right? 46 Happy Cross Lane? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. Bye.
Now, Sergeant, you said then you, after receiving the initial call and being told of the situation, where did you go first?
I responded to the residents first.
Okay. Was that 46 Abbey Cross Lane?
Correct.
And is that in Delaware County?
Yes, sir.
Who did you first meet with when you arrived on scene?
Mr. Moore, after knocking on the door.
Okay. So you arrived on scene, knocked on the door.
Yes, sir.
Who answered?
Mr. Moore did.
Okay. And what were your initial interactions with him?
I believe my first question to him was, did you call? Make sure, obviously, the right address. He stepped out of the condo there. Then I noticed someone pulled up in front of the condo, and a female got out, and I asked him, I said, is that your wife? And he says, yes. Then he says, no.
Okay. And did a female then walk up to you as well?
Yes.
Was that later identified to be Celeste Brown?
Correct.
And after having a brief conversation outside, where did you go next?
We went inside Mr. Moore's home so I can continue my questioning about Emily Noble.
Okay. And generally speaking, what were you attempting to elicit at that time?
I'm trying to find out, did she leave because an argument? Did she leave? This is normal for just to.
You guys want to know
herself.
about?
I'm trying to get.
They'll show it on the body cam. Maybe we should wait, but I'll mention it now. When I stepped out to talk to him, Celeste, my wife's good friend, pulled up and was walking towards the condo, and just out of the corner of my eye, they're pretty much the same size, and they have black hair. Just for like a split second, I was like, "Oh, there she is! Thank God!" You know, I was just like, "It's over," and it ended up not being her. So when he asked me, "Is this your wife?" I was like, "Yeah," and then I'm like, "Oh no, it's not." They literally took that and they used it in their closing argument. I mean, it's a big deal. I think they did. Then you see my reaction. They said, you either think that I was telling the truth, that I just thought I saw my wife for a second, and I was like relieved, and then I'm like, oh no, it's not her. Either that, or you're looking at a guy who, I don't know, however many hours prior, killed his wife, and then when he saw his wife walking up to the condo, was like spooked. It was like, oh, there's my dead wife. I mean, which one do you think it was? I mean, just go look at it. It's on YouTube. You tell me. I mean,
That's it.
I would have to be quite the actor, I think, to pull that off. So
Yeah, that's interesting. Actually, you're right there because if you had killed your wife, your actress not going to be, oh, there she is. You're going to be like, what the? You know, it's like
right,
she's not her. Do you know what I mean? If it's your wife, like, oh fuck, I'm fucked. Do you know what I mean?
right. My
It's
Diane, my lawyer took the best that we had and used it in her closing, and she definitely used that. That was like the last thing that she mentioned was this body cam
yeah,
footage of me thinking I saw Emily and being so clever to be able to act the way I was. You'd have to, I mean, to believe that, you really have to think that I'm like a mastermind, like a really clever, smart person that's put this thing together and is able to act so calm
yeah,
on the fly, so cold. I put it in my book. You see me handing Hollis my ID. Just watch me, watch my demeanor. I mean, it's not like I'm hiding anything. I would be shaking. Wouldn't you be shaking if you were like,
yeah,
you did
yeah,
something awful,
yeah.
like even by like I mistakenly killed her for some reason. I lost my temper, and then I did all this crap, and then I had the cold demeanor. I was just calm enough to pull this off. It's like they put together a story, and it was just too wild, too crazy, too off. You know,
Mhm.
and this is part of that evidence is them thinking, telling everybody that I'm so calculated that I was. Some people were even saying that I was able to time the time when Celeste would come up because we had just talked on the phone because she was the one that told me to call police. I was like, "Where's Emily?" You know, she's like, "Well, I don't know. How long she been gone?" I told her. I said, "I've been up. You know, I got up at whenever this morning, and she wasn't there. And I've just been waiting for her to come home. I don't know where she is." She was the one that finally said, "Hey, you should call the police." So she called the police, and she came over. So she just happened to come there right at the same time as Hollis came up. And some people were saying that that's how calculated I was. I wanted them to show up at the same time so that I can mistake them. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, yeah. Jesus. Yeah,
So that
they've asked the question, so they have asked the question already. We've just gone past that part, by the way. You were just getting your coffee.
right.
Uh, so, uh, so they did. Literally, I wanted to ask you that exact question that you just answered
Oh,
because they said that you just said yes and instantly said no. Then, is that your wife? Yes, no, is what he said on the stand.
yes,
Um,
no. It's pretty. I mean, it's pretty obvious what happened. But if you're looking at it from this law enforcement perspective and you're trying to make a case out of nothing, this is what you're going to do. You're going to make things like that, see things like that, and use it as evidence. But
mhm,
you got to twist it. You have to turn it, and that's what they had. So if you believe that's evidence against me, not for me, if you believe that that's the type of person I am, and or am I able to pull this thing off, and wait for my attorney Diane how she puts holes in all that. But that's
yeah.
part. The whole thing about me seeing Celeste is part of the deal, part of their evidence.
No worries. No, yeah, that's fine. um, watch the expression Matt's face when he sees her. And then we got a good question from Emma. I know you answered this last week, but it's just to reiterate it. Do you write these things down to your lawyer during the trial for them to cross-examine? And I think you answered yes, but then they
I
ignored
I
you.
I was exactly. Then yeah, in the beginning I did, and I didn't need to. I didn't need to.
That's funny. They're probably like, yeah, just let him write stuff down, but I won't use it. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
She
That's
didn't
quite
need
good.
to. She really didn't need to. None of it. I mean, there was nothing I was going to tell her that she didn't already know. So
Yeah, perfect. Obviously, Sally, you jump in whenever you want with any comments as well. I know you just
I just woke up is
wasn't
what you're
ready
saying.
to.
Yes, I'm listening. I will.
No, it's not. I thought you had the technology issues with your earbuds or something.
No, I
So
could hear things in the background because my kid came up asking for some money because his friends are going to go to lunch after school, and he forgot to close the door, and I have a sock underneath there so sound doesn't travel. Anyway, it's good.
so good. Uh, question here: what are they suggesting that you were going to pretend this other woman was your wife, but change your mind just as quick? I think you answered that in the sense of uh, he just obviously did think he was her because it would be natural. How many women come there? So I bet as you said Celeste, same build, everything like that. You know, you didn't.
Right.
Natural instinct would be, yeah, that's my. Well, no, it's not, but it's a best friend. But so
That's either me
right.
responding to thinking that Celeste was Emily because they're the same size, or you thought I saw a dead person. I just saw a dead person, and this is how people react when they see a dead person. What? You tell me. You watch it. You tell me what you think. Sure. I mean, there's a guy that sees a dead person if you live in La La Land. You know, if you live in some sort of weird, strange place.
One final question here before we start going again. Hey Matt, does it seem a bit surreal watching this back for you?
I did a lot of watching it when I wrote my book, so it's surreal. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's like it was a dream. It was just all a dream. Now it's just a memory, you know. So yeah, it's amazing that people didn't see it for what it was when it was going on, and it's just surprising to me that I have to go. I don't have to, but I mean, I'm going through this with people that still think I'm guilty, and have to explain to them what that was. Do you really think that was me thinking I just saw a person that I supposedly killed 8 hours prior? You think that would be the reaction of somebody, or the reaction of a husband who doesn't know where his wife is? People watch a lot of TV. They watch a lot of Datelines. Oh, to let you know too, the Dateline that I'm on, they made a 2-hour Dateline on me, and it's coming out this Friday. Yeah, it's this Friday at whenever Dateline's in your area. But it's nationwide, so you know Dateline. Datelines are a lot of reasons the people see things for what they are. Because Dateline's Dateline. You ever watch Dateline before? It's this, it's the same thing. Everybody's guilty. Everything's a conspiracy. Everything's, these men that hate women that want to kill them. It's just. But
are they doing it live?
It's not live, but it. Go ahead, Sally.
I was gonna say, is it on YouTube? I was gonna say, is it on YouTube or anything like that? Because we could live stream it and do a watch party.
I'd be into that. I'm having a little party here in Vegas. We're gonna have a watch party. No, it's on like whatever you get NBC on. I don't know. It's
oh yeah. So if it's not on the internet, then they might drop it at the same time. I'll have to look. If they do, that'd be fun.
I'm not sure.
Do like a live reaction.
Sure. We'll definitely go over it after it's out. It's out. And then you can just it's out. It'll be on YouTube for free. So
yeah, we unfortunately we can't stream it because of copyright and stuff.
Right. You can't. There's workarounds. We could do it on Rumble, but we would have to
you could do
and interact with it. So maybe I'll do that. I'll do that as soon as it comes.
It'd be, Sally, it'd be really neat because I don't know how they're going to treat me. I have no idea. I mean, I just was literally like, they're going to do what they're going to do, man. Dateline, they're not going to throw the cops under the bus. They're not into that. The cops could be really super wrong, and they're still not going to. They're pro-establishment. So I'm like, but I just did it because I just like anything else. I just want my name back. I want people to know. I want people to see me talking and trying, letting people know I didn't do this. So what better way to do it than Dateline? I mean, I don't know how many people watch Dateline, but
I guess I've watched
they mentioned my book. So.
There we are. So if you could do a Rumble, Sally, do it. Yeah,
if it drops. When it drops, I will. If it drops on whenever it drops on YouTube, I'm going to do it, and I'll invite some people on, and we'll just we'll do a reaction to it. And because then it's like if it's a it's technically a documentary because they're kind of going over your case.
Right.
You just have to change it. Anyway, I looked into all copyright laws before I ever streamed on here to make sure I didn't violate them. So
yeah, you don't.
They got
a lot of lawyers.
You're fine. I don't think we'll get it in the UK, so I'd be interested to see that because we get Datelines a lot later than you guys, so we probably won't see it at the same time.
But if you're in the States, it's on. Here I am promoting with it. I'm a merchant. It's on Friday night. It's just not my style. I feel weird. It's just whenever prime time TV is in your
9 p.m.
time zone. Probably not. It's 2 hours, so
yeah.
And
you'll be on my time zone.
For your Dateline people, the guy that does mine is Dennis. That's the name of the guy. The guy that does the interviews.
I hope he's fair.
I didn't watch Dateline prior to this, and since I did do it with Dateline. I started watching them. Every Dateline's the same. They have a system that they do that works for them, and they want you to watch to the end, so you don't know what the verdict's going to be. So they have to
Yeah.
keep it even on both sides, sort of thing. I'm sure that's what they're going to do. The same type of thing. You're not going
You
to
said it
really
was a
know.
2-hour thing?
Yeah, it's 2 hours.
Well,
They
that's
could have
pretty
done. I mean, this documentary could have been 20 hours if you wanted to make it. But
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
it's just
a
2 hours.
lifetime.
Yeah. So we are. We got some watch party with Sally. I'd be interested to see that because I say we won't have it here. And Sally, you'll be fine. You know all the top lawyers in the US, so you'll be fine. If you're ever in trouble with it, so we'll have plenty of representation, I'm sure. So
Hey,
rather you get into trouble.
shut your mouth. No, I'd be careful about it. I'd follow the rules because I'm
Yes.
trying to grow something as well as enjoy stuff too.
Yeah.
Don't want
I
to get
know.
kicked
I
out,
know.
right?
No. But that's why it's important to build. I forgot to do Rumble actually for this video. I'm an idiot, but it doesn't matter.
I actually tried
Right.
pulling up your Rumble to make sure we weren't ignoring your Rumble people, and I couldn't find it, so I
Yeah.
just didn't say anything.
I purely forgot because you can only set it up like 24 hours beforehand,
I know.
and I forget. So anyway, right, let's see what this guy, Mr. Fridge guy, has got to say now.
Gather information to lead me to ask additional questions.
Now, I noticed while you're testifying today, it looks like you've got some sort of device in the middle of your chest. Is that
I do.
right?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is our department issue body worn camera.
Okay. And would you have been wearing that back on May 25th of 2020 during these interactions?
One similar to this, yes, sir.
Okay. And do the body cameras pick up audio and video and record those conversations?
They do, yes, sir.
Okay. And
Is it called The Note, the Dateline show?
I think
You
it's
know.
called. Oh, geez.
Don't worry if you don't remember.
I don't know. I don't know the name of it. They haven't. They just finished it, so they're not
Julie didn't chat,
advertising
find
it.
it. They're not advertising yet.
They're not premiering it. They're not like putting the teasers out there yet on it because I think they're still worried that it's not going to be ready. But I've been told that it's ready and it's going to be out Friday. So.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, you go to the Dateline
Right.
their website and it's not there. I don't know why.
Yes.
are they then kept and saved in standard practice by the Westerville Police Department?
Correct, yes, sir.
And have you had a chance to review your body-worn camera footage from this incident?
Yes, yes, sir.
And to the best of your knowledge, does it
have.
appear to be true and accurate and complete?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd ask to publish State's Exhibit 6, which would be the body-worn camera worn by then Officer Hollis.
Any objection?
No.
Here we go.
Yeah. The incident with Celeste is the first thing that happens, so you gotta pay attention.
You got that. Also, have you got a tattoo on your wrist?
I got what?
Tattoo on your wrist.
Two?
A tattoo. A tattoo.
Oh yeah, a tattoo. I have a
Tattoo.
tattoo on my wrist. I do. I have my first son, my second son's name tattooed on my wrist. Joseph John Peterson Moore.
Cool. I just seen it on the stream. I was like, oh, a tattoo. I try to say, tattoo.
Tattoo.
From
Or
Tattoo.
tat. Just call it a tat.
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 Yeah, fine. Tat.
That's
Tat.
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 Because tat for me is rubbish. So that's why I've got
yeah, I got rubbish. Just for, I don't know if you'd be interested in this, but there was people that were watching my trial that wanted to know what my tat was on my wrist, and they could see the Peterson. And I guess there's some sort of famous Peterson guy that's out there in the true crime genre, and they were saying that Peterson, that I don't know, and they said that some people were making accusations that I tattooed Peterson on my wrist, trying to taunt people.
Oh my god.
People are just
I don't know.
Are just
Right.
simply insane, bored, and grasp at straws.
Well, just know that that's the level of thinking that was at the Westville Police Department. You might think it's not, you don't have to worry about people that think like that. You do. You really do. Because that's the level that they were thinking on when they put this case on me.
Hi, beautifully inappropriate. Welcome back to you as well.
Now, Sergeant Hollis, I'm going to let this first little bit play. There does not appear to be sound initially, correct?
Correct.
What are we viewing right here?
I'm inside the cruiser there. My MDT, or I'm sorry, my computer is zoomed in to let me know exactly where the address is that I'm looking for. Getting out of the vehicle, and I'll soon activate my camera.
Now, I picked a bad time to pause that, but in the top right-hand corner, there appears to be a time signature on there. I believe it says 2206 and then 052 or 05Z.
Yes.
Okay. Is that in, I guess, Greenwich Mean Time or Zulu time?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Okay. So would this have been about 6:06 p.m.?
Yes, sir. Hey, how you doing? My wife's this her? That's your wife? Oh, okay.
You look just like her for like a second. I was like, oh my God, there's you.
Hey, okay.
And more.
No, Officer Hollis. Hello.
Hi. Celeste.
Okay, so what's going on?
She's uncharacteristically missing.
Okay.
Her wallet's here. She carries her wallet. I need some money. The phone's here. Car's in the garage. I've been up since 10, probably.
10 a.m. today?
Probably. Guessing about that time. A little bit later than I usually sleep. And she just hasn't been there. I sleep in this room. I get up in the middle of the night sometimes to go to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't go back in there because I don't know where I was like. I was in this room for a second. When I got up this time, all I did was look on my phone, find my phone, and it said she was here. So I got this phone. See if she's in the other one. And so I got up, I walked around. She wasn't here.
What made you lost me a little bit? You said you got up, went to the restroom, and you went back to this room?
Yeah.
And then you looked on your phone to see if she was here?
This morning, last night. Yes.
Okay.
Because my prostate, I don't know if you're that age.
No.
I get up in the middle of the night, I eat, so I can back in bed with her. So I wake her up, I just fall asleep on this couch.
Did you go to sleep with her?
Prior to that?
Okay. Did you call her?
I called, she's her best friend, and I just called her like now. I mean, I've been waiting around all day for her to show up. I called her. We were supposed to be at a party today.
What time was that? What time was the picnic?
She didn't tell me. It was a Memorial Day picnic at some time. She didn't tell me when it was going to start. I was just waiting for her to tell me when we should go. I texted her twice and said, hey, we're going to party. She didn't get back to me. So I called that guy and I said,
what guy?
The guy that's at the party.
Okay, is this a friend? Do you know this guy?
It's an old friend of hers that she just connected with on Facebook. He invited her to a Memorial Day party.
Okay.
So I texted him and said he hadn't seen all that.
Okay. So you got his phone number through Facebook? Is that how you got it?
She arranged it. I got on her phone and I started looking through her investigating. And I looked through it and I saw that she had called some guy's number, some number. And I looked it up on Facebook and I saw his face. She had shown me a picture of him. He looked like him.
Okay.
She's not over.
Okay. And when was the last time you seen her?
I came over Friday. Some time together.
Here?
Yeah, I
Okay.
came over Friday night.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was the last time you seen her talk to her?
She texted me Friday after I got home, and then I texted her yesterday, wish her happy birthday. And
Did she respond?
she responded with a happy birthday, but then let me see.
Pause just briefly there, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. The female that we see here in the camera view, who's that?
I believe her name is Celeste.
Okay. And then again, the individual on the left is Matheau Moore, the defendant.
Correct.
So, yeah, it was yesterday at 6:26. The last day.
And what did she say?
Well, I just said happy birthday. She just said,
Super
An
positive.
emoji?
emojis.
And that was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
She forages, she goes for walks, and she picks wild edibles. That's kind of her hobby. She goes around here. It's a real short walk, it's 15 minutes the most. A lot of the time I was like, she's just out in that.
So is that something you guys do together?
Sometimes.
So you would know where we could look if we need to go that way?
Yeah, but I mean, it's public, it's on a bike trail. I mean, I don't know why she would stop there.
That's important.
Yeah.
Really?
Stop. Yeah, sorry.
There was they made a big deal that I didn't go look for her.
Yeah.
That what up to this point, I think it's 6 o'clock, they said, right? So my wife's been missing since I got up, which was in the morning sometime, right? Into the morning, depending on when you think I said I got up. But so there's these hours that have gone by, and I haven't gone to look for her. When I just told him there was that she goes on these short walks. It's on like a bike trail. It's really not half of it's on a bike trail. The other half's like through a neighborhood. It didn't make any sense that she would be that something would have happened to her on these little walks that she would take, because it was such a short. It's like walking around the block, really. I mean, what's going to happen? Because it's so densely populated and there's people all over the place. A lot of people were thinking that maybe she went into the woods and was walking around in the woods, and why wouldn't you go look for her if you knew she went into the woods and was in there? She wasn't. There wasn't any reason for her to be. Like I said right there, I said, I don't know why you'd want to go look for her there, because it didn't make any sense for her to be there. I mean, someone would have saw her. I guess I don't know if that explains that very much, but
It does.
they made it seem like I didn't care, that I didn't go look for her because I knew where that she wouldn't be there in the first place. But where she went for these walks, it was literally like if you went for a walk, and imagine if you lived in a suburban neighborhood and you walked around the block, just walked around the block. Would you go look for them on that walk? Didn't make any sense, right?
Yeah.
So where's she going to go? I mean, there's where for her to go. What happened was there was these trees that were there, and she went into the woods. She never did that. She never went into the woods to forage. She would always, there's no forageables under canopies. They don't exist. You have to have sunlight. So all the places she would go forage were out in the open. There just happened to have been a spot down there that was out in the open, and that's where she would go. So it didn't make any sense for me to go look for her. And at this point, I'm not DEFCON 5. My wife's just missing. She's just somewhere around. She's just, I don't know, I've forgotten something. I don't know. For me to even call the police was like a big thing. You know, I'm like, really? Celeste is like, yeah, you should call the police. I'm just like, Well, it got to the point where I had to. It'd been all morning and all afternoon. So I figured, okay, I guess this is getting serious. But still, I'm not DEFCON 5. I'm not. I'm sticking with staying positive and me just not remembering something that she's such a responsible person. She's fine. I'm just missing something. So, but
yeah, that makes sense.
that's me there saying that yeah, there is this walk that she would go on, but I don't see why she would be there. It didn't make any sense to me, and that's me saying that right there.
Yeah,
And
oh,
then
that's fair.
Celeste ends up going for that walk because she's like she had just taken Celeste on that walk some days prior, and she goes on the walk and she looks. I knew she wasn't going to find her because if she was up there, she would have already been found. It didn't make any. It was stupid, but hey, Celeste went. The walk came back, said she's not there, and that was that. That was the end of that. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, it makes sense what you're saying. Especially if it's public and everything. So, I'm not sure.
I think also too, people get everybody's relationships are a lot different, right? So some people have things that are normal, and when you're in a secure relationship, you're not like, oh, maybe she wanted to go for a walk. Oh, she left her phone home. Maybe she wanted to have some time to herself. I mean, if I go for a walk and I want time to myself, I'm not. My partner wouldn't sit and panic all day long about me unless there came a point where, okay, now this is too much time that's gone by. Like, people think that you should think a certain way, and not everything is so simple. Everyone's so dynamic, and everyone has their own routines, their own comfort levels, and that gets lost. And they want to say, well, you should have reacted like this, or you should have reacted like that. It doesn't work like that in real life.
At some point, things get weird, but if they're what point do you have children? Wait till they're teenagers. I mean, if you call the police every time your kid is late, you get worried, start getting worried. You're going to be on the phone all the time. It got to the point where I had to call the police because it definitely got weird. It got to be 5 o'clock. I'm like, where's my wife? But at 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 9 o'clock, whatever, you're not panicked. You're just missing something. So,
well, so my daughter went to Mexico, 21 years old, with a girlfriend, 21.
I couldn't imagine.
Darling.
The entire time she's gone, you're panicking.
But she didn't contact me like normal because they wanted an excursion. But the day before they missed because they stayed up too late and overslept. So I, didn't try contacting her till 2 p.m. because I thought they might sleep in, and then couldn't get a hold of her. Went to straight voicemail. Texted her. You have to use Facebook because Mexico, United States, whatever. Right. But I had time frames. Like, I had gotten into her computer. I looked to see what hotel they were at, found phone numbers. And I said, okay, I'm giving them till 8 o'clock. Then I'm calling authorities. Like, I'm going to try not to panic. And I wanted to puke the whole time. After a certain point, at a certain point, it was normal. After a certain point, then you're just like, I can't do this anymore. Anyway.
Well, imagine that was your husband and you're confident in your husband. I mean, you're not going to panic. You're not going to, you're going to be like, he's fine. Everything's fine. I'm just missing something until it gets weird. And it gradually happened over the day. All of a sudden it did get weird. Celeste was like, you need to call the police. I'm like, really? You went, already? She's like, yeah, this is weird. Call the police. So I did. And this is the beginning of it. So I don't think my not going to look for her, not calling, they're going to say, hey, he didn't even do anything until 6 o'clock. What was I going to call the police at 10 when I got up? Oh, she's not here. Let's call the police. 12? Do I call it 12? She's only been, I'm having my coffee. And I'm like, well, she's going to be back wherever she is. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. What do you call the police then?
They say 48 hours.
Do you call the police?
They always say.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking, 48 hours. But still, it's probably a little bit too long to wait. But I mean, at some point, I think I waited a reasonable amount of time before I called the police. And as far as me not going to look for her, I guess you'd have to know Emily, how responsible she was and how I just knew she was fine. There wasn't any reason for me to think that. I mean, people, all the scenarios that pop up in people's heads, that's hindsight. But if you're there at the time, you're not gonna panic. You're not going to.
Yeah.
It's different, isn't it? It's different, and especially the person you're talking about is different as well. Every person, I bet, and I'm not making a joke here, Sally, but I bet your husband, like, what, 10 hours away from me, he's like, what? happy days, a bit peace and quiet or something, so you won't think as much. But then there will be a moment where you're like, oh shit, hang on, she has actually been missing a long time. But it's a big period before that. You don't worry about people. Well, I don't think so anyway. So I don't think you've done anything abnormal there, Matt. To be quite honest with you, personally, that is
Just
anyway.
and also look at it. Does it look like it's something a killer would do? Does it seem like something that a calculated, cold-blooded killer would this is the way it would be he would be acting. I don't I guess I don't know. I mean, it doesn't.
Well, the calculated part is probably not right because we know you can't calculate, but you never know.
And that's another thing. They'll say that I'm acting. This is me being so good at acting that I can act like I don't know what I'm doing. Like I don't, like right now I'm acting. I don't know how to use all this technology that's around me, but I'm doing it because I'm fooling you.
No, but people think that just assumed that. I mean, you see serial killers, you see all kinds of people, and they act completely normal. Like you can't say how someone would act, but to be plotting and cunning, you can't even start your computer. That's my point.
Yeah. So by that, we're insulting you, but in a good way. Right.
We got to smile. That's all we needed.
Yes, we've got to smile. He always smiles. It's all good. I say, he's very gracious and he's very humble. So we're lucky.
I'm just worried that maybe this isn't interesting in some way.
It is. Us court watchers are fascinated by it because if you're detail oriented like me, I don't want to I want to see the details. Like, how did you think this way because you lived it, but could I come to the same conclusion as an outsider watching for the first time? Because details do matter.
Yeah. Right. But also, you've got Law and Crime. So if people just want to watch it through, they can go and watch the trial themselves through. Do you know what I mean? This is unique. This is a different sound point. This is why I wanted people like Sally on, so they actually can drill into you. Because I got a perspective, but Sally's got a totally different. She's got a totally different perspective, and so does Dr. Hines. So I want people to grill you and ask you questions and to get your insight. But in your credit, though, you're quite an open book anyway. So we don't really need to drill you because you are happy to just say it. So you make our lives a lot easier.
Sandra 44 said she didn't think that I was guilty for a second. Matt.
Yeah.
I digress. I thank you for that, and it's I think a lot of people that to stick with my guilt, you have to think that the police, the government, your government, the government you pay, is capable of lying at this level, and why would they want to? So a lot of people just don't want to go there. They don't want to. I didn't want to go here. You want to think your police are on the up and up, and they're doing everything to protect you, and the amount of money. You should see Westerville, how nice it is there. The amount of money that funnels into that police station, that department. People just don't want to think that they would do this type of thing for money or for power or whatever they're doing. About
this case took place in 22, correct?
This is 20.
The trial was in 20?
My trial was in
22.
Oh, it was in
2020 is when she went missing.
No, I said the trial actually took place in 2022.
Yes.
Yeah.
Last year. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, it was an election year. You have to always remember there is
the chief of police in Westerville, it would have been really great for him to get a conviction at that level. He could have used it. Yeah.
Yep. Anyway.
That was definitely in the equation. There was an election year.
Yeah.
No, fine. We got a message from MLS. The government lies about everything always. Its goal is to control, not about
I like that
people.
person. I like that. It's exactly right. They lie about everything. Fuck them.
Thinks otherwise drinking too much Kool-Aid. Yes. I think that's the gist of what people are trying to say here. So I think we're all on the same line on that. Right, let's move on a little bit with this then and see what we get to.
And there's a lot of raw plants and actually we walked over there last Friday, so I kind of know where it's at. And that's why I came over to walk it.
And thanks, Just Juris, for saying hi, everyone. So glad I finally caught her. Loving having all of Matt's insight as we watch. So that's another confirmation for you, Matt, that people do generally love your information.
See if something happens to her.
But her not bringing her phone is very odd. She's very,
But that's not.
she's careful. She's very, very smart, careful person. She does go for walks alone. She's just careful. We never leave the house without all that stuff.
Well, the only I can think of is she forgot her phone and she went for a walk and something happened to her.
But you haven't seen her since 10 o'clock. I want to say definitely. We were together last night. We spent the day. We came home. We slept together in our bed. I got up. I'm guessing it was early.
Now, Sergeant Hollis, when you're asking,
Yeah.
I just said that we slept in our bed. I switched it from her. I never, I heard about this part of it. I didn't know that it was that quick. I switch it from her bed to our bed really quick.
Yeah.
I
missed
that. And they, yeah, you would, right? Because I switched it right back. That's what is called an inconsistency. I say one thing one time, and then the next time I mention the same topic, I switch my story. That's what they're looking for. That's what police are looking for, inconsistencies in your story. Can you believe that they use that as an inconsistency? I literally changed it a millisecond later to not her bed, our bed. What does it matter whether I call it her bed or our bed, right? I mean, who cares? But they don't care. There is an inconsistency. Put it on the list. If we can get enough of those on the list, we can prosecute them. We can investigate them.
Yeah, I agree.
So and they bring it up. They'll bring it up right here. Just keep playing it.
Because I missed it. I'm glad you said I missed it real time. But you're right. It is just one word basically.
That's what they're looking for. It doesn't matter if you say you woke up. It doesn't matter what. It doesn't even have to pertain to the story, their case, anything. It could be anything about anything. If you say something once, then later on switch it, they're saying you're lying, you're being deceitful, and that's all they're looking for is those little things like that, so that they can legitimize what they do. Just play. It'll kind of explain it.
Questions, Mr. Moore. How did he describe the bed?
How did he describe the bed?
Correct. Just there about 2 seconds ago.
He said that they went to bed in her bed, but quickly corrected himself and said our bed.
What types of information are you trying to gather in this moment?
I'm trying to understand if Emily left on her own power, or if there's more to the situation that hasn't been presented to me yet.
During these
On a
initial
lawyer
encounters
level,
and these types of
he didn't go in. They don't. Lawyers, what they do is they make points, and then they don't explain the point. Why did he just do that? Why did they just point out that I said her bed then our bed? They don't. They won't explain it right then. What they do is they expect the jury when later on to put those dots together. Do you understand that? I mean, they'll do that. They'll make a point, and then they won't explain to you why it's a point until later on, until closing arguments.
Yeah.
If they need it, if they use it, they use it. They don't, they don't. But that's what that dude's doing right there. He's making a point that I said, hey, it was her bed, and then I changed it to our bed, and they'll use that later on if they need it. They'll put their story together. That's what they do.
Yeah. Just you as Matt, did you tune into the Dateline? Yes, and it's out this Friday. So just people know that it's out on this Friday. Keep an eye out on it. Prime time. Matt is on Dateline and 2 days, and then hopefully Sally's going to do a watch party of some sort. Well, she's committed to it now, so she's going to have to do it, and or try to do it anyway. I would genuinely appreciate it, Sally, because I'd want to watch it back, because we won't be having it. So if you can do it, I think people from the UK would love to watch it. So
I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be when it drops where I can get it. Once it's on YouTube, it's easier to do.
Yeah. people in the community were making this show of Matt sleeping in his son's bedroom, falsely speculating that they were marital issues, there was prostate issues. You know, he said, Dan, as a man, I know what he's going through. I've had the test. I've had the finger up my ass, as they do test your prostate. And when you get to about 40, my father had prostate cancer, so I had to have it last year, and I have to have another one in 5 years. So I know what you're going through, Matt. You know, so yeah, but that's just another
Yeah.
way of
People with
to
prostate
speculate.
problems understand that you don't make it through the night. Some people, you get older, and some guys get up 3-4 times a day or night. It's really hard to get any sleep. But
I have one
pain in the
suggestion. I
Yeah.
say we try to get through like 5 minutes of just playing straight through, and then let's stop and talk about it, because it's like what's going on is getting lost. Like it's hard to follow the trial, and it's not. The input's great. I think we should just like try to do like 5 minutes of watching, pause, and let's talk about it.
I'll make notes. If I want to talk about something, I'll just make a note of it, and we can,
I just
after
think
the
that
5 minutes.
Yeah, because for me, it's like the flow. Like I'm losing what they're talking about, and I want to hear what you're talking about too. So I want to keep stopping, but I just feel like, does that make sense?
Yeah. We'll try and get better. We'll try and get better. Yeah, we'll try and get better at it. But yeah, it is hard to stop it because we want to hear what you're going to say as
Literally
well.
everything
We'll try
they
our
say,
best.
every point they make, I've got something to say. Literally, I am skipping things, but I understand what you're saying, because I mean, I'm intimate with this thing. It's just you did understand you did understand what I was saying about the bed thing, right? It's like a lawyer thing that they do.
Oh yeah, for 100%. Well, because I'm a light sleeper, and if I get woke up, I can't go back to bed. And as
no, it's the me calling it our bed and then her bed and then our bed.
Her bed, yeah.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
Right. Let's see what we can do.
Cases or in these types of call outs, are you generally asking a lot of questions, or tell me about that?
Yes. We're trying to ask a specific amount of specific questions to get to what type of missing we're looking for. Are they autistic, suffering from dementia, are they suicidal? Just those basic baseline questions. What is she wearing? Who are some of her friends? Where could we start looking? So yeah, those are questions that as soon as we arrive on scene, we want to start getting, so I can get the information to other officers as soon as possible.
Okay. Continuing now at 6 minutes and 57 seconds.
Usually I make like 3 before I have to get up and go to the bathroom. Last night was like, I'm saying 12:31. Got up, went to the bathroom, went into this room, fell back to sleep. Took a while to get back to sleep. And I woke up late, like 10:30, which is unusual. I usually get up around 6. And I got up and she's not here. She's not here.
Okay, you said you guys went to celebrate her birthday?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
We went out to, I have to say the town, it's a spring, a water spring. It's a town about an hour 20 minutes southeast of here. I can show you. Collected some water. Halfway back, we stopped and we had a picnic. Collected apples. That was our hobby. Got back in the car, came here. Decided to go down to Uptown. It was weird. The things were opened up. Went to Coldplay. Went to Bag Nails. And we went to Jimmy Dean's. Came home. Went to sleep.
Okay. There's going to be another cruiser coming here. If you don't mind talking with him, just give him some information before you go and take off and look at the path for me. That would be very helpful to me. And then I'm going to talk to you inside here, okay? So 50 to 74, how far are you?
I just got a feeling right here. It's when my son died, I was thinking, this is great fucking here. It's awful. This is so long. I'm dying. I'm afraid something happens. This is not normal. Yeah.
All right, so. Okay. Yeah. 50 contact with a brown-haired female out front for me, get her name information, and just get a little bit more information from her for me. Okay, you guys live here, just the two of you? Okay. Let's start with, where's her wallet? Is that where she left it when y'all came home? Okay.
That was last time. It was on her pencil. I picked it up.
Okay. Will you give me your ID, please? Thank you. Go ahead. Not at this moment, but possibly we need to search some bike trails. 74 is going to get more info for me from the other lady out front. What's the phone number you have for her cell phone?
What's your name?
Hollis.
Six one four
562
$8814.
And that is that this one here? Okay, so that's Apple. Okay. All right, so you said you got up at 10 a.m. and you both went to bed together last night. What time do you think you guys got home after celebrating your birthday?
We went out early, so it wasn't that late. I'm guessing, but it was light when we left the bar.
When you got home?
It was light when we left the bar, so it was guessing.
Okay.
We started out early, 4 to 5. I'm guessing I needed to be around time.
I'm assuming you both were drinking and stuff last night? Okay. Okay. So you came back home. What car did you guys drive back here? The silver car out front? Okay. Does she suffer from any illnesses? Does she have dementia? Has she ever threatened to harm herself? Ever done this before? Okay. Is y'all's relationship healthy? Did she never threaten to leave you or anything like that? No? Okay.
No more than any other relationship.
I mean, you guys,
Never physical, never.
okay.
Just your typical AD stuff and things.
Okay. Okay. How long you guys been married?
Yeah, married August, 2 August. Yes, either 2 or 3, but I think it's 2.
You don't remember the year?
No, it's either 2 or 3. 3 Augusts, 2 Augusts.
Okay. Okay. Where's your driver's license? I'll get that just so I get everything spelled correctly for a report. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I got a big feeling she's gonna pop off, you know? I don't know.
You said she's never done this before, right? Her phone, her wallet.
Sergeant, what did
I just was there, pause there, right? Just whoa, is that me? The echo? No. Okay, that's fine. I thought you'd gone. Just address this, right? I get the point, right? And I agree. Not hi, Jonathan. How you doing, mate? Julia says I agree with Sally. I haven't see the trial and want to make sure I don't get lost or lost the plot. I know a couple of you messaged saying that you want to hear from Mathew. I will try and get a balance, guys. And we're not going to be perfect, but we're trying to get through the stream as well. So if there's anything important, Matt, obviously jump in. It doesn't matter. But we're going to try and obviously get through some dead bits as much as we can as well, because there will be dead bits, guys. So we'll try and get a better balance of it. Don't worry. It's all good. It's all good. Like I try my best. I'm trying my best here to please everyone. But hello, Jonathan. Nice to see Jonathan in chat. That means this chat's about to go in any direction, so it's all good. Okay, so here we go. So let's go back to court now.
I'm sorry, what did Mr. Moore just say there?
No, but Jonathan, you were right. It's not Jonathan, Julian. You're right. It's fine. It's just we got people that want different things. I really trying to do what's best as well,
I
but
think we're
we
finding
can't
a
have too
balance.
much lulls.
I
Yeah.
think just watching, like I said, just 5 minutes. Let's stop. Let's talk about it. Because I don't know, I was losing a lot of the details in between. For me, I was losing details. So
Yeah,
anyway.
no, I get it. I get it. I get it. And also I sometimes get a bit lost. Dirk is that. That's fine. Hello, Dirk. But there might be you will know better than us, right? You'll know when there's going to be stretches where there's nothing to talk about. Those are good times,
Usually
Like
it's when the lawyers stop to talk, like right now, whatever just happened, the lawyer wants to speak about it, so it's probably something happened. So
yeah,
I don't
fine.
know what this I don't know what
Fine.
to say here, but maybe we
That's
can
fine.
talk after
Right,
the lawyers or something.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But again, don't feel like you can't jump in if it's important, because
Yes,
you
please,
can.
please do.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah.
Everyone breathe. Everyone fucking breathe. I'm trying. It's all good. Right. Here we go. I'm going to go off screen for a second because I've got chicken coma. So just in case people think I've gone, I'm still here. Just I'm going to be eating because I'm hungry.
That she's never done this before?
Right. Did you just say something along the lines of, I think she's going to pop up?
He did say that. Yes, sir.
Like everything there is just not her fault. This is why I wouldn't call it forcing my kid. It's just her wallet, her phone, her car, her eating up for 5 hours, now 6 hours, whatever it's been. So,
And what time was that supposed to start?
she said that. Yeah.
Memorial Day party. Do you know where that Memorial Day party was located?
I texted him. I figured out on his phone who it was.
And what's a good phone number for you, sir?
702
702
884
884 1010. Thank you.
This guy from Lexington, Ohio. And then you go to this. Well, you can somehow get to his Facebook page. And he seemed like just an old friend that they got a whole married. And I texted him. And I just asked him, I said, hey, did you see her? He's like,
Is he the only person you know that you could reach that would be at that party?
yeah, I don't know. Pretty much.
Okay.
The only person that she knew was him as
Okay.
well. And she wouldn't win without her wallet.
Okay. All right. So I see that the bed was made. Did you do that or she did that?
That is I just noticed that. You're right. I didn't make that. She did.
Now, Sergeant Hollis, why did you take note of the bed in that situation?
Up until this point, Mr. Moore has expressed to me that they both slept in the bed after going out to celebrate her birthday. That he got up, went to another room in the house to finish sleeping. And I was curious about the bed, kind of trying to get an understanding of what her morning started out. If she started out like a normal day, if that's something that she does all the time, and he was already in another room, that would suggest one thing.
Okay, I would pause.
Another thing I was thinking was,
Okay, I think this is a good pausing point for you to kind of give us your thoughts. Speak everything, Matt.
They make an issue. They use it in closing arguments, right? That it's their contention that we never slept in that bed. They used me. He's going to say that because the bed was made, it was 6 at night. Why wouldn't the bed be made? But they make an issue out of the bed being made, and they say I bring attention to it, or the way I word it, that I guess you'll have to wait to the. I really don't know what that was, but they make an issue out of the bed being made, and me right there saying, "Yeah, I just noticed that it was made." That meant to me at that point, from my perception, that Emily always made the bed as soon as she got up out of it. First chance, as soon as I would get out of it, if I was in it or whatever, she would make the bed. It was just like that was Emily.
She was tidy.
I slept in that bed. I got out of it to go to the bathroom the night before, and went into Joy's room. That bed was made. I didn't make it. That meant she was around. She was around. I mean, at some point to make that bed.
Help me understand real quick, just because so you didn't sleep in Joey's bed the night before, or you did?
Yeah, on Joey's couch. That's what he slept on. He slept on a couch. I got out of bed to go to the bathroom. I never returned to the bed.
Okay, you don't want to wake her up. Gotcha.
Because I didn't want to wake her up. And they're saying, hey, that bed's made. They never even slept in it. I mean, I don't know why that would be a clue to you. I mean,
no.
Then they're going to say, hey, does it make sense that a suicidal person would make her bed before she decides to go commit suicide? How the fuck do you know? How would anybody know what they're going to do? But she made that bed. I didn't make it. I didn't make the bed. So
you're like, I didn't do it.
If I made
that wasn't my job. That was hers.
She would have just made it again because I would have made it right. So I didn't bother making a bed.
Yep. OCD.
Since the bed was made, that story may have been that neither one of them slept in that bed that night.
And are you in this moment?
I don't know how you get that from the bed being made at 5 in the afternoon. Doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why he would think that. He would think from a bed being made at 6 at night, it's a clue that we didn't sleep in it. This dude's already looking for crime. He's looking for crime.
I think someone asked that earlier. Someone earlier in the chat asked if you thought from the very beginning they were trying to target you and thought you'd from the very get-go.
Yeah, Chrissy asked that, and I answered her if she.
I did.
No, I absolutely did not think that they were looking at me. All I was doing was trying to help me find where she was.
In hindsight,
at no point. Yeah, I had no clue that they were looking at me for crime. It wasn't even in my head that I would have to worry about anything as far as in some sort of criminal activity. I was just trying to help him find her. I was 100% cooperative with them. I asked any questions they had. I answered them 100% honestly. So, and I never once ever, literally, because I'm an idiot, I cooperated with them until that dude stuck his finger in my face and said, "You killed your fucking wife." I cooperated, and then at that point, at that instant, I said, finally, "Can I go? This is it. I've tried to explain to you. I've done all I could to help you. This is it."
Yeah.
So we'll wait until, because they cut up the interrogation video and they don't show that in the trial. I don't know why. They don't show them accusing me of murder.
Wow.
And I don't think a lot of people knew that they accused me of murder on that Wednesday. But well, anyway, this is the Hollis deal. He's basically looking for crime. And who else is there? Like they say, they have T-shirts that say the husband did it, because that's the thing, right? It's the easiest place for them to make a case is the person that's closest to the person that's missing.
Yeah.
So they key in on, because it's easier for them. The farther you go out into her relationships with people, the harder it is to solve the case. So they just key in on who's right there. And if you're an idiot and you're talking, and well, you have to talk, right? I mean, she was missing. I needed their help. I don't understand. if I clammed up, it would have been, I mean, maybe if you don't say anything, maybe you look more guilty or something. But well, that's with the. I don't. I'm sorry. I'm doing it again. Go ahead.
Fine, Ms. Noble?
Yes, sir.
For the record, I stopped the recording at 15:21, and I will continue now.
So she was, I'm guessing, clear this morning.
Okay. Where was her cell phone? Was it with her wallet?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I have to say this. I'm sorry. Stop it. The bed being made meant that she was there in the morning. I'm trying to figure out in my head what's going on. When he pointed that out to me, when he said, the bed's made, I'm like, Emily would have made the bed in the morning. She would have got up in the morning and made the bed. She's around. Everything's fine because I'm trying to figure out when she left, where she was. And the bed being made meant to me that she'd left in the morning and wait until, you know what I mean? So I'm kind of, yeah, you're right. The bed was made. I slept in that bed. She made the bed. Would she have made the bed at night before you left? It kind of didn't make sense. It made sense that she got up in the morning, she made the bed. So I'm putting things together just like he's putting things together as we're going through this. And that was a good sign. Having the bed made was a good sign.
Yeah, it's like, oh, she was here this morning. Everything's great.
And what's going to happen to someone in Westerville in the morning? Nothing. It's too nice there. And then later on, John Kramer, when he goes across the street and interviews John, who's a big deal in this case, it'll be in here. Well, actually, it won't because they don't have any body cam footage of him for some weird reason because they turned it off. But he sees her between 9 and 10 that day.
Well, that was the witness.
When I heard that, I was like, she's fine. It's cool. She's good. That John saw her leaving this morning between 9 and 10. She's fine. So
yeah.
When we go on our trip, when we go on our little walks, we go up this road to the Constitution, take a left, and take the first right, and it takes you to that white trail. Take a right, and it'll bring you down the county line.
Mm-hmm.
The county line is a bridge.
Right.
Right along that bridge, there's where she likes to go with a lot of yellow sign. So literally, that's her walk.
Did you go there today looking for her?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I mean, I've been keeping calm.
So, Officer, starting at 16:22, did the defendant just give you an explanation of the walking path that they would typically go on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did he indicate whether he had gone to look there at any point during this day up to this point?
He said he had not.
Okay. Like she's just gonna pop up and then when I follow.
How many bathrooms are in this place? Two, and you checked them both?
I checked everywhere. I checked the guy.
All right. Does she take any medication or anything that she needs to take?
No. She has something for like having to show every day. It's like orange. Nothing she in her life.
Okay.
She's very healthy. She's super meticulous. This house is super clean. She doesn't do things like this. She's not a drug addict. She doesn't steal. She doesn't lie. She's super clean.
All right. Are these the clothes she had on last night or yesterday?
Jean skirt.
I don't know. They're just laying right there.
No. I don't know what this is.
What's that red thing? Is that a shirt? Okay. Okay. A sleeve. Okay. Is that a phone or something?
Not a girl.
Oh. I'm right here, boss. This is my supervisor here.
Hey, just want to touch base with you to see if you need anything.
Yeah, if I can talk to you real quick.
Yeah, he's getting some information from her, and he's going to check one of the trails.
Okay, I'm gonna go talk to my supervisor real quick. I'll be right back to continue our conversation. He's gonna help start circulating the area you told me about. So just give me just a second, and I also want to contact St. Anne's to see maybe if she's over there. Okay, give me just a second, sir. Thank you.
Sergeant Hollis, from about 18 minutes and 31 seconds on your recording here till about 25 minutes, so roughly 6.5 minutes. Are you speaking with your supervisor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just giving him an update on the situation?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm going to fast forward a little bit to about 25 minutes. 2 seconds.
I'm gonna check the hospital. Can you show me your vehicle? Is it better to go inside or this way? We're checking the hospitals now. So, do you remember if the door was locked?
The house.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be guessing.
Or did she?
Our doors are open. We usually leave this way.
Okay.
Garage starts off usually all doors. He's in the car.
All right, so her keys are in the car.
She's really small. She's 100 pounds, probably 5'2", so she hangs way up.
Okay.
Check the trunk.
Oh no, I understand, buddy. I do.
At the worst case scenario, you might have to make sure it's not for yourself.
Do you have any reason why? That's what I'm, you know what I mean?
I would hate to think about
Okay. Because we're trying to put a timeline together, and that's typically the hardest thing for us to do. Because you last saw her, and you guys went to bed, and you separated from her when you went to the other room. So there's she has a huge head start on us to try to figure out where she could be. So we just called the hospital now. They're checking.
The bed being made, would probably mean that she left this morning.
Right. So then I will wonder, how did she leave? Did she leave through the garage door, or did she leave through the front door? Yes, ma'am? If you want to go search where we're not, that would be a huge help. Any more help with that can help. Be beneficial. It really could.
Do you know what she does? Have you ever been on that walk?
Well, we went on Friday.
Are you wanting to speak, Matt? Are you wanting to speak?
No.
It looked like you. Okay, you're good. It looked like you were about to say something, so or wanted to. Okay, go ahead, Matt.
But she didn't take you that I don't know what it is. It was just one circle you guys did, but you didn't go veer off and go somewhere else. So there's another park that's on the street up there that Lowe's and Lowe's or a Home Depot. I didn't think if she went for a walk, she would have been home.
How intoxicated do you think she was when you got home?
We were fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. Did she?
She does get drunk, but she wasn't. I've seen her way worse. She wasn't slurring.
She wasn't slurring. Were you more intoxicated than she was yesterday? You don't think so? Okay.
I got to check a little off.
All right, thanks, Paul.
They're going to check north and south on that trail. I'm going to get a hold of some.
Okay.
Something happened, she didn't have her ID on her.
So you have medical conditions?
You said a little bit of anxiety, but she doesn't take the medicine every day. Is that medicine here?
Sure.
Can you find it for me? I would really like to know what kind it is.
It's called Klonopin.
Klonopin, okay.
Does she takes it for sleep? She's finding her lawsuit.
Okay.
She's split in half.
Does she see a doctor or counselor or
I
anything?
heard that part of her life. I don't know any of the doctors she does. Obviously, she prescribes it for.
Right. Okay.
How long have you guys been together?
I met her, this is 4 years ago, I think. And then I moved away and I came back, I think 2 years ago. It was 2 Augusts ago and got married. So I've been here 5. It'll be 2 years, I think, this summer.
Okay.
And there was a period a year before that I thought for 3 years. That's not enough.
Okay. All
So
right.
now I'm usually there.
How long have you been best friends with her?
3 years maybe.
Were you best friends with her before they were together? Okay.
We met at the pool. I own a condo that I rent on the other side here, and we met at the pool.
Okay.
Like last year, we went to the beach together, and
So pretty close.
yeah.
Okay.
She considers
Yeah.
Have you ever known her to want to harm herself or? No, not at all. You never saw any signs, never conversations that kind of make you go, huh, you know, nothing like that? Okay.
I got something to say right there.
Yes.
It's gonna be tough. It's in the book. At that point, when he says that to her, I know Emily's got problems. It's gonna be tough. Okay. Keeping Emily's issues with suicide away from this man was part of when a loved one, a spouse, whoever, when you say that they're suicidal to police, to authorities, you give away your rights. You're giving away your rights when you say that to law enforcement. They did it to Joey when Joey was having his issues, which was a year, 2 years. Started like 2 years before this.
Okay.
They take them from you. They took Joey away from me, like right in front of me. Like police show up, and these dudes in lab coats, and they literally just. And I'm his parent without my consent. I'm like, you're not taking my kid anywhere. And they're like, oh yeah, we are. And they took him and they put him in this awful place, which started this long period of dealing with healthcare, the healthcare industrial complex, the medical industrial complex. And that's an issue all on its own. So I'm not saying suicide to them because I'm not going to give her rights away from her. I'm still focused in on her just being missing. She's just been a big misunderstanding and she's going to come home. Those are the type of things I go into in my book. Just to let you guys know that this is what I'm struggling with right then. When he asked her that, and she's like, no, and then I'm just standing there going, no, Matt, don't say anything. What
information?
What good is it going to be at this point? I'm telling them that she's suicidal. None. Just it's okay. Just that doesn't mean that just because she's missing doesn't mean. But suicides, I mean, it's starting to come into this thing. It's starting to creep in that she could be. That's where she could have been.
That's literally that's the moment, basically, isn't it?
A lot of people are like, well, if you're suicidal, why didn't you let the police know right away that she was suicidal? And then it could have been gone down the road where they were looking for someone who might have hung themselves. It was because I was hoping that she didn't do it, and if she did do it, they're just going to find her. And if she didn't do it, and I tell them, and they come to take her away, I would never have heard the end of it. Trust me. If talking to law enforcement, talking to government about Emily's and myself's mental issues that's not the kind of people we were. She would have been, I never would have done it to her. And I hope she would have never done it to me. I don't know if any of that makes sense, but
yes,
we're not the type of people that go blah, blah, blahing to the authorities about our mental health issues, you know? And trust me when I tell you, at this point, the last thing I'm thinking about is myself. The last thing I'm standing there going, you know, Matt, this cop might think you've done something. Maybe you should just tell them, you know, but I didn't care. I was thinking about Emily, trying to protect her as a husband, her rights. Because they do. If you talk to anybody that's caring for or has someone that has a serious mental illness where there's hospitalization that's needed, when you decide to go down that road, your rights You don't have any. They'll take you. They'll come and do well checks whenever they want, and they'll just if someone decides, some teacher or some doctor, hey, they're in danger right now of killing themselves, they just come and get you and take you away and put you in some place that you do not want to be. It's not like pleasant at all. They lock you up.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Thanks
That
for
kind of
sharing
thing
that.
helps to talk about. It's like emotional, isn't it?
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. That's tough, man. Especially when you've had it with Joey and now this. So that's understandable. Anybody would, having gone through that, geez, that's tough. But it's good to know that literally this is the moment then that you were, your head in a way was switching to go, shit.
It's starting to sink in. It's starting to sink in what happened to me. Yeah.
Okay, big lesson, everybody that's watching, especially in the United States. Don't talk to cops. Give them as little as possible. When they say you have the right to remain silent, you have that right. They will use any little detail, anything against you, anything.
And the part before where it was like, well, it's her bed, and then I switched to our bed. That's what they're looking for. That's what he's there for, to try to. He'll ask a question, then later on he'll ask the same question, and if you give him a wrong answer, they're building a case on you. They have a case.
Keep your mouth shut.
Yeah.
And if you have to talk to them, as little details as possible. Okay.
This man is not there to solve anything. He's there. It's business, and he's there to look for crime. He's there to legitimize a case. I hate to say that, but that's what it is.
Jonathan says, like you've mentioned, take you to hospital, force you meds, and everything like that. It's a good point. Yeah, just Euros, I must apologise. Never apologise, please. I don't mean to take over chat. This is just so fascinating. Watching a trial with a freed man. Thank you for sharing, Matt, and we all support you. Please don't stop with the questions, just Euros. Please take over. That's the thing for everybody. Please ask your questions. And when I said to you at the start of this, well, I've said this every stream, Matt's an open book. That was so hard for him to share, but he'll share everything, guys. He's not here to hide anything. He wants to answer the questions. So please, hi Valhalla.
You gotta give me some time to compose myself sometimes, because it is so emotional. This is really emotional for me.
Yeah, and we can cut. We could do whatever you want at any time, mate. So it's fine.
Thank you, Matt.
Sure.
No, we really do appreciate it. So Valhalla says, hi Sally, how are you doing? Gorgeous. I'm doing well, thanks you, Valhalla. I'm doing. I hope you're doing okay as well. So yeah, Valhalla waits. This is awesome. It is. I'm full of questions. No, honestly, ask questions because I want Matt to have the opportunity to answer anything he wants. So, right, let's get back into this. So just sorry on that though, if there is any questions, Matt, that you don't want to answer as well, please feel free to tell us to fuck off. There's a limit as well. Do you know what I mean? So please feel free to do that as well.
I'm not afraid of I'm not afraid of anything you're gonna ask me. I've been living truth as my religion since this thing started. I just been telling the truth. That's why it's easy to tell my story, because it's literally I'm just telling you the truth. So it's really super easy to do. It's just emotional. That's all.
Yeah, no, I get it, man. Thank you.
Just thinking now, she did have a pin removed out of her ankle last year, and I think her ankle's okay now. She doesn't seem to have any issues, but I just.
She's the straightest, squarest person I've ever met. She does everything. She's taught me a lot since I've been there. She's really meticulous. And this is her character. She would never go somewhere and not tell you what she's talking about. It's just, I mean, I lasted as long as I could today. Just been like, she's going to show up, whatever. She's foraging, she went for a walk, she took a trip. Cars here, maybe someone picked her up, which I don't think have ever happened. I've never had it.
Well, she would have taken her phone. I mean, that's really unusual. And she would have told you that she's going somewhere or had her phone text you.
What was that name of that place you said you guys were at?
We went to the hallway.
The Great Coke Land.
Oh, I mean the place where you said it was almost 2 hours away or something like that.
There's a spring there where you can collect the spring water.
Okay.
It's pipes. It's a town. I can.
You can show me that. Okay.
Sergeant Hollis, I just paused it there at, I believe, 31 minutes and 48 seconds into the recording. And may I approach them? I've previously labeled.
Don't worry about typing anything, Matt. We'll every question will be answered, guys. Okay, when we stop. So if there's a bit of a delay to answer your questions, I honestly we will answer every single question. And if we miss it, I apologize. But it just saves Matt having to type it all in chat. So Christy's question to you is there anything that you would do different during the first meeting with law enforcement if you go back in time?
Now that knowing what I know now, yeah, I wouldn't have said a word to him. But I mean, I was just looking for. I mean, if you're ever in this situation, I want to advise people because we're like a very small club of people, but there is a club. There is people that have been out there that have been through the same thing. When your spouse goes missing, you need law enforcement to help you look for them. So you have to talk to them. Get a lawyer if you can afford one. Immediately, get a lawyer. If you're calling the police because you're afraid something's wrong with your spouse, things are at that level. You call law enforcement to come to help you with something, you need a lawyer because then they'll take care of all that. They won't let the lawyer knows that they're building a case on you as soon as they get there. They'll know that's the answer and not the answer. They can't use this. Well, he said this then, and then he said something different later. They can't do that to you. So, yeah, get a lawyer as soon as you can, if you can afford it. And I would say even for any interaction with law enforcement, get a lawyer. It would be nice just if you had one following you around all the time, just in case you have to deal with law enforcement. You know, here's talk to my lawyer. Don't talk to me.
That's an important point, yeah. Okay, we'll go back into it, but again, just to reiterate, guys, if there's questions, put them up. I'll star them so I'll know that they're not answered. All right. So, as we said, we're not going to stop every second to answer questions. So, it might be you might have to wait 5-10 minutes before I ask the questions, but I will just to save Matt from having to type it or all the answers. Obviously, if it's a small question, then I'm not going to, Matt can answer it. But those concise questions, I won't. I'll build it up.
Screenshot here, Mark States Exhibit 7. Can you take a moment and look at that?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be the same still shot we have on the video right here? 22, 37, 24 Zulu time on your body cam?
Yes, sir.
Jonathan.
Going to keep playing here at 31 minutes and 48 seconds.
But she told EUCHTEL, Ohio. THTEL. It's very small. It's a very small town. And the spring water place is on the corner of Franklin Street and Marietta.
All right. Did it look like she had some food before she left? Were there any bowls in the sinks? Was there any?
I ordered each place we went. I ordered food and I ate it. She's very small.
Okay.
I did. So we didn't do
So then
she doesn't eat now. She's really small. She's like 100 pounds.
what about her shoes?
Oh, yeah, she mentioned her shoes last night. She wanted to make sure that they approved.
You have what? Proofs?
I believe it was one of those pairs she was wearing at the bars last night. Not pairs, but the fountain.
Okay.
I think she was wearing a pair of those.
Would you be able to tell me me if any shoes are missing? No. You wouldn't be able to tell me that, or no, they're not? Okay.
She has several pairs of sneakers.
She had several pairs of sneakers. So do you see the clothes that she was wearing last night?
She was wearing this last night.
What about top?
Sergeant Hollis, you asked about the clothes that Ms. Noble was wearing the night before.
Yes, sir.
And does Mr. Moore identify clothing that he believes she was wearing the night before?
He does. He picks up a skirt that he believes she was wearing the night before.
Where were those located?
Inside a walk-in closet.
Okay, so what we're seeing right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's not the bathroom, is it?
No, sir.
33 minutes and 37 seconds. I'll continue on.
Okay. You don't know where the top is? Okay.
Sorry, I got to stop it there, right? I'm surprised he hasn't investigated your pantry yet. Jonathan says, Jonathan, you missed it because he came in late. But I was joking about saying the first thing he went to when he went into the house was the fridge, just to check the fridge. So that's why I started calling him the cop of the fridge. Do you know what I mean? So,
And feel
so
free, you
yeah.
guys that are out there. I mean, have fun with it because some of it is funny, right? I mean, it's silly.
Yeah. And a lot of people look. Look. I'm a fat guy myself. I think it's funny. Do you know what I mean? If someone said that to me,
You English have the greatest of sense of humor. You really do. You can squeeze fun out of any situation. So
I think so. The only thing that I'd correct is I'm Welsh, not English, but I'll forgive you because you're Matt.
Oh, Welsh.
So
I'm sorry. Oh.
It's all good. It's so we're British, but we've got Scottish, Irish, Welsh, and English.
Right.
And if you call the Irish, Welsh, or Scottish,
Right.
you can call me Irish or Scottish, not a problem. The English, well, don't joke it. It's all good. Everyone calls me English because they're not supposed to. But yeah, no, you're 100% right. I get a lot of trouble because people don't understand my jokes at all. The Americans don't. So well, majority of them anyway. So right.
So yesterday, you guys were here in the city celebrating a birthday.
We got up.
True.
I don't know what time it was, but it was early.
Yes.
It was early because we ended up one of my dad's garden over there. We drove all the way out to Bush.
Bus
filled up with some water jugs, which took 10 minutes. And we got right back on the road. Halfway through, we stopped at a rest stop. We had lunch, picnic type thing, did some collecting, some water foods, got back in the car, came home. It was, we went right to my father's. And there, my father was there, and he had some friends over, a couple. We gardened, they had a big garden. We were probably there 4 hours, maybe. Okay. At 4. So we came home, washed up. So we were out early. For us, that's early.
Okay.
5 o'clock,
Right.
5:30, whatever it was.
Right.
That's when we went downtown. I can't tell you exactly when we came back.
Okay.
Those 3 places.
Coldplay,
Jimmy
Reed.
Okay. Met some people, talked to some people.
Okay.
We came home, and I could have swore it was probably still light out. So it was still like 8. I don't think they're done with that one. Okay. I had those receipts and stuff or whatever. And we went to bed, and we slept, and just like normal. I got up. It was early because earlier than I usually get up to go eat with my prostate. Just every night, I looked at the clock, and it was late. It was earlier than normal. It was like 12:30, 1 o'clock maybe. And I'm like, okay, go went into this room. Fell asleep on the couch. It took a while for me to get back to sleep because I woke up later. Usually I can get back to sleep within an hour, and then I'll wake up at like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. I woke up, I think, around 10:30. I looked on my phone. I looked for her to see where her phone was. I got to search to see if she was here. And said she.
Pause here at 36 minutes and 16 seconds, Sergeant. You walked through basically the entirety of the condo on that day, correct?
Yeah.
You agree with me? It's probably close to 800, 900 square feet.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Approximately. Yes, sir.
Would you describe it as small, big? That's fine. I'll withdraw.
He's trying to be slick.
Facebooking.
Slick.
Probably. And eventually I came out. Well, okay, let's just maybe. And I started discovering things. There's your phone. There's your wallet. There's your wallet. On the car. There's your car. Well, maybe she went for a walk. Hours went by until I just got to the point where I was just like, I got a phone call. This is so strange. That's pretty much time-wise. I mean, how that time go? I'm nervous.
So when you got up, you didn't use the bathroom in the bedroom. You used this one here.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I get up and I just go right to that bed and I go back in there.
Okay. Is this like your man cave or?
No, I call it that. Yeah, it's my room, right?
Your relaxation room and stuff. Okay.
It's the message from the hospital. Yeah, it's the routine of getting to because I wake up and I don't want to disturb, so I just come here and crash out. Okay. And I didn't hear leave. I text her at 11 something and asked her, are we still going to that party? Yeah, it was 11 before. I asked if we were still going to go to the party. It was 3 o'clock, and I texted her and I said, I guess I'm not going. She said, she didn't turn her phone call. So even at that point, I didn't know what her phone was. So it was after 3. I'm scared that she never. All right. Suicide, man. I don't know. My son committed suicide.
Your son committed suicide? Did she know?
Sergeant House, before Mr. Moore says suicide, man, I don't know. What's the nature of your conversation at that time?
We weren't speaking about suicide. I was still gathering information about her possible daily routine. I didn't ask him any questions about anything at that time.
And were you still gathering information so that you could search for Miss Noble?
Yes, sir.
Starting again at 38 minutes and 31 seconds.
Oh, yeah, they were lost. They were close. My son had schizophrenia. He died.
Hey,
That's horrible.
that's what they would do. That's what lawyers do. They don't tell you why that's relevant, right? He didn't go into it, the lawyer. Why me bringing up suicide out of nowhere? Why all of a sudden they don't tell you what that means? That's what they do. They'll talk about it later. So if you're wondering, because I was sitting there at trial, why would he bring that up? I don't understand why isn't he going into why that's relevant? They don't. They just make it a point, and then later on they'll explain why it's relevant.
They have to get it.
Anybody's wondering.
They have to get it in. So like when you're doing trial cases and stuff like that, they have to get stuff introduced. Someone has to bring it up so then they can question someone else about it later. But so they have to find ways to get the information in, or else they can't talk about it. So he couldn't just ask a new witness about suicide because it hasn't been introduced yet. So they have to ask questions. So it may not be relevant to the person they're questioning in that moment, but it's a way to get it. Because if they can't ask questions and find a way to validate it, they can't pursue the line of questioning. So they have to go down this not making sense, but they have to go through this process of getting things introduced. Foundation. Yes, but thank you. Foundation. They have to have the foundation. And if they don't get the foundation, they can't just all of a sudden at the end ask someone else about it. So this guy had asked you that question, which gets that topic introduced.
And that's what I was struggling to understand in the beginning of my trial, because no one explained anything to me. I'm like, why aren't they going in? Why aren't they elaborating on what they just said? And there's a lot of it going on. So a lot of what they did is they would make points like that, and then they would never use it later on because they didn't have a case. But my attorney would do that, where she would mention something, not go into it, she would use it later because she's trying to tell you a story.
Correct.
Got a question here then. Did they take your phone?
Yes, on Wednesday. This is probably 6-7 o'clock on Monday. They took my phone probably noontime Wednesday. Within 48 hours of me calling her in, they took my phone. They took everything. My computers. They came to my house and just raided it.
Did you get it back then? Quite quickly.
When I got out of court, when I got out of jail, yeah, they gave me all my stuff back. They gave me all my stuff back. They gave me the sheets and the comforters with all the chemicals they pour on it, looking for blood, and they pretty much destroyed everything. Here's all your stuff back. Now I got my phone. It's right here. I'm sitting right here. I'm right next to it. There's all the text messaging between Emily and I all the way up, and I have it printed too. If anybody ever wants to read them, because I think that's a really important facet of the trial is the 9 months prior to her going missing, our day-to-day texting messages. I mean, and they introduced it at trial. There's like 600, 500 pages of text messaging, and they just went in, and there's like maybe 10 pages of questionable text messaging between Emily and I, because we didn't fight. We fought, but we fought. It wasn't violent. It wasn't, so, yeah, I did get my phone back.
Eventually, Jesus, that's bad. Yeah. Valhalla's got, I think we've answered this already, but it's not the first time Matt's watched this. He watched it for his book as well. So he did. Oh, Nudia's answered the question as well. So just go through some of these. Get Matt's book. It's there. Also, the link to the UK one is down here. I've just posted the UK link as well. So we got that. Now, my favorite person in the whole world, Lady Law, my big sis, Lady Law is here. Hello, Lady Law, lovely to see you. She's working. If she is able, after she finishes work, she will join us. But if not, then, she can't because she's out there working. She's a lawyer out there. So, but at a certain point, she might join us. But if not, doesn't matter. But she's lovely. Hey, Lady Law. Hello, Lady Law, everyone. Jeez. Hello, Nafatha's also a big fan of yours. she's a big advocate of justice and stuff as well. So thank you for being here, Nafatha. All of Sarah's links are there. Sarah P sharing them. All her links are there. Thank you, Sarah. How long did you and Emily date before you got married? I think you said 2 years, wasn't it? From Kristen.
I met her in 15, and we got married in 18. In the summer of 18. So it was, but we had a period where we weren't around each other for like a year in between that. So we knew each other since at 15, and we got married in 18. So.
And just you resorted the book and hope to be able to send a copy to Zachary Anderson soon as well.
What a story, huh?
Zach. Yeah.
They gave the once over to that guy. Jeez.
I know.
I hope he's doing well.
I think Solomon might be joining us as well, which is Zach's brother. He might be joining us on one of these streams. I do send him the links every week, and if he can't pop in, but he studies and stuff as well, so it's hard. But yeah, Zach is aware that we are doing this, so I'm sure he's grateful of that as well. And Sarah P, this is all Matt stuff. His YouTube, his Facebook, his Instagram with all his arts and stuff you can buy here, his Twitter. Also, we'll post his Cash App as well. So please buy the book, give Cash App as well. So yeah, he is the man. And as I say, he's invited every Wednesday as well to join us. Right.
Worst thing you could ever imagine. She wasn't a schizophrenic. Okay, wasn't. Does she have kids? Okay. Does she have a job? She works. She's been working from home. So is she expected to work tomorrow? Okay. Okay. All right. I searched this house up and down. I went up in the attic. The attic door shuts. She couldn't walk up in there and pull it up. She's not shooting. I don't know. She's not there. There's times right now.
And you don't have an alarm system on your house? Okay. Is camera system? Any camera system or anything? So we still don't know what door she left out of?
Yeah, I would guess usually
Through the garage door? Then she would have to put the code in to put the door back down.
just push it from the inside, it opens, and when you push it, it's closed.
Oh, really? Okay, you don't have to put a code to put it back down. Okay.
It's easier to open from the outside, from the inside.
Okay. So as of right now, it looks like she deliberately left. We just don't know why she left her stuff behind. And she no history, mental illness, or anything like that.
She's so practiced. She's so everything's on. She goes on farms. She's always.
Do you guys own any firearms? Have you checked to see if it's still here? You did check, or you know it's here?
It's here.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let me go out to my cruiser. Make some more phone calls. And yeah, if you could do me a favor, try and get back in touch with that guy who's having a cookout. Or no, try to see if you can look into her Facebook, because I want to be here if we contact that guy. See if she's made any other.
I've done a little bit of that already. I mean, it's one job.
Don't feel weird, Valhalla. It's fine. Any question you can ask. I feel weird asking, but did they find her? And the answer is yes, they did find her. Which will come into the story anyway. But they did find her a few months afterwards. Yeah. So I don't think we need to go into that, I know. But that will be covered in the trial anyway. So. Yeah, if you want to go back to last week's thing, I think it's last week's, Matt goes into detail about this as well, about how she takes, basically, they've cleared Matt out. He was owed like 1 point whatever million, and he's lost everything. That's why it's important to support him, get that book, get the cash app, and listen to his story. And more than that, Matt wants to have his story out there, so please share wide as well. It is sad, man. It is sad.
What did you find? Like, has any new things been posted? Was a lot of friends saying happy birthday?
Yes, a lot of friends saying happy birthday. The regular new people. We don't have a lot. She doesn't have a ton of friends. The only new thing that is this guy that invited us to this party.
And what's his name?
I will find that out.
Okay.
Let's go. Phone message. He should be somewhere.
You called him from your phone or her phone?
I thought I did it from her phone. So there I go.
Okay.
I'll keep looking.
Yeah, keep looking for that. Do that for me. And I'll be right back, okay? Thank you. Where are her house keys? Were they in her? So she doesn't have house keys at all?
I'm sure she
Okay. All right, I'll be right back.
Sergeant Hollis, from about 43 minutes and 30 seconds here on the video, I stopped at about 43:25. Do you go back to your cruiser at that point?
Yes, sir.
And is that where you're getting additional information, giving out information?
Correct. Yes, sir. Checking hospitals and things of that nature. Also, the guys that were searching the trail, I wanted to make contact with them and see if they were able to locate Emily at all.
During this time period, where is your cruiser located?
In front of Mr. Moore's home.
Okay. Other than you being in front of the home and Mr. Moore being in the house, were other people coming and going inside the house?
No, sir.
Okay, so just the two of you were there?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to fast forward to about 1:15:09. And is this when you walk back up to the residence to talk to Mr. Moore again?
It looks like that. Yes, sir.
All right. So we found a little bit of information. We still don't know where she is yet. Okay. Your neighbor saw her in the garage about between 9 and 10 a.m. this morning. Said she was just standing in the garage. When he was leaving, he saw her. She was just standing.
Relief. You. Awesome.
I don't know how else you look at that. You know what they're saying? They're saying that I was relieved because I had someone to hang. I had an eyewitness seeing her after the fact. That's what they say that is.
No.
That's obviously me being relieved. But someone saw her this morning.
Oh my God. Okay, sure. No, I instantly saw that. I was like, well, that's a relief.
See that? I'm a real clever actor.
Yeah.
Standing there, he said hello, she said hello. This morning. Yeah, around 9, 10 o'clock. He went about his business. 51. Okay. So we know somewhere around. Okay.
And know that they don't have any body cam footage of that. But literally, it's gone. I guess I don't know if it's in discovery or not, but they didn't use it at trial. They didn't want people knowing that John Kramer was telling them that morning that he saw her in the morning, because then their story doesn't work. So where did the body cam footage go? It's as if he went across he left me, turned off his body cam camera, and then when he re-engages with me, he turns it back on. I don't know if that's what happened, but somehow that portion of the body cam footage doesn't make it into trial. I don't know why.
Yeah, Valhalla is a good point. Freedom of Information Act requests it if it's available. They have to give it up to you. So that's a good point, potentially. Oh, anyone could do that, by the way. Anybody, guys, can do that. And just for Sally's sake, we'll make a copy of that, Sally. Sally's Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. Talk with Sally across the board. My PayPal as well is in the description box. My merch site and everything is in the description box. So we'll sort that out for you by next time, Sally. Oh, you're right, Sally? You're right?
I was coughing. Sorry.
No, that's all good. As long as you're okay.
That's a real important facet of the trial. Is this right here? This is another point that they're making, that I'm faking it. I'm putting on a show. I'm dictating the narrative.
Not. Yeah, you're obviously not. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, look, we'll see what else they've got to say then.
Are we?
Sergeant Hollis stopping at about 1 hour.
You will have Hines done.
Up to this point, what was Mr. Moore saying in terms of when he believed Emily disappeared?
Sometime before he got up at 10 a.m.
Okay. So the information you just gave him, was that new information or was that different information?
No, sir. It wasn't new information at all.
Okay, so based on his initial statement to you, the information you just gave him didn't change anything?
Correct.
Had contact with her not too long ago. The date escapes me, I'm sorry. Where she was very intoxicated in the middle of State Street. We had contact with her within the last 2 years, where she was very intoxicated in the middle of State Street. State Street. Where we picked her up and brought her here. Do you know the name of Timothy Durbin? Then you don't know that name? Well, he said he would take care of her. Okay?
make sure nothing else happens. So we're sending cars to his address to see if she's there. Timothy Durbin, he lives in Genoa, not too far from here.
How long ago was this?
This was a few years ago. Yeah,
Years?
this wasn't recent. I want to say.
Yeah.
It was,
Yeah, years. Yeah. So it's not recent.
It was in It was in actually seven. It was in 17. I moved back with Joey to Vegas for a while, and during that time, she, I guess she got smashed down in Westerville, which wasn't uncharacteristic of Emily, but she was walking around in the street, and she, was dangerous, so they just picked her up and brought her home.
it was either 17 or 19. I don't know. Okay. So.
Sergeant Hollis, or was it later determined that incident you were just describing was on July 1st of 2017?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Starting again here at 1 hour, 16 minutes and 55 seconds.
So what we're doing now, we know we started this morning. Now we're checking his address up here, and we also are going to Boyer Park.
Yes.
Okay, Boyer Park. All right, so we're checking that avenue as well. So that's what I was in my car working on. I believe she told us, Celeste. I believe she gave us that information. So we looked it up and go, okay, that's someplace we need to go check. I understand. I know that's hard for you, but
it's really great that it was 10:30 this morning.
Between 9 and 10.
It was all night at school.
Yeah.
She was sober.
Yeah.
She wasn't like, I'm sure she's around.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, she's not in any hospital.
Did he see her leave?
No, he just said he left. She was standing in the garage with the door open.
Yeah, she's always guarded.
Okay, so yeah,
Just before I got up.
between 9 and 10, and she left. Okay.
Well, does that sound like a news sort of kind of? What can happen to someone at 10 o'clock in Westbrook?
That part I don't know, and the part that we try to figure out is there are two things we try to figure out. Did they do it on purpose, or did someone take them? And that's what we always try to do. I don't care if it's kids. That someone took her, very, very low. Very low. But like I said, you know your wife, but we don't know her. If I don't know if she was deep in thought, I don't know if she was upset about something, but you understand something doesn't make sense if she is squared away like I see her to be, and she leaves without her phone, her keys, her ID, money. She just, I'm done. We'll walk off. But not at 10 in the morning. Yeah. Right. And like,
I'm sure she.
okay.
Unless, it's just.
You dude.
From what Celeste tells us, she said you're the love of her life. You guys have a very good relationship. So yeah, let us do some more digging, and see what we can do. Okay.
I'll stay here.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'll be out here in front of your house for a little bit. Oh, absolutely. I'll definitely give you that before I leave, and then I'll go over the options of what my report's going to say, and things of that nature. But I'm still waiting to hear back from Genoa from up there. If he's a friend, maybe she's not with him, but maybe he knows where she may be. You know what I mean? So, well, I'll definitely, if I hear anything, I'll let you know. Okay.
Pausing here, Sergeant Hollis at 1 hour, 20 minutes and 11 seconds on the video. Do you again return to your cruiser?
Yes, sir.
And what are you doing during that time period?
I'm making contact with Genoa Township to see if they made contact with Mr. Durbin, I believe his name was. And he said he had not seen or heard from Emily.
Okay. Are you also documenting and catching up on information as well?
Yes, sir. adding her to the call as well as Mr. Moore, seeing any more contacts we may have had with either one of them. And at that point, I had units going out to Boyer Park, which is a large area, so they were out searching that part right there.
So again, is your cruiser located in the same place you testified to earlier?
Yes, sir. It hasn't moved.
Okay. Other than yourself and Mr. Moore, are there other people coming and going inside the house?
No, sir.
Okay. Just the two of you again?
Yes, sir.
Going forward to 207, roughly 42.
All right, so we got Dr. Hines back. Mark, we got you back. Got some emergency
Hey.
calls.
Hey, how you doing?
How are you, Doc?
Yeah, good.
I'm great, thank you. How you doing?
Good.
What's up, Doc?
Thanks.
Love the lighting, by the way. Love the lighting. It's got your good
Lighting.
side. It's got your good side this time. It's got your good side.
Oh, he's off. He's off. He's laughing. Watch out. What happened? Did everybody did some emergency code go or something?
Yeah, today everybody that has a cell phone, everyone in America gets some sort of emergency signal today. That's what that was from the government. Some sort of, they say it's weather related or something. It's some sort of emergency broadcast deal. So that's what that was. I thought everybody would know that. I don't know.
I obviously,
right.
We had one last summer, but it didn't work for me, so I didn't have one. So yeah, again, this is all the links for Sally, her direct links for Cash App and
Thank
Venmo
you.
and stuff. So that's the direct links for you guys.
Hey, Sally.
Hello, hello. How are you?
I'm great. You look good today.
Thank you. I thought I would get my hat so I could vouch for you guys.
Welcome to the club. What's that loser on the left-hand side of the screen doing? Oh, he's got some tiara on. Got some
I got a crown. I got a crown. So
okay. He came prepared. He came prepared. He's like, oh well. Well, my hat is a crown. And you're my loyal subject. Well. Oh wow.
Nice.
So we'll put that down. We'll put that down. Styling, sorry. Yeah, I need to get one. I need to get my cowboy hat on.
Hey, you can blame Josie for this because when she said it on my stream, hey, where's your hat? I was like, oh shoot, yeah, my hair is not done. so I'm never taking it off when my hair is not cut. I'm never taking it off. So you can blame Josie for that.
Yeah, we always blame Josie. It's fine. Yeah, we got the crown. The thing said that the wheel said I have to get it, and then when Erin's back, I will wear my tutu for stream. But it is see-through though. Is that a problem? I'm not sure.
Just wear your tuck underwear. You'll be okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I will. No one wants to see my bits. Princess Deland, thank you. I appreciate being called princess. Much more than a prince. So, right, we'll get back into it. Now we figured out what happened. I can take my hat off because I look like a fool. And yeah, back into it. Emergency. It's true. It's true. It's fine. It's true. It's true though. My titties are bigger than my willy, so it's fine. Lady Law.
He's over here. Thank you. Did you get a hold of any friends or anyone? Her sister? Where's her sister live?
Maryland, outside DC.
Oh, so far away.
But she knows her friends via Facebook.
Okay, cool.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I do have one more phone call. I have a cousin who's not good over here.
Okay.
They wouldn't allow her not to call me. I have a father who's working, and I just called him. There's no way that they would just let her do this. Right. So it just seems odd to call everybody.
Is there any other place she likes to go to?
Yeah, she's got, not without her car.
Not without her car, okay.
She walks, yeah. She goes to like, if there's a path or a place to walk.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I'm only been here for a year or something.
Okay. Where are you from?
Las Vegas.
Oh, okay, okay. All right, and I also noticed, are you guys legally married? Okay, I just know the last names were different. That's okay. I was just curious. You did ask about the card, and I wanted to give that to you before I forgot. That's all my information on the front. That's the report number on the back. Okay, so right now what I'm going to do is get with radio, and we're going to send out we have a large law enforcement database, and I'm trying to make this as easy to understand as possible. This law enforcement database goes to every police department in the state of Ohio. I'm going to attach a note to her OL. Says, hey, if you come in contact with this person, we need to make contact with her. Get with us. Oh, we have everything. We have everything. So that's the next step, and as well as the report. You just keep doing what you've been doing. Trying to get in touch with as many people as possible. Yeah, because at this point now, you got to call as many people as you can. Because now we're at the point, it just doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Now, for someone to be gone that long, how about 7 years? Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say that most people.
Mm-hmm. Most people, it's really weird. Most people will disappear, do the same thing, leave all their stuff, and they just need a break. They just go somewhere. You don't hear from them for a few days, and then we'll get information. Hey, I just needed a break. It is more common.
What do? They just like walk somewhere?
So most of the time they drive. Most of the time they get in a car and they just go. But yeah, it's honest to goodness, it's not uncommon for people to do that. So if you guys went out and had a wonderful time, sounds like you guys are happily married, you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary with their moods or anything like that, I don't have any more information. If only information we're going to get is going to come strictly from you now. So we can check.
I don't want to screw things up.
What do you mean?
Really bad time and dates, and I'm just not good at that shit. I just don't want to get wrong information.
It doesn't sound like you could.
I screw things up a lot.
No, you were with her yesterday. We just don't know if she left last night or this morning. That's the only thing we don't know. We don't know how.
Sure he does.
Yes, but is there all?
You got a guy across the street telling you you got a guy across the street telling you that he saw her in the morning. Now he's saying he doesn't know when she left.
Yeah.
Not. I don't know what he's thinking. What could he be thinking? I don't know.
Do the cops ever tell you that the neighbor said that at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah. At this point, the neighbor is he's gone across the street. He's gave the Kramer the interview. Kramer told him that he saw her that day between 9 and 10 in the morning. He came back across the street and he came inside and he told me that he'd seen her.
Okay.
So you missed the part, Sally, when you must have been, the alarm must have gone off because Matt was like, you could see the relief when they told him. He's like, oh, thank God for that.
Oh man,
That she's been seen this morning. So yeah, but he was saying that was a contention because they thought that it helped them more than it helps him. Basically, they thought.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. Matt could explain better what they thought, but they used against him basically.
That should have been a clue to me. I don't know how at the time I would have saw it, but I mean now when you hear things like that, no, she was seen this morning. Why would he say that to me? Maybe he forgot that she was seen this morning. I'm not sure. But
maybe
as far as everybody knows, as of this point, when he says we don't know whether she left at night or in the morning, everyone knows that she left in the morning on the 25th because that dude told everybody he did. And the next day, Tuesday, the Westerville Police Department released a press briefing to the community that said she was last seen between 9 and 10 on Monday. So.
Question here from Just Jurors. Did these neighbours, any of them, believe or comfort you?
Oh, sorry, say it again.
It just did any of the neighbours believe you or comfort you during this period?
That's a
No.
great question.
They did not.
No. That's from Just Jurors.
Why? I'm sorry, but why? Like, how long have you lived there for?
Police tactics is why.
Oh.
This is what they do. It's amazing how well it works. You tell me. I mean, none of them even knew who I was. I wasn't living there that long, but to instantly think the worst, there's only one explanation. Because they were building a case, and it's literally police tactics. That's what they do. Because it works. It works. It gets them what they want, which is big investigations, big convictions. That's what they do. Why would the government do it? Why would Westerville Police Department want to do this to you, Matt? Money. That's why. Money.
Yeah, a lot of people don't actually realize how much it does play a part. That's a sad part, because it's also very interesting that they are underfunded as well. Like the police force, at least here in the UK, I hear of the same thing of that happening there in the States. They have more incentive to try and garner that as much as possible.
Well, the Westerville Police Department is overfunded. way overfunded. There's no crime there, and they have they have all the buzzers, they have got all the toys, and they have to I guess justify their means to the public.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they gotta keep the lights on, basically, because if they can show that they're doing the work, they'll keep pouring in.
Yeah, they need to justify why they're paying that. Why do they need a police department with all these toys, with all these? You should see the cars here. I don't know what it's like there, but here we're well funded. Anybody to say that Westerville is underfunded, they don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
that the buildings, the cars, I mean, these guys are the way they dress. I mean, they're well funded. They're overfunded.
Yeah.
And if they want to remain overfunded, they gotta go out and find crime.
So Christy says it, but Sally mentioned it earlier on, actually, and Sally's more of a person to speak about this than I am. But Christy mentions here about it was election time as well. A lot of these cops and investigators and prosecutors get promotions or re-election there when they are able to convict on a high-profile case, and that's what we spoke. Well, Sally spoke with Matt about this morning, a few hours ago as well. So it's very political as well. So. Do you know how much they spent on your investigation? Is that public knowledge?
I would love to know that. What do you think? Just a guess.
Millions
of dollars.
Between cops, judges, prosecutors, investigation. It's like our taxpayer dollars are going to Ukraine, and they're going to put innocent people, or to pretend they're putting innocent people, or whatever they're pretending to do. It's ridiculous. But
they brought in a outside agency to look for her. Their sole purpose is to look for bodies. It's called EquiSearch. It's out of Texas. They say that it's voluntary. They say that it's funded by whatever grants, I guess. Who knows how it's funded?
Yeah.
But they literally come in. They came in probably 30 deep from Cincinnati to search for Emily's body. All on your dime, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Good job, fellas. They found her 100 yards from my house 4 months later. They weren't even searching. It's funny, right? it's like,
I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
it's not. It's hilarious. That's what you do, and that's what they literally carpeted Westerville searching for my wife, who was found 100 yards from my house in the weeds 4 months later. That's how competent these people are. And then they'll get up there and, what a great job we did looking for, no, you didn't do anything. You did nothing. You spent money is what you did.
I would like to know who owns that company and who funds it.
Yeah,
What organizations donate?
I mean, who knows how it's funded, and who knows, that's probably some sort of shell company for somebody. Who knows what it is? But they don't do very good work, I'll tell you that. I could have done a better job. I don't even know what I'm doing.
Wow.
2.5 million they spent on your case, apparently.
How much?
To Christie. 2.5 million.
Oh.
So
just imagine yourself writing your property taxes every year while you live in Westerville. Every 6 months when you sit down and write that fat $2,600 check or $8,000 check or whatever you're paying in property taxes, that's where it went. Every time you write your check, up until you get to 2 point whatever million, you're paying for it. It comes out of your pocket.
Mm-hmm. And Val says I'm demonetized. I get demonetized every video, so I'm all good. 2.5 million videos. Wow, I know. Said they searched with. So yeah, just for people that knew, Valhalla, Matt basically took them to the spot and said this is her route, and they said they searched that area 3 times, never found her, and 4 months later, that's where she was found, basically.
And that too is a little misleading. What they did is they never went to the spot where she was found. It's in the woods. What they did is they looked around the outside of it, and they just had a dog go through there, like one of those dogs, and the dog didn't catch it because the dogs don't work. Because the dogs, everybody thinks they work, but they don't. They don't every time. They're not infallible. They're a dog, So they're like lie detector tests. They don't work. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But everybody thinks they work all the time. Well, in this case, they didn't. It didn't work.
I got you. So it was at the same time, the city of Columbus was prosecuting Dr. William Husel. They set him up as well. He was scapegoat and lost everything.
Right.
I've heard of the case, but I don't really know it. But yeah,
they tried it, and this guy was. I don't know the ins and outs of his case. My lawyer Diane was his attorney. That's why I know about it pretty much. I was in the jail when it was going on. But he would help people transition. They were on life support. They're dying. They know they're dying. He would help them ease their pain, suffering with the use of painkillers. And someone got a hold of it and said, no one's given him permission to do this. He's kind of taken upon himself to do this, I guess, maybe, and someone had a problem with it. So they try to make an example out of him. It was more of a euthanasia case than anything else. You know what I mean? Whether euthanasia should be legal. Those people were dying. They just, that's what I heard from the trial.
Yeah, it should be kind, but okay. Right, let's go back and see this.
Okay, all the bikes are there? Okay. Or someone came and picked her up.
Someone came and picked her up, and the thinker would be on.
That's what I was gonna say.
I don't know. I'm so much shit's running through my head right now.
Right.
Let me show you one thing.
Okay.
Just because I'm crazy.
No, show me.
This thing here, I don't know.
The infamous cord.
Cord. Yeah, this is important, isn't it?
Oh, wow.
Right. Yes, it is. It's very important. See where the cooler is? See the red cooler with the white top, and then there's a cord. That's what that is. You can't really tell what it is, but it's a cord on top of it. What they did is they went back, and the first time that we went through the garage, the body cam footage has that cooler moved over to the left. See the space between the orange, the really super orange box or whatever that is on the left-hand side of the desk. It was butt up against it, and then here it's been moved over like a foot. And then they asked me, I brought attention to this. Well, I mean, just watch it. I don't even know how to explain it. You might be able to figure out what they're trying to talk about from what they're talking about.
So I'm going to pause it there at 2 hours, 13 minutes, and 19 seconds. Did Mr. Moore just say this didn't belong here? And he's identifying an area in the back of the garage?
Yes.
And that's the area we can see on your body camera here?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Hollis, just going to have you now look at what's been labeled States Exhibit 8. Can you take a moment to look at that?
I've recently gotten up.
Does that appear to be a screenshot of what we have on the screen here?
It is.
Okay, and on your body cam, that would show 001854.
Yes, sir.
Both those screenshots we've talked about, they appear to be true and accurate based on your body camera.
Yes, sir.
And you've already said your body camera is true and accurate based on your review and your recollection.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Starting here at 2 hours, 13 minutes, and 19 seconds.
What do you mean it doesn't belong? Now, can she reach that? Because she's very short.
I would hate to think, I don't know, man. It's just weird that it's here. And I don't know if there was more than one thing. We inherited this house from our mother.
Right.
They're all our mother's stuff.
Okay.
I don't really know too much about it. I would just, why is this here?
And her mom passed away out of a car crash, correct? Okay.
I don't. All I know, this is. We went to that spring and filled it out. The spring water.
That's the spring water.
I got home.
Your phone rings.
I just brought it home and put it there. What was her sister?
Stop me again just briefly at 2 hours, 14 minutes, and 35 seconds. These time periods we're talking about, again, is anybody else coming and going from the house?
No, sir. No one at all.
Just yourself and Mr. Moore?
Correct.
Starting again?
Oh, you know what I mean? I don't know why I would tell you that, man.
It's okay. It's all right.
Okay, all right. I'm talking to the police right now, sorry.
What she says?
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
You know what I mean?
Have you noticed anything else missing?
No.
I mean, out of place?
No. Everything is so in place.
Right.
Why would that be there? Someone did that. I didn't do it. And a lot of people get things wrong. You know what I mean? Don't they? They just get things wrong. I don't know. But I'm telling you, I'm positive this was here and it wasn't there.
Because you guys put the thing there.
Here yesterday, I collected 3 bottles, I put them in the fridge to keep them cold, kept the rest out here, and that's all. Maybe at some point she took it and put it there for some weird reason, maybe, but I'm just telling you that this was not. She wouldn't do that because she puts everything right back where it's supposed to be. Everything here is just the thought. This being here is weird. She wouldn't even like that. I didn't anywhere to put it, so I just put it here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's super methodical. She's like, I look at everything's like in its place. The tools are all perfect.
So all this was like this when you got here?
Yes.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I mean,
Uh-oh. What did he say?
I heard it.
That's that?
Oh, this was like this when you got
Hey, was everything like this when you got here? I'm focused in on the cord. You know what I mean? So I said, yeah. And they're like, no, you move that cooler. Stupid.
Gotcha.
Fucking amateurs. Fucking amateurs.
We got
Lieutenant,
a
you
quick
touched the
question.
I
cord.
swear that's not right. That's not right.
We got a quick question here, Matt, from Just
Yeah.
Jurors, because it fits in. Before, no, it's fine. Keep him coming, Just Jurors. Before and then during the trial, did you remain hopeful and trust you would be exonerated, or at any time did you feel hopeless?
When you're in jail, it's an experience, and being under the charges that I was under, I mean, the pressure was enormous. I found it way easier to deal with if I just prepared myself for the worst. So I always just kind of felt like if the truth comes out and you get out of this, I was up against the state of Ohio, you know. Who am I? It felt better to me psychologically just to say, you know what, you're probably going to go to prison, so get ready for it. So I just did a lot of push-ups.
Fit, yeah, get fit. That's fine. I welcome Danielle as well in the chat as well. Thank you for joining us. And her hair does look nice. You're right. You see, everyone that hasn't got a hat on, the hair looks lovely. So, myself and Sally made the effort today. So you're welcome, everyone. Right, let's see what the fridge has to say.
That's because I just heard that for the first time in a long time. I hadn't heard that. That's what they say when I'm saying when I'm lying. I'm lying right there up to him when I say I didn't move anything over here. That's what they're saying. That's me lying to them about not, and isn't it pretty obvious that I'm talking about the cord? We're talking about the cord, right?
I thought he was talking about the overall whole scene of the garage, like the whole, like
Oh,
the way
well,
he asked that, it could have been perceived as because you were showing him.
That's not what I got.
Yeah.
I was focused in on the cord, and when he asked me, "Did you move anything around?" and I guess I thought he meant the cord. I didn't even think that. No, I didn't move any. The cooler. So.
Okay, let's see what fridge has to say.
Minutes and 14 seconds. What was the defendant's response to asking him whether all that had been there and been like that?
He said yes.
Okay. And did he describe you earlier if he had moved anything around?
No, he did not.
Okay. And the only thing he identified to you at this point was that orange extension cord?
Yes, sir.
It's not
Right, but this is her lifestyle. This is her. Everything has a place.
Yes. That's how methodical she is about everything. These are the shoes she was wearing last night.
When y'all went out to celebrate her birthday?
That's right. And for these not to be like this, to me means that there were shoes here. You know what I mean?
I know what you
I'm going out. I mean.
No, you're making sense. You're making perfect sense.
There were shoes.
No worries, Sally.
That she's wearing. And I'm guessing that there were sneakers.
If you want to grab some food as well, Matt, just feel free to come in and out, man. Just leave your camera on. Don't worry about it. Just leave your eat on street, wherever. Just go and grab some food. Go for a piss. Do whatever you need, man. Do all of you. So Sally's just going to grab some food, but she'll be back. But she's still listening, so you can still listen.
Those were definitely the shoes she wore last night. Why she left them out here last night? Walking around, she doesn't want to track stuff in. Usually she would take them and bring them somewhere, and she wouldn't leave them there. It's very, very odd, and that is super odd. I don't want to she's into these are herbs.
What kind of herbs? Like cooking herbs, or
okay. You dry them. They're wild forageables. They're called. They're weeds that they don't spray with lawn.
Yeah.
And what you do is you dry them out and you use them in soups. Make teas out of them.
Okay. I noticed her purse. What about credit cards?
Yeah.
I noticed that the purse you showed me didn't have credit. It just had her ID. So does she have credit cards with her? Then maybe if she's using them, we can call the credit card company and see.
Not yet. She
are there?
I'd be guessing last night she just brought this. I think she might have just brought this with her.
Okay. Are there credit cards in there?
Just kidding. Oh, please.
What's that beeping noise?
That's my phone.
Oh, okay.
See, now that I made that phone call, they're going to be like people.
Those are only two.
Yeah, and the ones that now, if does she carry more than just these, I think that's
Okay.
And she never, if she had somewhere to go, she wouldn't not take that.
Right. Which side of the bed does she sleep on?
On the right.
She always sleeps on the right.
Another thing, if she gets the pillows aren't made. That she put a straight pillow. They're like this. That to me means that we were in here, maybe sleeping just on top, or you know what I mean? And I just don't know. It's not normal.
Not normal.
When she goes to make a bed, she fixes the pillows.
Well, you said you were sleeping in the bed last night, right?
And we were drinking, and I'm not, it's foggy, but I remember getting up when I had to go feed. I went out and I looked right at the clock. So I always do the same thing. See the time, figure out like how much more time I got.
Right.
And on my phone, I was sitting there just flipping through my phone. And I made like three texts to friends in the middle of the night. So I was just in the other room between the times of like 2 in the morning and 4 in the morning. And I think I probably fell back to about 5. And that's why I slept full 11. Look around, brother.
Does she take vitamins?
Occasionally. I'm dividing that.
All right, I saw vitamin there.
Yeah, she does occasionally take. She's very into all this stuff.
Which one of these books was the last one she was reading? You pick them up and open them up for me. That's just a bookmark. Okay.
The iPad. I tried to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can you turn that on?
I don't know how to do it.
Oh, so she was last playing the game? Or did this just what popped up?
I wouldn't know how to search it. Her phone is. I kind of got a timeline. There's really nothing that she did.
Okay.
After, I don't know how to show you.
Does this open?
Mother life.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, okay. Everything is in its place. Every single thing is in order. Do you guys have a computer?
Not that, no. I have a personal computer that she doesn't use. She just uses her phone.
Her phone?
And for work, she's got she works from home. She's got a little tablet.
When's the last time you checked your email?
I don't check it every day.
Yeah, check your email. Would that be the same email on your computer? You only have one email every day?
I this one, I just tweeted it too, so it's good.
Okay.
There's nothing here. And I just
what am I looking for? I wonder if she sent you anything.
she was to hurt herself, like, you know, there was something along those lines. Do they try to hide it? Do they go like a long ways away or something? Or
It depends. Everyone's different. Sometimes it depends on the reason why they want to hurt themselves.
She was at like my son had gone at Boyer. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, we searched that park. We searched Hawkwoods.
Do you know if you go down on the road to the left after the bridge, you go all the way down it, that's where the Home Depot is. You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about? So if you take a left right there, there's a park. To the right, there's a pond. And a park, tennis courts.
Okay.
And you can walk around it, and there's a patch of. You will do that walk.
We gotta do that walk. Okay.
You can get there from here.
Is that the walk then, Matt, that where she was found? Was that the place you were talking about, or was that a different kind of walk? What are you explaining to him now?
The walk that they're talking about is right where they found her.
What you're
What are you talking
explaining now is what the one you're explaining now. You say go down by Home Depot, turn right. There's this lake.
Oh no,
and
right. That's
no,
because there were several walks that she would take. That was just another one of her
Yeah.
walks that I was explaining to him, trying to explain to him where
Yeah.
she would go. Yeah, that was actually a different walk. Yeah.
Perfect. No, I was intrigued to hear that. That's all. And Just Jura says, love the art. I can't see why he's using a micron. There we are. That's Just Jura's loves your art.
Art?
And if yeah, Just Jura saying that she loves your art. She loves it.
Oh, thank you.
So if Just Juras, if you want to buy any art, then message Matt on Facebook, and I'm sure he's willing to sell any for thousands upon thousands of dollars. No, I'm sure it'll be reasonable. So, but get in touch on Facebook.
Well, this way you can go over to like the bridge path.
Right.
Over that into this neighborhood, so that way.
Yeah.
And all to a road that goes on into it, you push a button, you walk across the traffic stops. And you want to go park. You walk that part, so it's really small.
You said Home Depot. Home Depot's off of Maxtown.
Yeah. Polaris turns into Max now.
Right.
So it's you go down here and take go past the bridge.
Yeah, past the bridge. Right.
Take your first left, whatever road that is. There's a park on that on the right.
Okay.
And there's some walk that
Okay.
you can get there from here.
I see. I understand where you're talking now.
But it's so small. She did go there.
And there are a lot of
There's no big farm.
yeah, there are a lot of people out today for the holiday. You don't have any enemies or anything?
We're so way back now. Okay. You know what I mean? I don't even know when you're really organized. I came here and we got married and I had my son. He was sick and we had a rough go, but it was that I didn't have any time to like hang out. I have a father that's really and we go over there. I literally don't have really any friends here. I got a cousin who's not good on the road. She doesn't have any enemies at all.
And her only closest family is her sister lives in Maryland.
Our brother who is somewhere around here.
They don't talk.
It's been weird because this coronavirus thing. I hear like different engines and stuff. I don't know. It's paranoid.
What do you mean by different engines?
Like guys will drive by and rev the engines.
Mm-hmm.
Pennies or something.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's so quiet. You see, and when you see people like that don't live in here,
Yeah. Right.
Really quiet. Really quiet. I don't have any. Besides, there is a bit of tension with with people, the engines, but it's just what's going on.
Right.
I'm not at all intimidated by the water around this neighborhood. Everybody gets
What did her sister say?
She said she's gonna call her friends for me. She's friend, Facebook friends, pretty much all of her girlfriends. She's just gonna start calling them. But I can't. She wouldn't go somewhere and be like, listen, I want to get away. And her friends call her. Maybe the friend that doesn't know me very well. But hey, I've been through so much because my son just died a lot.
Yeah.
I haven't been here yet. Wow. Make me worry about this.
Right.
It's not her style. She's not like that. She knows how she know how we're doing. Well, let me call her. My cousin who is there.
Okay.
There is a chance of her, home somewhere. I just need to do work.
Okay.
Right? I mean, people do that.
People do that.
Yeah. I want to call your husband. Just let him know you're here. She might be like, no, don't.
Yeah.
I need to get away. I guess maybe let me. I think she read that would work.
Does she ever go over to Hoover at all?
Yes.
A lot, or
No.
not a lot?
She goes up to, well, because the weather just broke. You know what I mean? So, she'll go up to the one that's up north. She get on Africa. Go up. What's that? Whatever. The boat launch. There's a boat launch.
Yeah.
She can get there. She has to be around here somewhere. And she wouldn't just, how would she get there? But yeah, we go. There's trails all around.
Yeah.
We stop and we take walks. We're walkers.
Okay.
I mean, she said in her car and
So I was on mute. Sorry.
Mike is just looking at everyone. Like, is he frozen? Is he?
I was on mute. It's my bad. I stopped there. Went on mute. Question for you, Matt. So you just said that you're a walker, right? Which is fine. You and Emily walk a lot. But when you went to jail, obviously you couldn't walk. So was it just push-ups and stuff that you did, or what? How did you replace that urge? Because obviously, if you were walking every day and doing that, how do you go from that to
You do your
basically
best,
not being able
but
to do
it's
anything?
hard. Your muscle mass goes away if you don't use them. I mean, I didn't have rec. I didn't go outside. There wasn't anywhere to walk. So you pace around your cell a little bit, but it's really hard. They get what you can do push-ups. You know what I mean? And you can do some pull-ups if you can find a sheet to tie into something. But yeah, legs are tough because there's nothing you can do. There's nothing around. It's not healthy in there at all. It's really hard. Yeah, health-wise, it's just a terrible place to be.
Yeah.
Did you have cellmates as well?
I was in what they call a pod, which is I'm not good with dimensions, but I'm gonna say maybe 10 feet by 30 feet, 40 feet maybe. And there's individual cells within the pod, which are very small. They're tiny. So there's 5 cells within the pod. And that's it. You got a shower at one end, you got a phone at the other. And because of COVID, they weren't letting us out. Jails aren't meant just for an extended stay. They're just meant for you to stay somewhere for a short amount of time. You're not meant to stay in there for, I was in there for 15 months.
Jesus.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Hines, did you have anything? Sorry, I cut.
No,
we were speaking at the same time.
It was just to follow up on your question in regards to what it was really like in there. What did you think? Like, based on your communications with the other cellmates, what did you think of their mentality compared to yours? Because you seem to me like a really grounded guy. Like, did you see any, not gonna say oddballs, but I'm gonna say, did you see some personalities that were like a bit, no, I'm nothing like that? Or did you relate to some of them and be like, oh wow, I did not know that side of you, or things like that? Like, what's your experience like that?
I definitely met some characters. There's a lot of people in jail with a lot to offer, but they're just, for whatever reason, they weren't able to. They bad situations. Most of them are from broken homes. They've been in foster care. Could you imagine being in foster care? You don't have any parents. You don't have any relatives. You don't have a family.
Yeah.
And then, so a lot of them have had, and drugs, forget it. I mean, I'm an advocate for the legalization of all drugs. I don't think they should be illegal. At least treat it as a health issue. Throwing these people in jail that are addicted to heroin and cocaine and whatever, I mean, you're not helping. It doesn't help. Most of it is the people in there have drug problems, alcohol problems, emotional problems. I'd say everybody in there has got some sort of mental issue. So.
Gotcha.
It was a new world. I'd never seen anything like this world, and there's some really, really people that I'll never forget. I have a chapter in my book about a very small one. It's a dangerous place. I mean, there's dangerous people in there, but most of them are on their best behavior because they're trying to deal with what their charges are. You don't want any extra charges on you. So most people in jail are behaving themselves. But yeah, there's people that are off their rockers in there for sure. They got the greatest stories.
Yeah. I can imagine.
People that are all in. Talk about being all in. They're not worried about getting arrested. They're long past that.
Yeah.
They're just people that are surviving. Yeah. But it's really sad.
No.
I mean, it's how that whole thing works. If that system is like they get you in there for some bullshit charge, and then they put extra charges on you and say, hey, if you plead to this, then we'll give you this, which is a lot better than if you go to trial and lose and then you get all this. That's the game that's being played in there. So everybody pleads. Nobody, and they're not like trials all the time. You're not going to go to a trial because if you lose, you look at 20 years or 2 years probation. What are you going to do? Of course, you're gonna plead. So it's a scam in its own. The whole prison system here in America. Most of the people that are in there on drugs. People are on, they're stealing and doing whatever, trying to fuel their drug habits.
Also, part of the problem is too with the United States is they have private prisons. So some people who go to prison, you have some corporation that's bought this prison and they're making money by you going to prison. And they're self-funded prisons. So if you go to a prison that is privately owned, you have to pay for your own shoes, your own bedding, your own whatever. And if you don't have money or someone to send you money, you go without those things.
Yeah. It's almost like it's in their best interest to keep you in there and to get more people in there.
For their best interest, yes.
They need those jails filled up.
And they are with lots of innocent people.
They take you and they give you, if you have a felony or some sort of charge, you can't. Once you're in that system, it's over.
Yep.
So it just perpetuates itself. They're not trying to rehabilitate anyone.
No.
So Emma used to be a officer, what do you call it, jail officer, prison officer in the UK, and she just says, I completely agree, Matt. It would release a pressure on prisons, teach people to rehabilitate and not how to learn how to commit more crime from other criminals.
You guys over there have a much better outlook. I mean, you have your problems, but I think you treat it more like a healthcare issue.
Yeah.
They don't treat it like that here. I mean, You're a criminal. And they're gonna throw you in jail because you're sick. Literally, you're sick. You have a addiction problem or whatever, and they don't treat it like with a doctor. They throw you in jail and ruin your life. They ruin it. You're a felon. It's over. You're fucked. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not really. All I know about what goes on over there is a little bit. I listen to Joe Rogan's podcast a lot. And they had one guy down there that actually went over there, and there was some place that they legalized heroin, and then they went back 10 years later and saw if the legalization of heroin had helped, and it did immensely. Like you could be a heroin addict and go get heroin from the government, and while you're there, they're trying to help you out. They're trying to get you a job, they'll find you a place to stay. You know what I mean? So I think it had a very positive result wherever that was. It was like one of those, I don't know what country it was, but wherever the drugs.
Norway or something like that.
They don't.
Portugal.
Apparently, women don't want to have sex with men for money if they don't have to. Who would have never known that, right? So if you help these women get what they need help with, it solves it. And now where this happened, there's no like crime. The crime went way down. There's no AIDS problem. There's not disease problems. There's no OD problems. I mean, people over here are ODing left and right. Well, imagine if you had someplace to go where you couldn't OD. They wouldn't allow it to happen. And it's like the opposite of what we're thinking. You don't give drug addicts more drugs, right? That doesn't work. Well, yeah, it does actually. If you go to where they do it, they'll show you it works.
I don't know what I'm talking about. Like the Netherlands will always be the best example for this. Like it's legal over there. Yeah, it's legal over there. In fact, I think prostitution is also legal over there, and their rates for those kind of crimes are really low. But it's really popularized because, of course, it goes against
I'm American. It goes against American values. But to say, hey, how do you solve the gun problem? Well, you take the guns away, right? Well, no, you're supposed to. Is it more guns? It's just kind of like backwards for people here to give drugs to drug addicts. How that would solve the drug problem? Well, you got to go to where they actually tried it, and it does work.
But in the Netherlands, what they also did, because I actually watched that as well, is they didn't just give them heroin and a place to stay. You had to be doing things. You had to be going to like going to treatment for mental health. Right. You had to be. They would help you find a job, but you had to have a job. So you couldn't just stay in this place for free. You had to be doing things to be bettering yourself so that you could function in society, which is the key piece that we're missing. Is we don't give people the tools to heal or to overcome things.
Wow, it's almost as if there's a middle ground that could be achieved to all of these things. Oh wow.
The one statistic that guy came back that he was on Rogan, the guy that was on Rogan, was that not one person, well, a lot of people think, well, if heroin addicts have a place to go get their heroin every day, that's it. That's their place. They're going to be. They got their heaven, right? Not one person that started the program in that country in the beginning, 10 years later, was still on the program. You know why? They didn't die. They're not in jail. They're not in prison doing time. They got fixed. They beat their addiction problems because they were there to help them rather than ruin their lives. So that was a big stat that I thought was.
But this is the aspect. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's interesting. It's just more of a we got a lady lawyer, the Gilf is here, right? And she's got a channel based on what we're discussing right now. So I do think that it'd be interesting. I know she wants to get more involved in drugs, and you guys, addiction, stuff like that. They want she's been through it with her family members and stuff like that. So I think it's a great discussion. I just wanted to park you for a second because it's like I think there's a stream here, with the thoughts that you guys have and the experiences and what Lady Law can bring. So hopefully, she does a stream on it. You can discuss it in further detail. I mean, I didn't mean to cut you off, Sally. I mean, you can speak what you want to speak about. It's just I'm not an expert on any of this. I can't really contribute. But I know there's people like Lady Law that will be specifically doing streams on this. So hopefully, Matt, Sally, whoever, Doctor, whatever, I'm sure she'll love to have you guys on to discuss this further as well. So I just want to plug her to let people know that that's what her plan is. She even wrote in a law paper on it and stuff like that. So I'm sure she'd love to have you on. Yeah, here we go. Died. I wanted on this discussion. So we'll carry on. It's fine. It's just over. She can't speak for herself, but she's my gilf. So I will say she'd love to have you all on. Yeah, she's a grandmother. She's fit as fuck, honestly. So she would love to have you guys on. I'm sure, Matt. If you're willing to do it as well, then please join us. She's lovely. She's very informative, and yeah. So I'll do the plugging for her. But yeah, carry on. You can say what you want to say. Just, I'm sure she'll want you guys and invite you on.
People should realize that police. You know who don't want drugs to be legal? Cops. The people that own prisons, lawyers, judges. Everybody gets paid off of drugs being illegal. Just like if you look at my case, the way it is, they came there looking for what they came there to look for, and they made a mistake. Emily was up the road the whole time. They missed her. And then when it got to it, did they care? Did they want to change it to what it was? They didn't. It was in their best interest to make a crime out of it. This crime is in their best interest.
Yep. That kind of goes to also with, certain types of drugs, not all drugs, but like with heroin and with fentanyl, you become a zombie. If you're a zombie, you're not working, you're homeless. There's a whole entire industrial complex war, but for drugs, for homelessness. There are people making money off of building houses for homeless people or complexes or this or that, which are never getting built. So there's money in people staying homeless. Who's getting that money?
The homeless
contractors and the government.
The people that have those programs, like in LA, they've spent like $1 billion on homelessness, and it's just gotten worse because they're not really looking to solve the homelessness problem. The homeless problem gets solved, they're not going to get any money. Yep. It's in their best interest to keep for there to be homelessness. Just like with crime, with cops. There's no crime. The cops don't have anything to do. They can't make money.
And that's a great point that you brought up, because every time I look at the homelessness kind of problem, every time I look at the homelessness problem, though a lot of people like to conflate with mindset and all of that, they don't want to get off the streets because they disagree with this. Anyway, point is, I actually do see things as very simple as, if rich people were to be like, oh, well, let's give you a mansion, let's give you avenues to go and get yourself back into work, and let's work with you like that, I do think it would eradicate the problem if there was a pathway to get back into society. But
I disagree.
That doesn't happen.
I think what you're thinking is right, but a lot of people who are homeless, they do. It's not about giving them money, right? So even in the Netherlands, it's not about giving them money. It's like saying, we will do this if you do these things to be productive. It's like if you donate money to someone on the street, you don't know they're going to go buy alcohol, drugs, whatever, right? You're not giving them tools for them to heal and to get better. So no, throwing money at them is not the problem. It's holding them accountable, and they have to be willing to do it on their end as well and be held accountable for their goals.
Yeah. Thanks for that. I should have been a bit clearer. Yes, that is what I was kind of referencing when I said pathways. I wasn't very clear on that. I'll put my hands up there. But yes, I do think, especially here in the UK, from what I've seen, there's not enough pathways. I even spoke to one of them that was even like, well, I'm homeless. I have no address. So how can I even apply for help if they're asking for an address? I can't give them that because I don't have anywhere to go. So when you look at issues like that, I'm like, well, you can solve that if you can give them, like, let's say, a charity address. You know what I mean? I am in this charity. Give me, use that address. So when I look at simple issues like that, I'm like, well, exactly as Matt would put it, do you actually want to help these people? You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Anyway, we got totally off topic. Sorry about that.
Yes,
I was going to say, I was
love
just literally going to say, let's park it. Great conversation.
We're losing
Lady Law,
viewers.
yeah, we're losing viewers. No, we got them back. It's fine. Lady Law will be in touch with you all to do something.
Sorry,
I'm
viewers.
Sure. No, it's all good. It's interesting, guy. It is interesting. I'm just not the guy to lead. I got nothing to say much on it, but we know someone that does. But thank you guys for that. Right, you're on the phone here, Matt. Let's see.
That was interesting.
It was good, Dr. Hines. It was good.
So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go up to that park you just told me about, look around up there, and then get the report complete. If you hear anything, the neighbors are checking, they're talking to each other, and I'm going to do that, more or less put her into leads as missing, so if any law enforcement comes in contact with her, they'll know we're looking for her. And yeah, if you hear anything or anything like that, give us a call, okay? Obviously, if I find anything out with somebody, I'll contact you with somebody. I just let's see here. Yeah, my cousin said she doesn't know. Your cousin said he doesn't. Okay. Call him anyway. I honestly would, because you may just find that one person and say, hey, yeah, I saw her 2 hours ago. You know, then that gives us more information. Okay?
Yeah, this is your calling her friend from real friends.
Okay.
I really don't know too many other people.
Okay.
Just Facebook, and she knows like 200 people in town.
Wow. Okay.
Literally, she's been here all life. She graduated from Western England.
Okay.
So, I mean, you want to get on Facebook and say, hey, I was missing.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, at this point, it wouldn't hurt. All right. If something looks like, hey, someone might have seen her today or something like that, give us a call back. Okay. 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 And I'm going to go up to this park here. Okay. Yes, sir. If you need anything else, you got all my information. Okay. All right.
Sergeant Hollis, after you left the residence, where did you head to?
I went to the park that he described to me behind Home Depot up north of Maxtown Road.
Okay. During this time period before you left, were there other people coming and going, or was it just you and?
It was just me and Mr. Moore.
Okay. Other than what we've seen today, did you have other parts of your investigation? Did you interview any other individuals?
I did. I interviewed a bartender at Old Bag of Nails and made contact with her. I don't recall how long after this video had been taken.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions at this time. Thank you, sir.
Let's take a break, or we just-
Yeah, I think we'll take it. Is it okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Let's take a 10-minute break, stretch and restroom. Remember the court's admonition. Back shortly.
And re-enters our home. Does that sound?
And we're back.
Defense may begin.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sergeant Hollis, Diane Menashe on behalf of Matt Moore. How are you?
I'm an ash.
I'm good, thank you. I want to go back through a number of things that you testified to, but let me start where we ended.
Oh, here it comes.
I think that was
This is,
about plus or minus in its entirety, about 2.5 hours. Does that sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
There was 2 instances where you left the home, spoke with someone else, and then re-entered the home. Does that sound like what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to be clear, and I know the jurors watched the video, but let's start at the end. When you left the house, I didn't hear you give any directive to Matt Moore that he needed to stay outside the home until further notice, right?
No, ma'am.
You never told him he couldn't leave the home, right?
No, ma'am.
You never told him he couldn't touch anything inside the home.
No, ma'am.
And I assume it's sort of a dumb question, but I ask it anyway, that you're familiar with what crime scene tape is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you secure an area so that it's preserved in its complete and utter integrity, right? That's what crime scene tape does.
Correct.
Blocks off anyone from accessing that area, so what is.
Correct.
And in fact, I even remember at neither time when you went outside, did you ever tell Matt Moore, please step outside while I talk to this officer? You left him inside the house, did you not?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And when he told you that he had his weapon, you didn't ask him for his weapon, you just continued to talk to him.
Correct.
And when he took you into Joey's bedroom, he went like this, right? Like, come on over here. And you walked into the second bedroom.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
The second bedroom has its own bathroom, does it not?
Yes, ma'am. Up to the right.
The state asked you about the size of that house, 800 or 900 square feet plus or minus, you testified to.
Yes, ma'am.
The living area is in between the 2 bedrooms, is it not?
Yes, ma'am.
And then there's an attic, like a screened-in porch, that's closer to the front door.
Correct.
And there's an area where from the kitchen, you walk past a washer and dryer into the garage.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
You were there, do you remember that?
I do.
And then you were told by Mr. Moore that there was an attic.
Yes, ma'am.
Your training, I think, and I know you're a sergeant now,
Mm-hmm.
but you're a patrol officer by training. Is that fair to say?
Ask me again?
Sure. When I was listening, you're not a detective.
Correct.
You're not a homicide detective.
Correct.
And I asked that because I was listening to your experience. You've been an officer for how long again?
Over 8 years.
And before you were a sergeant, as of a month ago?
Yes, ma'am.
You were a patrol officer, right?
Correct.
A patrol officer is you get a dispatch from the police department and you respond to a dispatch.
Correct.
And that's what you did in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the body cam that you're wearing automatically triggered when you get out of the car?
No, ma'am.
So you actually turn it on.
Correct.
And you can also, isn't it true, turn it off?
Yes, ma'am.
The 911 call that you were playing, it seemed as if, but tell me if I'm wrong, you'd never heard that call before today. You had heard the 911 call.
Correct.
Let's talk about what you and Mr. Moore talk about when you get there. He immediately tells you, does he not, that her purse, ID, and car keys are at the house.
Correct.
He doesn't try to tell you actually she took all of her belongings. He tells you it's odd and uses the word uncharacteristic for her to do this.
Okay, yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
You ask him about the night before, and he tells you that they went to 3 bars. Do you remember him telling you that?
Yes.
And later, you followed up with respect to at least Old Bag of Nails, and he was right about that, was he not?
Yes, he was.
That they had been there together.
Correct.
He said a number of times it was very unusual that she wasn't there at that time of day. right?
Correct.
You asked him about the sleeping in another room. You walked into that second bedroom, did you not?
I did.
And I remember on the tape you kind of said to him, is this like your man cave?
Correct.
And he said, well, it's a little messy in here because otherwise Emily's pretty, very organized and tidy, but it was messy.
He said it was his room, yes.
It was his room. Yes. And so you remember, I'm sure, because based on your 8 years on the force, you're looking for any visual cues, right?
Possibly, yes.
You saw the pillows on the couch?
Yes.
You saw the comforter, the white bedding next to the couch?
I don't recall white bedding next to the couch.
Do you remember sheets? Do you remember a bed sheet being on a chair?
No, ma'am.
You don't? Give me 1 second and I'll. Do you remember tennis shoes being near the couch?
No, ma'am.
So what you remember is pillows on pillows on the couch that was in the room.
Correct.
And you remember going back into the other bedroom where the bed was shown that was made. Do you remember walking into that bathroom?
Yes.
Do you remember that there was a hamper there that had clothing in it?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember going into the second bedroom and there was a hamper there with clothing in it?
No, ma'am.
And when you say you don't remember, would you agree that the only pictures that we have from the time that you were in the house was what's captured on your body cam?
Correct.
Because you weren't also taking pictures, right, of the nooks and crannies.
Correct.
Fair to say, though, 2.5 hours you were there.
Correct.
If you had seen anything, broken glass, blood, hairs, anything that seemed remotely out of place, you would have either sealed the scene, had another officer come in, right? You would have preserved that scene, would you not?
Depending on what I believe took place in that home, yes, ma'am.
Sure, because, and I remember you saying on direct examination, and you remember you telling Mr. Moore, 2 scenarios here. Either someone voluntarily leaves or someone takes her.
Yes,
Those
ma'am.
were what you told Mr. Moore, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that if those are the only 2 scenarios, one of them is not a crime and the other is.
Correct.
So you're in that house talking to Mr. Moore, not just trying to get information, but you're also understanding the room, right? You're seeing any visual cues.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember that big glass cabinet that's there in the house?
Thank you, Just Jurors. Matthew, you got a cash app pending from Just Jurors.
Thank you.
She's sending you. So, yeah.
Appreciate it.
Between the kitchen and the bedroom, yes,
Yep.
ma'am.
No broken glass on that.
No, ma'am.
Remember the kitchen, how there was dishes in the sink, or there's dishes on the side there? Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you check the washer dryer?
No, ma'am.
The garage. Did you check the car to see if it was warm?
No, ma'am.
Did you check the Ultima to see if it was warm?
No, ma'am.
Because what you did in its entirety was captured on that body cam. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
The state in their direct examination paused and said, "Officer, I want to make sure I heard that. What did he say about the bed?" And you said that it was her bed. Do you remember that?
He corrected himself. He began to say her bed, then he said our bed.
And would it surprise you to know that that house was Emily's house before Matt got there?
Yes.
Yeah. And so what's in the house is Emily's, right?
Or Mr. Moore's as well, since he.
Oh, come on! You're playing semantics now. You're playing
I don't know what happened there. I must have missed something.
He's been caught with his tail down his pants. That's what happened. That's what...
Oh, he has. Sorry. Yeah, I was concentrating on the chat there for a second. I was like, what the f is going on? Yeah. I'm with you. He's a bit of a liar. Just to address just you, Russ. So yeah, Matt's father did pass away in between when he was in jail. So there were no family and friends there during the trial. But Cameron, if I believe it's Cameron, his son's friend, drove his car around for like 15 months as well. So we all love Cameron. I hope I got that right. It's Cameron.
Cameron, yeah, he was a friend of my son's, and he actually helped me with formatting my book for print, and he's become a real good friend of mine. He's a good kid. He's in the trial in a small way. He doesn't testify, but they talk about Cameron. Cameron's been one of my biggest supporters. He helped me search.
So we all like Cameron.
Weekly.
We like Cameron. So thank you, Cameron. Right.
Lives there.
Sure. And so it was when the state asked him on direct if he said it was her bed or our bed. And then he also simultaneously, or rather later in the interview, said that that was his room, the second room. Did he not?
Correct.
I want to talk about all the things that Matt did. And have you ever, you're not a homicide detective, so you don't by training investigate homicides.
Correct.
So I want to just talk to you about all the things you asked Mr. Moore to do, my client to do, and he did so without cause. You knocked, he opens the door, right?
Correct.
This is on May 25th. He's wearing shorts and a t-shirt, is he not?
Correct.
Glasses?
Yes, ma'am.
No, glasses aren't broken.
No, ma'am.
I would assume, Sergeant, that if you saw any scratches on his arms, forearms, hands, neck, legs, you would have made a note of that.
If I would have noticed that, yes, ma'am.
And he's not fully clothed when he opens that door and lets you in his home, right?
Yes, ma'am. He's wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
I meant pants and a long sleeve shirt. Sorry.
Oh, correct. No, he
Right?
wasn't.
So you walk into the house. He lets you in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Does he not?
Correct.
Shows you, in fact, at one point, he's like, come on in here to the second bedroom, which is, he calls his bedroom.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Takes you, you say, can I go see the car? And he says, let's go this way. And then he takes you into the garage.
Correct.
Does all that. Right? Never says you can't come in here.
Correct.
And you didn't have a warrant.
Right.
You're just responding to a call that he made reporting his wife missing.
Correct.
You ask for his wife's cell phone. He gives you the phone.
I don't recall asking for her cell phone.
Is her phone here? And he shows you her phone.
Yes, ma'am.
You ask where is her wallet, and he gives the wallet,
Yes.
right? And then you say, well, is that where the wallet was found? And he adds the information. No, actually, it was over here in the bedroom, right?
Right.
You ask about information as to where they were supposed to be going for the picnic, and he accesses the phone and gives you that information.
Correct.
He invites you back in after you leave and talk to one of your colleagues outside,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
When you say, where are her keys? He opens the door to the car, leans in and gets the keys and gives you the keys.
I don't recall asking for the car keys.
I'm sorry, you said, where are her keys? And he said she keeps them in the car. Do you remember seeing that on the video?
No, ma'am. I remember asking for her house keys inside the apartment. I didn't ask where her car keys were.
Okay. Do you remember when we watched how he opens the door and he leans in
Yes,
and
ma'am. I
gets
do
the car
remember
keys?
that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And
so why did he do that then?
When you were at the scene, the Subaru.
I get what you're saying, Doc. But let's see how she gets to it.
It's your understanding it was her car and the car outside was his car.
Correct.
I think he sees where this is going. You see?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone sees where it's going. I think he caught his pants down a few times here.
She starts to tell you early on that she walks and she forages, right? That
Yes.
she would go on walks.
Yes, ma'am.
He specifically tells you where she likes to walk. Does it not?
Yes, ma'am.
Right away. On May 25th, as soon as you get to the house. Where's the clicker? Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. And you're obviously familiar with this area. Showing you what's been marked as, one second. That is Exhibit D. Sergeant Hollis, do you recognize this area as pictured in this map?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to put the sticker here. It's going to have to cover a small bit of that corner. But what are we looking at here in this map?
An aerial view of Main Street County Line, State Street, and the address, the street name of where Mr. Moore lived.
And if you could, and sir, you can.
I had to stop it for a second. That Julian, that's spot on. I love that humour, Julian. Thank you. That for anyone that can't see, Julian says, "I bet you remembers what was in the fridge to this day." that's spot on. He's not sure about the testimony, but the fridge he knows. Sorry, dark humour. I love it. So well done, Julian.
I would.
You can mark on your screen as well. Can you mark where, just approximately where 46 Abbey Cross Lane is, based on your dispatch to that location?
In approximate in this area here, I believe.
And thank you, sir. And on the opposing side of the street, so over there, where
Yes,
my indication is, would you agree with me that that is where John Kramer lived?
Yes, ma'am, his neighbor.
And remember in the video, so we're talking May 25th. I think you got there at, it's the exact arrival time. Do you remember that, Sergeant?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Sound 6-ish at night?
I think a little bit before 6, yes, ma'am.
Before 6, and then we know from the body cam that you were there at around 2.5 hours.
Yes,
Does
ma'am.
that sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
So in that time frame, we know from the body cam that you and or your fellow officers learned that John Kramer, directly across the street, saw Emily in the driveway, the garage door open between 9 and 10 a.m. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, there wasn't any uncertainty about the time because at one point, Mr. Moore says, "Oh, so she was singing at 10:30," and you said, "No, Mr. Kramer said between 9 and 10."
Correct.
That's the day, that morning of, right? That information you're giving Matt is that she was seen between 9 and 10 a.m. that morning.
What?
Case closed. Case closed.
Yeah.
It's over. Everybody can go home now. Stop all what you're doing. It's over. We had an eyewitness that saw her after the fact. Why would they ever think that they could put a case together when they put him on the stand? Diane didn't put him on the stand. They did. It was like they wanted to lose.
Good point.
Correct.
And given your understanding of that scene, would you agree with me that 51 Abbey Cross is literally directly across from 46?
Almost. Yes, ma'am.
Maybe a few feet, right?
Correct.
But it's not catty corner.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
They're right across there.
You couldn't get any more across the street.
And then I want to just talk a little bit about county line, if we could. Based on your experience and familiarity with Delaware County, how would you describe that road?
It runs east and west. It's a 4-lane road total.
heavily trafficked road, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
2 lanes each way?
Yes, ma'am.
There is no shoulder where you can pull a car over near that wooded area.
Correct.
You agree? There's no shoulder here.
Right.
Now, I want to go back to my original question about Mr. Moore. Right when you are interviewing him, I don't know if it's 20 minutes in, but it's fairly soon, when he tells you, does he not, about the area that Emily loves to walk.
Yes.
And do you remember during that time when he's telling you about that, voluntarily so, Celeste is standing right there.
Yes.
He says, does he not, it's the area right by the bridge, the walkway.
Yes.
And he tells you that there's the bike path there.
Yes, ma'am.
He tells you there's the sidewalk there.
Correct.
And he tells you that it's the woods in between that area where she loves to go down and forage.
Correct.
The area is that area right there, is it not?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you heard, because it was told directly to you and captured on the body cam, that at some point within that 2.5 hours, Celeste goes to that area and looks for Emily.
I believe so, yes.
And she's found nothing.
I'm
She finds nothing there. She on the body cam, she says, I went and looked and I didn't see anything.
I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. Do you remember her saying on the body cam that she went and looked at the area?
I do, or I don't recall if she said she was going to go look
Okay.
at that point or she had already looked, but I do remember her referring to that area.
Okay. And I remember during your direct examination, the state stopped and said, Mr. Moore, did he tell you that he had been to that area, that he had searched that area? And Sergeant, you said, no, he had not.
Correct.
But he told you right where the area was,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
He asked you when he's at the vehicle being the Subaru, but I heard him, and tell me if I'm wrong, he said you want to check the trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
And I have, after 26:36, Celeste walks up and says that she searched the park, but you don't have any independent recollection of that.
I do not.
You asked Mr. Moore if Emily was on any medicine and whether you could go into the bathroom and look for medicine bottles, and he says you can.
I never asked to go to look inside the bathroom for medicine bottles.
Did you tell me what you said when you said, can you show me?
Yes.
Okay. Words are everything. Fair enough. He said
So
you asked, does she take any medication? And he says, yes, she does sometimes.
Correct.
And you say, can you show me?
Correct.
And he says yes and proceeds to
That's
take.
it, because I would like to know the name of the medication.
Sure. And he gave you the name of that medication?
Correct.
And then something else he did was when you were asking him about what they did the day before, he's very specific about they go to Butyl, they get the water, the spring water, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He even takes you to his phone and shows you exactly where they went, Franklin Street and Marietta. Do you remember those details?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know now, in fact, that that was accurate information?
Yes, ma'am.
That was accurate.
Yes, ma'am.
So, yeah.
Do you remember?
It's hard.
Because it wasn't captured on film. I just want to make sure.
He's complied, Matt, you've complied to everything.
Yeah,
I don't.
100%. I think
Yeah.
that's what she's trying to establish. She's just trying to
Yeah.
establish a lot of things, but that's one of them. She,
It's all going back to the clothes on the floor.
I don't know if, I'm sure your lawyer friend will be able to tell you, but I don't think that she knew what their story was. So as they're telling you, as they're doing their thing, the prosecution, she's preparing herself for she's covering all the angles that she can see. So during cross, she'll ask questions that might appear to be like nonsense, but trust me, they're not.
Yeah.
She's building my case for me while she's doing this.
let's go back to what Sally you said earlier on about the state with laying foundation. You know, she's basically say what's well Sally said earlier on, building foundation, but for you, Matt, essentially.
Right.
Sally, what? So I think we distracted you.
I was
Sally,
going.
sorry.
I was going to. I see where she's going because I mean, they made a big deal about what clothes she was wearing, what shoes she was wearing. This is the skirt that she wore. Then you go to the hamper and you show all the clothes. Well, bringing it back to where you were, location, proof, evidence. You're going to have proof of what she was wearing the night before she was taken. You know, she's asking. He showed you exactly where she was. He showed you pictures of what they were doing. You know, that's where I see she's going with this.
Yeah, she's very good. And Dr. Hines, people are liking your gestures, likes your laugh as well. So
There's also one other thing that I knew she was doing is they also prepare for appeal, because I guess you're not allowed to introduce new evidence at appeals. Have you ever heard anything
Correct.
like
I don't
that?
know.
Correct. You can't.
Yeah,
You can't.
yeah,
You
that-
can't introduce
yeah,
new
that's correct.
evidence.
That's correct.
So at the same time, she is actually preparing for an appeal while she's doing
preserving
this, so.
evidence. So she's
Yeah.
making sure she's objecting. She's making sure she's preserving the record so that if something goes wrong and you happen to lose, she has something to appeal on.
A lot of people think that it's nonsense what she's doing. Like she's just trying to confuse the jury. What does
No.
that mean? Why is she mentioning that? Well, it's all for. There's
She's
a lot
making
of
sure
reasons
that
why
she's giving doubt to his credibility as well, because there's so many things that he did wrong. I mean, the crime scene tape,
right.
not securing,
He
there was a
didn't
potential
feel
crime
the
there.
cars to see if. I'm sorry, but he didn't feel the cars to see if they were warm.
He didn't do anything.
I mean, wouldn't that be one of the first things you would do?
Secure the crime scene, number one. You know, as soon as he
Yeah,
suspected. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I was just joining in with you, saying you're 100%.
Yeah.
And say then get Matt out the house. Sorry, crime scene, get Matt out the house, and then you probably know more than me after that.
Well, he probably didn't want to do that because if he would have done all those things, then Matt would have been like, "Oh crap, I'm a suspect. I better get a lawyer," right? So it's kind of the trickery of everything of like treating you like you're at home, keeping you at ease, keeping you yapping, trying to get anything that they can nab you on. If he would have done his job from the beginning and treated it like a missing person instead of like, it's just.
Well, he didn't. It wasn't a crime scene because Diane asked him, "Did you see anything? Did you see anything that would make you believe that it was a crime scene? And if you did, you would have made it a crime scene, right?" And he's like, "Yeah," but he didn't find anything.
Correct.
He didn't see anything that was unusual.
Yeah. The cord was unusual. The cord was on top of the cooler. It was unusual.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's why he was now it makes sense why he was piggybacking a lot on some of the things that he was even saying on the cam, because now it's like, oh shoot, if they had to connect the dots, that meant we would have either failed the investigation or is not the guy we're looking for.
Yeah.
The cord ends up being they say that I moved the cord down. I took it off the hook there. Then I brought attention to it in an attempt to make it look like Emily was looking for something to hang herself with. That's their contention. Mine, I moved
those dots connect real
over.
well.
I see. It's cases like
I moved. They're saying I'm lying by saying I didn't move anything in this area. But what I'm saying is I didn't move the cord there. That's what we were talking about. The cord. The cooler had nothing to do with it, and they know this. Don't think I'm just coming up with this. This is them lying to you. They say that I said that I didn't move anything over in this area. I'm lying. I actually moved the cooler over. That's evidence of me staging the scene. It's ridiculous.
What I got from that body cam footage is she is very tidy. She wouldn't even want this cooler here, but I put it here because we went and got water yesterday. We've got spring water. Yeah, she would have been upset because she likes things tidy. But this is where
that cord being on the cooler. As soon as I saw it, it stuck out like a.
Yeah.
It was just this thing. I was like, this does not belong here. Because everything in this house belongs somewhere.
Yep.
And this, I didn't move it there, so this here being here is weird, right? They made it out that it was me staging the scene. Now you either think that or I don't know what you think, but
Why would you stage a scene there? There would be no need to stage a scene. She's not there.
well,
Even if
they're saying that I was bringing attention to the cord in an attempt to make it look like Emily put the cord there because she was looking for something to hang herself with. And I was looking down the road.
You're looking in the future.
So many moves.
You're planning ahead. You're such a genius.
I'm a genius.
It's
I'm
such a
literally a
genius
genius.
that you plan ahead in the moment as you were doing this.
On the fly. Super smart.
So, this is ridiculous because when you break it down, it requires, if it was possible, it would require years of planning, not 5 minutes or even a minute.
And to not leave any physical evidence. Well, what happens is they eventually come up with a story where the crime didn't happen at the condo, so therefore that's why there isn't any evidence there. But my attorney, we don't know this yet. They haven't told us. We don't know. So what they're doing is this thing where they're gonna bring that up in their closing arguments, because they do that because Diane's not able to cross them during closing. So the whole trial goes by and they never tell you what their story is until closing. And then it's this thing where because I have this 40 minutes where I'm not on my cell phone, because I was always on my phone, but there was no activity on my cell phone for 40 minutes. And they said, that's his opportunity to go do this. And when it was light out, it was still light out at 8 o'clock. But I did this thing that no one saw me do. So there was no witnesses to it. It's a crazy timeline.
So your neighbor saw her at 9 o'clock, between 9 and 10. So you could have done it.
I was on my phone all the time, except this little patch of time. I don't know. I put my cell phone down and it was doing something. Certainly wasn't murdering my wife, but that's the only opportunity they had to make this story up, that I actually followed her out on a walk that she didn't go on, that Kramer said he saw her go on, but no one saw me go out there, and did this thing, and then ran back to the house without anybody seeing me, and go in and get back on my phone, because all of a sudden I'm back on my phone 40 minutes later, until I go to bed at 9:30. I don't know. It's complicated, man.
No, I got you.
I don't know how you.
Oh, they're trying to say you did it the night before.
No, we are.
Okay, they're trying to say you did the night before, and that you went to bed,
right.
and then the neighbor was mistaken on which day he saw her when. Oh, okay, this makes sense. Okay.
They needed him to be mistaken about seeing her Monday, so they got him to say, "Hey, it could have been Sunday.
Yeah,
it could have been the day before." But the day before, we weren't there between 9 and 10. We were in Butchville, Ohio, collecting spring water. Literally, they made the case for me, and they put him on there, and he told them that.
Okay.
It is laughable, Doc. I know. Imagine me sitting there going, "You made me spend all this money on a defense. There's not even a case here."
It's
great.
It's laughable because some people actually think if a case goes to trial, that meant it's meritorious. When I've always been saying, look, listen, if prosecutors want to go to trial, they will go to trial. It's not based on, oh, does it have merit? Would the judge throw it out? The judge will never interfere because of appeal. They will never interfere on, like, if people believe hard enough, it was going to trial. It's going to trial.
And this is scary to think about, because I've been told through people I've talked to that people get convicted on what they had on me. There's people on death row.
That's the scary part. Yes, absolutely.
That have the same amount of evidence they had against me, they had against this guy, and he's on death row. It's horrible. Scary, right?
That's absolutely.
So just a few comments here. Julian is saying, yeah, they want Matt to stay calm and talkative, cooperative even. That goes back to what Sally was saying about they didn't mind him being in the house. They want to be his friend. Just Julian's touch upon this is quite apt because you just mentioned it, Matt. It really sucks when the case should clear someone, but instead you are left fighting a system. Zachary Anderson should get off because he's innocent and it's obvious, not because the trial was a mess, which it was.
I'll tell his family, from what I know about his case, Zach's case, he's going to get off on appeal. He will. Get that case in trial. Get in court. It will. Get him away from the judge, whoever that guy was. Get him away from whatever those people are doing in his area. But he'll win.
He'll get it.
People don't win appeals. If you look to see how seldom someone wins appeals, it's very
Oh,
seldom.
really?
And no, they don't win appeals very often.
Yeah.
They say appeals are for losers. No, people there's one lawyer that I follow on Steve Gosney from Florida. He's actually does appeals. So that's his job, is he works on appeals for people. And he says it is like 1%, the percent of people who actually get off on an appeal. That's why you don't want to send someone innocent to prison, because appeals aren't so that, oh, well, we charged him and now he can get out on appeal. It doesn't work like that here.
I don't know the context behind what Steve Gunning said, but I could possibly theorize saying that that's probably because when an appeal goes through and it's let's say it's overturned, right? The conviction is overturned, it would lead to a legal change, which is already a massive hurdle, because for you to make a change, that means other courts would have to follow this new president that's been set. Do you know what I mean?
Understood.
So that goes to the point. I don't know the context. Sorry, this may happen, this may not happen. I don't know. But without knowing the context, that's what I'm guessing. Because if it's 1%, then that would be reserved for cases that would have ramifications. Like it was so egregiously wrong. Like, you know, it was so wrong that it needed like legal change, you know?
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking anyway.
I don't know. I don't know and I don't know the exact statistics. I know it's a very low number.
Yeah.
I know you can't introduce new
No,
evidence,
it's low.
And it has to be,
I know the same. Yeah.
But it's not just based off of that. It has to be some kind of a misconduct, something that should have been allowed in evidence that wasn't allowed in evidence. I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into it. But so when people say, oh, well, I'd rather 20 people guilty go to prison and they can come out on appeal. In this country, you're innocent until the state proves you guilty. No, we want the opposite. We want 20 innocent men that are guilty to go free than to send one innocent man to prison. That's the way our system is set up. So we don't have tyrants. So we don't have people who could just go, oh, I don't like your political beliefs. I don't like you for this. So let's just send you to prison. That's why our country is set up this way. Anyway.
People have a hard time getting their head around the fact that you're saying put guilty people free. You know, it's hard for them to even admit it. They can't get their head around that philosophy.
But it's true. It's true. You need to. You need to sometimes.
Yeah, and I think sadly you can preach there. I think that most people would agree. I certainly do agree with you.
Amazing.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Great point.
And people are like, yes, Sally, go Sally. So yeah, I think we all agree with you. So with Zach, he's just appointed a counsel, Natalie Wisco. She's going to represent him. That's his counsel moving forward for the appeal. That was just broken news, I think.
Who's this for?
Zach.
Zachariah Anderson. Okay, so this is just right now. Someone told you this?
So on Legal Vices on Monday evening, Rakita, that one. So it was announced there that Nat taking over the case as counsel, well, as whatever it's called. So yeah, they've still we still need to raise a load more money, guys. So we'll post a link to Gusenko, but they've got enough to start the process now. With her looking into the appeal. So I think they've raised about $35,000, but they need about a hell of a lot more than that. So please go and donate as well. But Solomon, I believe, announced it. So yeah, Sarah, if you can post the link to the Gusenko, please do so as well. If people want, and the bonfire, all the links for Matt and for Zachariah, all in my description box here as well, and obviously links to Dr. Hines and Sally as well. So, but all the links to raise money for Zach are in my description box for this video. So, please support it. Yeah, so it's good news at least. But I totally see what you're saying. Someone said about Steve Avery. That's gone on for so many years in the appeal process. So, yeah, I think Sally's right. And 1% is,
Zachariah, I watched his
right.
trial. I watched all of his trial. He has a lot of things, and I can't remember if his attorney preserved the record with appeals. I can't remember, but there's so much, and I think she did an excellent job. I remember her. I love that attorney.
Nicole.
I think there's a lot that he should be able to appeal on. I hope and pray that he gets released and they correct that.
Yes, so that was Nicole. She's on Twitter. Yeah, I was a fan favorite. So actually, Nat DeWisco would send Nicole, the lawyer, my videos every day, every morning, and I didn't know. It was like come on, let's go, let's get Zach free videos, and I had no idea she sending them to the lawyers. So until afterwards, but I got in touch with Nicole. She's actually in Scotland right now on a bit of a tour, just you know, relaxing. So yeah, shout out to Nicole. Right, we've got not got much. I think about an hour left on this one. So you're right. It could be any of us, Sarah. It could be any of us. That's so scary. And I think this is why it's important to have Matthew. He's just a normal guy, and it happened to him. It happened to Zach, who's a normal guy. It can happen to all of us, any of us. So that's why we're here fighting, or trying to fight anyway.
That's right.
Absolutely.
And highlight.
Absolutely.
I can play it if we need to, so let me know. But on the dining room table there was like a white sheet, and there was actually things that had been foraged on the dining room table. Do you remember that?
No.
You don't? You don't remember that anything was drying on the dining room table?
No, ma'am, not on the dining room table.
But certainly, just like the state did, we could screenshot that, and whatever's captured by your body cam is captured by your body cam, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on your direct examination, the state paused the video again when at 38:31, and of course, I wrote down that Mr. Moore says for the first time the word suicide. And on direct examination, you were asked, did Mr. Moore just say suicide? And you said, yes, that's the first time he mentioned it. And you were asked, well, had you asked him about it? Do you remember that line of questioning, Sergeant?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I just want to be clear that you asked Matt Moore very early on about the option of suicide.
Yes,
Didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And as you learned from your time there, his son had committed suicide.
Correct.
And in your training and expertise, have you ever responded to a suicide?
Many times.
Okay. Even many times, still traumatic?
Yes, ma'am.
And assume from your experience and training that a parent that loses their child by suicide could be a traumatic event.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then someone goes missing, the same person that has experienced their child kill themselves. That could be a traumatic experience.
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of your training, right, as an officer, is to not necessarily be empathetic, but to understand, right, how to process facts and circumstances.
Correct.
And so you're at the scene and you realize that a man that's called and reported his wife missing had a child go missing and kill himself not too long before.
Yes, ma'am.
There's no alarm in the house, you learned?
Correct.
And then the incident, I want to talk about the incident on the video that you share with Mr. Moore. As part of sort of the workup that's being done while you're out the house is you run a report on Emily Noble, or one of your officers does.
It is not a report, no, ma'am.
Run a search history?
Yes, ma'am. We'll never put the name in the search history, it pops up.
Type her name in because you want to see if there's any history, right, with Emily and perhaps your department or anything else.
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree with me that that's something you might do because let's say someone had picked up a woman an hour prior without identification on, right? And she described herself as Emily Noble.
It could be possible.
And you run it, or someone does, and it pops up that she had this incident in July 1st of 2017, where she's found so intoxicated that she's walking State Street. Is that right?
Correct.
And she has to be taken home by the police, where a man agrees to watch over her.
Correct.
And that man is not Matt Moore.
Correct.
His name was Tim?
I don't remember. I think his last name was Durbin. Yes, ma'am.
Tim Durbin, perhaps, but you remember the last name as being
I
Durbin.
believe, yes, ma'am.
And there was there not an actual run report and a police report that describes that situation that happened on July 1st, 2017 with Emily?
I would assume so, yes, ma'am.
And on that video, we also heard you say to Matt that her friends had been reached out and they described Matt as the love of Emily's life.
According to Celeste, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
According to Celeste.
Yes, ma'am.
Boyer Park. I just want to make sure that the jurors know that location plus or minus about a mile or a mile and a half from Abbey Cross. Does that sound right?
I would say more than that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
What would you say?
I would say maybe 4 miles from that.
Okay, fair enough. Well, have you ever driven or mapped that distance?
No, ma'am.
Boyer Park, based on your experience as an officer in Delaware, is a wooded area.
Correct.
There's a running trail there or a walking trail.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's Boyer Park where Matt's son hung himself.
Correct.
And that's why that area was searched.
Yes, ma'am.
Matt at some point says, towards the end, what do you want me to keep doing? And you indicate, do you not, keep doing what you're doing?
Yes, ma'am.
And he says, keep me in the loop. One moment, Your Honor.
It's funny now to watch you write stuff down, knowing that Minaj, she was just ignoring it anyway. So that's hilarious to me. That is.
When he's asking you, what do you want him to do? And you said, keep doing what you're doing. As I heard it, tell me if I'm wrong. He says, do you want me to get on her Facebook? Do you remember that?
No, ma'am.
You don't. And you don't remember then telling him yes.
In regards to her Facebook, I remember asking him to get on her Facebook to get phone numbers for the cookout that they were supposed to be going to.
And obviously, body cam speaks for itself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
As to what was said and done. Nothing further.
Wow.
Rita?
No further questions on behalf of the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, you may write them down and provide it to our court reporter.
There you go. My favorite part.
Anybody have any questions? We have one question at least coming. Okay.
I like this asking questions from the jury. I do like it. It doesn't really happen much, but I'm a fan.
I think it should happen more often. I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense. Like the jury should ask as much questions as possible, because the more informed they are, the more engaged they are with the trial, the more they are likely going to come to a better or accurate decision. You know what I mean? Like, unlike juries that just switched off for the entire thing and just go and say, oh yeah, I remember that one moment in the trial that the prosecutor said, oh, he smelt a booger, so he must be guilty. So yeah, let's go ahead. I don't know. You know, I prefer that.
No, I
Like
agree.
this,
I can
yeah.
say it's interesting that jurors can't ask questions. If I was a juror there, the trial would never end. I think they might be limited to like one, maybe. I'm not sure. I love juror questions. Yes, Julie, they're asking them. Yes, surprised. I was surprised, but in some ways, why wouldn't they ask questions? In some ways, they are the one that's making the decisions. I don't know. I just like it. Sally, what do you think? Because obviously, from the west side, have you seen this before or?
There was a trial that we watched. Not whose trial was it? I can't remember what trial that we watched, but it was not too long ago where they did do questions. The thing
Yeah.
with the people always get confused with the United States. Okay, the juries are the fact finders. So you have the prosecution and you have the defense. They're presenting their facts to the jury. The jury is to decide which facts are relevant and credible. The judge is simply just the referee that that kind of follows the law, and people
Absolutely.
forget
Yep.
that in our system. So for them to answer those questions is vital to ask, because there might be a fact that they need answered to decide what evidence. Does that make sense? To
Right.
weigh the evidence.
That's a good explanation. Thank you.
That's a great
That works.
explanation. Yeah.
That's why we have her on here. She's much better than me. Well, and us, I think, explaining it. So thank you, Sally. It was a Letitia Storch trial. That happened there. Interesting one. Maybe Sally, you want more tip into this. Jurors can come with a bias though, and they may taint the trial. It's supposed to be between two sides. What's your thoughts on that, Sally? Because you could
Jurors could
articulate
come
it
with a
quite well.
bias. They may taint well, okay, yeah. So they may have a bias. So when they have the questionnaires, right? So they send out the jury questionnaires, and that's why they do voir dire, and they try to say, okay, this person's not going to work because of their beliefs. And yeah, you're going to have your own personal bias on things, and so it's important to try to sift through the jurors to make sure that they can be objective. It's not going to be the case. That's why they don't want people talking about when they put a gag order on about certain things you can't talk about in the press, because they don't want to taint the jury pool. With America anymore in this day and age, everyone is tried in the court of public opinion, right? So we have email, we have Twitter, we have Facebook, YouTube, we have all these Instagram, we have all these avenues where people can talk and get information out. So if we're saying that someone is guilty before they even go to trial, and the only way every single person in this country is innocent until they are proven guilty by a jury of their peers, because they are the fact finders. I don't know all the facts. I don't know both sides. So now you're getting all this stuff. And so being biased, I guess, tainting the jury pool, it happens that way. Then you have biases, and you hope that when you do voir dire that you can weed out those people so that we can have a just and fair system where people who are innocent aren't going to prison. And it shouldn't be our goal to send people to prison. It should be the goal of
keeping as much away as possible. Absolutely.
No, the purpose of the court system is justice for all, right? Like, to have that something's done wrong, let's get justice for the victim, right? But let's make sure we have all the facts, all the evidence, and not try to put innocent people in jail because it's good for elections, it's good for raising money for campaigns, it's good for making yourself look good and getting perks. I don't know. That's where I'm at with it.
Tough on crime. People that want to be tough on crime, like anybody doesn't want to be tough on crime, right? But those people are like, they're that politically, that type of rhetoric works with them.
I don't. Keep politics out of the courtroom. That's why I think keep politics out of the courtroom. That's my opinion on everything. Yeah, and
I'll just say,
instead of being tough on crime slogan, it should just be justice or enforcing crime and enforcing laws. Like, tough on crime, what does that mean? No, just enforce the laws. Arrest people who do things wrong. It's not about tough on crime. Just enforce our laws.
I agree. I love it. I love it. I love the way you articulate it. And I don't want to dunk on Julian. I don't want to dunk on him because obviously he's got an opposite view of it. And I love the fact that you've got an opposite view, Julian. So don't take it that we're dunking or anybody. And I don't think he would ever do that anyway. I get what you're saying. He says a great line here. Julian's actually quite funny. I like him. These people can't even put their shopping carts back. I don't want them involved in a murder trial. I do get what you're saying, but that's what it is, though. Do you know what I mean?
No, that was it. That's actually a murder that just happened with the shopping cart.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know. I didn't
No,
know that.
this is yes. Bronca covered this on his show either yesterday or today. He was going to about a murder that happened because a Karen, didn't put something about shopping carts. I don't know all the details. It's a joke. And Julian is one of my mods. He goes on all my
Yeah.
shows. So if you don't know, that's
Yeah, I knew he was fine. That's why I think it's very funny. No worries at all. I wasn't referencing that, Sally, but it's the same kind of thing anyway. But yeah, I love the fact that people have different views on it. But you just I'm not going to speak anymore. You've just articulated, Sally, what I believe in, and I think we all believe in. So, I mean, Jesus, I think I need to shut up a bit more now and just let Sally speak a bit
we're
more.
good. Let's watch the jury question because I'm curious to see what that is.
Yeah, we will. I'll jump it until they come back on the jury there. I just want to cover this. That was not a murder. He's just brandished a gun.
Okay.
Oh, hi, Mass. Hi, Mass. Right, I will skip it until he does the questions. Oh, hang on. I actually think they might reach the questions. So I'll just play from here. So and also the judge goes through them, and he does read them, and he tweaks them to articulate it better in a legal form as well.
Sergeant, I have a couple questions for you, sir.
Yes, sir.
The first question is, did the defendant, Mr. Moore, have access to Emily Noble's Facebook on his own phone, if you know?
I do not know.
All right. And the second question is, did you look at the defendant, Mr. Moore's car?
I did look at the car. I did not look inside the car.
Okay, you just outside only?
Yeah, yes, sir.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, defense? Okay, thank you. You may step down.
I don't get the Facebook question, though. I get the other one. What's the Facebook question about? Have I missing something?
I think they wanted to know if they had access, if he had her Facebook on his phone, right? She had access on her phone. So the question was, did he have access to it on his device? And did he look to see if he did? I don't know how it's relevant.
Cool.
But
Yeah, no, that I think it's a relevancy that I don't get. But we'll see by the end, maybe. We've got last witness of the day, I believe, now. I know, Dr. Hines, do you want to dip out now, or do you want to do wait 5 minutes? No, you got to go.
Oh, you're cool. You're cool.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
You dip out when you need to, man. Just dip out. It's all good.
Thank you.
Matt checking on there. Okay.
Your Honor, the state would call Celeste Brown as its next witness.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And
Hey, this is
Dr.
Celeste.
Moore, so I know this. I'm gonna ask you this.
That's Emily's sister, Celeste.
Make sure everyone.
Celeste.
She was at the. She was the one that drove up. She's the one that told me to call the police. Then she came over and she drove up and she spent some time with us together. She's the one that wanted to look for Emily.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can hear you, Celeste, okay?
Okay.
And can you tell the ladies that don't remember the jury your name?
Celeste Brown,
And could you spell your last name for the record?
Grone.
And Celeste, how old are you?
57,
And what town do you live in?
Westerville, Ohio.
How long have you lived there?
22 years.
And what's your occupation?
I'm an assistant engineer.
And Celeste, do you know someone by the name of Emily Noble?
Yes.
And how did you first meet Emily Noble?
I met her at the pool of Crossings of Windermere.
And what is the Crossings of Windermere?
It is a condo development in Westerville,
And do you know what county that's located in?
Delaware County.
Now, did you live there, or how is it that you came to meet Emily Noble there?
I owned a condo there that my dad lived in.
And so you owned the condo in the Crossings of Windermere, but your dad lived there.
Yes.
And you met Emily Noble at the pool in that neighborhood.
Yes.
Were you going to the pool?
Yes.
And about what year was that, if you remember?
It was the summer of 2017.
And did Emily live in that neighborhood?
Yes.
Do you know where she lived?
46 Abbey Cross Lane.
And so you were at the pool in 2017, and how is it that you came into contact with Emily Noble?
Emily was at the pool, and I was at the pool, and she introduced herself, and we became friends.
And so when you first met her then at the pool, kind of instant friendship?
Yes.
And did your friendship continue to grow from that point?
Yes.
And what, as friends, would you like to do?
We would like to go out to eat. We would like to sit in her condo and maybe share a drink. We went to Belize on vacation together.
Did you call each other on the phone?
Once or twice.
How did you primarily communicate as friends, though?
Text messages.
And in the summer, I assume you would hang out at the pool?
Yes.
Now, as your friendship is growing in 2017, and you mentioned a trip to Belize, which we'll get to in a moment, how often is it that you would spend time with Emily, text with Emily? What was your friendship like?
We would text at least once a week, and we would get together about once a month.
And that could be at her condo or at a restaurant.
Yes.
Now, when you first met Emily in 2017, did you know her to be married?
No.
And she was living in that condo alone.
Yes.
Now, at some point, though, did you know Emily Noble to get married?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
August of 2018.
And do you know who she married?
Matheau Moore.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Look at the defendant table.
Yes. He's wearing a gray shirt.
Any more?
He has glasses on his head.
Can you point him out?
He's over in the corner there.
And I'd ask the record reflects she's identified the defendant.
So noted.
And how is it that you learned Emily and Matt got married?
Emily called me.
And did she invite you to the wedding or what?
No.
Had the wedding already taken place?
Yes.
Bye, Matt. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Do you know how close
You may.
in time Emily and the defendant were married to when you found out?
It was a couple of days later.
Did you know about Matt, though, before Emily and Matt got married?
Yes.
And you knew that they were dating?
Yes.
Did you know that he had moved into the condo?
Yes.
So it's not like it was a huge surprise that they got married.
No.
Now, after they were married, did you still see Emily?
Yes.
In your friendship, did it change?
No.
And when you would go over
That's
to the
important.
condo, was Matt there?
Yes.
That's an important deal right there.
Now, at some
Oh,
point,
say it again. Let's go back.
She says one of the things that they try to paint, the picture that they paint, is that I was dominant over her relationships with her friends. I separated her from her friends. I was a jerk. Her best friend just told you when she asked, she said, did your time change after they got married? Did your time with him change? She said, no, because it did. But they're going to try to make it out that I did, you know? So and it's their witness. That's why it's important. Because when I say that their witnesses testified for me, they literally testified for me.
Yeah, just because they're brought as their witness doesn't mean that they're on the side of the prosecution. It just means that they
Apparently.
subpoenaed
Yeah.
them, hoping that they're going to give them certain testimony. So just because it's their witness doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to say what the state wants them to say.
I would never ask a question if I was an attorney. I would never ask a question that I didn't exactly how they were going to answer. You're a shitty lawyer then. You should know the people you put on the stand, they're going to say the things you need them to say. If they're not, don't put them on the stand. If you have any question whether they're going to answer the way you would, then don't put them on.
Correct.
But for them, literally, to do this, it's just, Hollis said a few things. Here's the first thing this woman said. They're going to try to make out that I was a jerky guy that was real, possessive. Yep. And this just wasn't true. I mean, here's her best friend saying that nothing changed. The time with Emily and her didn't change after they got married. And then they're going to have other people on that said that it did, but they don't give any examples. They literally would just say things, without thinking, well, can we prove this or can't we prove this? Their case is really super weak. So, but for her to have her on there and say that, it's just, I don't know I don't know why they would. It doesn't make any sense.
That or they just didn't prepare, right? So
they didn't prepare, right?
But I've had her initial statement, her initial interactions. We're like, we'll call her as a witness. They didn't prepare. They didn't know what the answers were going to be. And you're exactly right.
Okay. We'll try and catch what she says there now because I've rewinded it a little bit.
now after they were married, did you still see Emily?
Yes.
In your friendship, did it change?
No.
And when you would go over to the condo, was Matt there?
Yes.
Now, at some point after Emily and Matt were married, did someone else move into the condo with them?
Yes.
And who was that?
Joey Moore, Matt Moore's son.
Same questions again. Same friendship with Emily, right?
Right.
You go over to the condo?
Yes.
And still text message?
Yes.
Still hang out at the pool?
Yes.
Did you get to observe Emily quite a bit through your friendship?
Yes.
Different interactions, and you got to observe her with Matt?
Yes.
You got to observe her with Joey? You got to observe her in the condo?
Yes.
And you mentioned already one time traveling to Belize. Do you remember that? When was that?
That was May 17th, 2019 to May 24th, 2019.
I just went on vacation last month. I don't remember the date. How is it that you remember those dates?
May 17th is my birthday and May 24th is Emily's. We chose those dates specifically.
And so who went with you to Belize?
Just Emily.
And so it was a birthday girls trip.
It was.
They're trying to, right here, I can see that they're
Now,
trying
was
to
there
make
a moment on that trip where...
Sorry, Sally. Go on.
It just seems like with that question that she just asked right there, like it was just a girls' trip. We're just going with the girls. I can see right there she's trying to get to somehow Matt was jealous because they went on this girls' trip without him. That's just my impression of that question.
That would make sense, but they don't. They literally don't connect dots. So, but you're right. You would think that, wouldn't you? That would be a smart move on their part, right? But they'd never do anything like that. So,
Interesting.
Yeah.
You observed Emily to be upset.
Yes.
And did you know why she was upset?
Yes.
And why?
It was her birthday on May 24th, and Matt texted her in the morning, "Hey, space girl," instead of "happy birthday."
And she was upset.
She was very upset.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. You're in trouble.
It was her birthday. I didn't wish her happy birthday. I did text her and I
Now,
said,
when
hey.
you returned
but-
from Belize,
Yeah.
So she was upset.
Which, fine. But I'm sure she'd get over it. Do you know what I mean? After a day or two.
Or a week.
Week. I was going to say, I don't want to say too much, Sally, but just in case.
And that's indicative of if you go into our text messages, she would get upset. And then literally an hour later, she wasn't upset anymore. It was Emily's thing. It was our thing. That's what she would do. She would get upset. I would do something, leave a spoon and do something in the kitchen around the house. She was real particular about her house. But I mean, she would say something and then literally, and if you look at the text messages, you get the vibe of that. And what the police did is they went in there and they found just a couple little things here or there, and then just cut it off at that and didn't keep if you kept reading it, you would know like an hour later she was back to normal. And that's why by her saying this, that she got upset. She was in Belize, she got upset. She can't find her at the airport. She actually took off on Celeste and was running around or something, but eventually she came back, got on the plane with her. That's Emily.
Well,
I don't know
it's
if you
kind of
want to
healthy.
get that, but
Yeah, but that's kind of healthy, right? So it's like bringing something up in the moment. That bugged me that you didn't say happy birthday. She vents it, whatever happens, and she's over it. That's healthy.
I loved Emily, so I mean, it didn't bother me at all. It was just how she was. But they didn't take any of this into account when they were putting their story together. This was how she was, and she would be mad here, and then 20 minutes later, the girl's fine. Well, don't show them what was 20 minutes later. Just stick with what's said here, because every time they'd say, "Hey, this is where she's mad at each other, they're fighting." If you just keep reading the text messages, literally 20 minutes, an hour, sometimes more, they'd be back to they wouldn't be fighting anymore. I don't know if I want to get that specific about things or anything, but
no, I enjoy it. I enjoy the goss. Do you know what I mean? So it's good.
If you read the text messages, and they will when they get to the text message thing, you'll be able to put those sort of things together. That they were just cherry picking things, and they weren't interested in the truth. They were just kind of. And if you want to know the truth, you have to read everything in context, right? You can't just read this little tiny spot, this little tiny part. Like I think I told you guys, Court TV. Well, I'm supposed to have an interview with them Friday. I'm mad at Court TV. They treated me awful. It was awful. During the trial, one of their cute little commentators, they're reading our text messaging, and one day Emily said she was afraid to come home. Do you remember me talking about that before? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Literally,
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
The lady on Court TV, and I'm not inflecting my voice. She's like, all of a sudden it flashes to her, and she goes, "Emily Noble, afraid to come home. That's all you need to know." And then they cut the commercial. You know what I mean? Slant you could be, right? Well, I guess if you read it in that context, it could be a little weird, but trust me, it was just Emily bitching. She was, "I'm afraid to come home right now, blah, blah, blah." She was mad that I was drinking the night before or something, but it wasn't like what they make it out to be. But you have to be able to read the whole thing to catch it in context.
Yeah, I agree.
So
okay,
this is just an example of Emily getting mad at her friend in Belize, and literally 20 minutes later, they're back to being friends again. Because that's Emily. That's just Emily. So they're proving my case for me.
So before we jump back, and thanks for that. I enjoy those little tidbits. Before we go and finish this off, just remember all the links for everyone you see on screen today is all in the description box. Sarah, one of my mods, says, talk with Sally, of course. Thanks for being here today. We always appreciate your insight. We certainly do, Sally. You're a great addition to this. So I genuinely do appreciate you being here and giving us your time. If you'd like to support Matt, again, the link is down there. All Sally's stuff, her financial stuff, the PayPal stuff aren't there yet, but I'll drop them in afterwards. If you want to join this channel, the link is there. Please join us $5. Appreciate anybody that does join. Thank you. Mas, what? I don't know what that is, Mas. Or if you, my PayPal is there as well. Anybody who wants to. Thank you, Sarah, for sharing. And this T-shirt, $10 of each sale for this specific T-shirt goes to the Zachary Anderson Fund. But yeah, Katie says context everything. From what I hear, Core TV is the worst. Julian says. Dunia, yes. Mainstream media's devil. Thank you, Talk with Sally. You're appreciated. She is definitely appreciated more than you probably know, Sally. So thank you for that. Right, let's just try and finish this off, guys. I appreciate both of you still being here. Thank you, and to Dr. Hines as well. Hang on, we are so blessed to be able to have Matt walk us through this trial. It gives us context and understanding we wouldn't have otherwise. Preach, Sarah, preach. Thank you to Matt. Right, here we are.
Same contact?
Yes.
The same kind of friendship. Texts?
Yes.
You would see her occasionally?
Yes.
Out to dinner?
Yes.
Maybe at her condo?
Yes.
But then there was a tragedy a few months later.
Yes.
And what was it?
Matt's son, Joey, committed suicide.
How did you find out?
A couple days after it happened, Emily called me and told me.
And what did you do in response?
I asked her if there was anything that I could do for her, any meals, anything.
And what did you do?
She wanted beer that night, so I brought beer over, and during the week I brought meals over a couple of times.
And fair to say it was a devastating time.
It was very devastating.
Thank you, Dr. Hines.
You know, what were some things that Emily was doing during that time? Did she continue to work?
She did not.
What happened?
She took FMLA from work because she was afraid that Matt would commit suicide.
Very concerned about Matt.
Yes.
If you know, did Emily seek help herself?
She did.
And how?
She went to, I believe it was a licensed social worker for therapy.
Now, to your knowledge, if you know, did Emily return to work?
Yes.
And do you remember what that return to work was like?
She had many supportive coworkers that she didn't realize were there.
And so timeline-wise, are we kind of at the end of 2019?
We are.
So now let's talk about the first couple months of 2020. Friendship remains the same with Emily?
Yes.
And then COVID happens, right?
Right.
Did you continue to communicate with Emily during COVID?
Yes.
And so that would have been in about March 2020?
March 2020, yes.
And what was your primary form of communication then?
Text.
And what about then in April of 2020? Continue to text?
Yes.
And would your texting increase during that time or about stay the same?
About the same.
Did you do what some of those people like to refer to as friend checks?
Yes.
And what's a friend check?
We check on each other every week or every few days to make sure each of us is okay.
And that's because we were in lockdown.
Right.
Now, there came a time, though, when you and Emily made plans to see each other, right?
Right.
And this was the first time you'd seen her since March?
Since
Your Honor, the ongoing meeting.
I'm sorry,
The ongoing meeting is direct.
rephrase.
When was the first time you made plans to see Emily?
It was May 22nd, 2020.
When was the last time you saw Emily before May 22nd of 2020?
March 12th of 2020.
How did you feel about your May 22nd plans?
I was very happy to be meeting up with her.
And did you meet up with her on May 22nd?
We met up about 6 p.m. on May 22nd at Emily's condo.
What was the reunion like?
Oh, it was very fun. She was drinking a seltzer, a hard seltzer, and I had a bottle of wine. And we were in the condo. We took a walk around the neighborhood, and we foraged for plants.
And when you were at her condo, was anyone else there?
Matt was there.
And you got to see him?
Yes.
And what was Emily's demeanor while you guys are together?
She was very happy while we were together.
Now, you indicated that you went on a walk through the neighborhood and you foraged.
Yes.
What does forage mean to you?
We picked and ate edible plants. She had a huge book with plant species, and she knew which ones were edible and which ones were poisonous.
Had you ever foraged before with Emily?
No.
Your Honor, I'm placing Defendant's Exhibit D on the overhead. Now, Celeste, can you see this okay on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
And does it appear to be a aerial map view of the Abbey Cross County Line Road area?
Yes.
Now, can you tell from this map where about Emily lived?
Yes.
And go ahead and mark the screen, please. In that area. All right. Now, when you're spending time at the condo, you said you went for a walk.
Yes.
Can you use your finger and drag the path you took to go on a walk? And you can narrate while you do it.
Okay, we went here. We're
going to need you to speak up into the microphone. There you go.
I'm going to move it. Okay, so we actually stopped at the pool, and we went over here by the pool, and I went in the pool, and a lady named Sue Fernstermaker was there, and I asked her if the pool was open, and she indicated it was open, but only for residents. Since I didn't live there, I was angry. So Emily and I, we went back.
Let me just stop you right there.
Uh-huh.
The pool has some drama in the neighborhood between residents and owners using it, right?
Right.
And so that's why you were upset when that was the response you got from the individual there. Your Honor, I'm just trying to clarify what she said.
I'll permit this background.
Okay, so now let's move on. From the pool area, where do you and Emily walk?
We walked here and back here on Ashbrook and back around here. And if you'll notice, there's a little court and there's an entryway into the path. So we walked here, and we stopped at, I'm going to go back. We stopped at this house. Emily's very friendly, so she stopped and talked to these neighbors that she didn't know.
Did you know them?
No. They were doing some work in their yard and they were sitting out. So we had a conversation with them, or at least she did. And then we walked back here and we did some foraging right around over here and back here. There's actually this wall here and there's a lot of plants in here that are edible.
So I'm going to stop you right there.
Okay.
So when you're talking about foraging on this path, and you've kind of marked over it, but where the arrow is that the bike path?
It is the bike path, but we went off the
All right,
bike.
so let me ask a question.
Okay.
So from the bike path to the woods, is there a grassy area?
Yes.
And is that what you were walking along?
Yes.
All right. And where would you forage from that grassy area?
On either side. So there's, again, the wall here where the path actually goes up because it goes across county line. And then on the other side where there's this little forest here. So we went and found plants over here.
And so the foraging on the wall, I'm assuming that's just something you can see right there and pick it.
Right.
Now, when you're foraging along the wood side, do you physically go into the woods?
No, we just picked, they were kind of sticking out, maybe just a tad bit in, but the plants were on the edge.
So you were foraging along the edge.
Yes.
And was that what you knew Emily to do?
Yes.
So you are coming down that edge then, and where do you and Emily go next?
We continued walking, and we walked here, and then we went back, and we went to her condo.
All right, so when you're walking down county line then, are you on a sidewalk, a grassy area, or in the woods?
There's a sidewalk. We were on the sidewalk on the county line road.
And would you forage along that wood side?
No.
You were just walking on the sidewalk.
Right, there's nothing to forage there.
But there are woods there.
Yes.
All right. But you didn't forage with Emily along that side?
No.
So the only foraging you did was by the bike path and the wood line by the bike path.
Right.
So from that, then you go back to the condo.
Right.
And what was this date again?
It was Friday, May 22nd.
So that's about how long were you with Emily on Friday, May 22nd?
From 6 till probably 11 p.m.-ish.
Was Friday, May 22nd, 2020, the last time you ever saw Emily alive?
Yes.
Now, did you have any more communications with Emily the next day?
Yes.
What were those communications?
She texted me to see if I was still alive after eating the foraging plants.
And you were, right?
I texted her back, I am alive.
I forgot to ask you this. You talked about that big book she carries.
Right.
Did she take that with you on your walk?
No.
Okay. Now, after that communication from her to make sure you were still alive, did you communicate again with Emily?
Yes. Sunday was her birthday, and I texted her a happy birthday a little after 6 in the evening.
So that was on Sunday, May 24th, 2020.
Right.
And did you get a response?
Yes,
What was it?
it was emojis.
You can tell that this lady is sad that her
After
friend isn't
that
here.
text of emojis, did you?
She's sad, you mean?
You could tell that she's kind of holding back tears. Like you can kind of see that she's like,
Yeah.
this is her friend, and she's like remembering these moments that they obviously enjoy together. She's kind of like, I guess I pay attention to people's like facial expressions, their throat expressions, and you can see that she's sad. Like having to relive these good times is probably good, but I don't know.
Yeah, best friend, wasn't she? So, from my understanding, I know that Matt's eating now, so I don't really disturb him, but hopefully, oh, here he is. They were best friends, weren't they, Matt? And do you still hear from her at all then? We'll ask at the end. We'll
I
ask
think
at the end
I think
again.
he's eating food, I think.
He is. That's why we give him a break. He came back on, and I was like, oh, right. Right. Oh, hang on, I've muted it.
I want to turn to May 25th. Did you receive a phone call in the evening from Emily's phone?
Yes,
Do you recall what time that was?
that was 5:47 p.m.
Just hearing again, Matt. You eating, Matt? You eat, Matt. You eat, and we'll chat to you afterwards.
No, you're fine. Keep eating. We'll ask questions in a minute.
Yeah, we'll chat afterwards, Matt. It's all good. You just keep eating. Mr. Man is boomerang again.
Was that Emily on the phone?
No,
Who was it?
it was Matt.
And tell the jury what the defendant said.
Matt called and asked if Emily was at my house.
It was Matt. It was Matt.
And I said, no, she's not here.
Continue. What else did he say then?
Okay. He said that he thought she left in the morning and went for a walk and hadn't came back. And they were supposed to go to a party, but she hadn't came home yet. So I asked him if this was normal behavior, and he said no. So I said, call the police. And he said, don't I have to wait 24 hours? And I said, no, not if this isn't normal behavior, call the police.
And then what did he say?
Then he said he would call the police and I'll see you in a little bit, meaning that I would come over to the condo at that time. So we hung up and I packed up and headed over.
How far away do you live from her condo?
2.5 miles.
So it didn't take you very long to get there, right?
No.
And who was there when you got there?
So I arrived, my car is GPS satellite enabled. So my clock said 6:06 p.m. and the police were out at the condo with Matt when I arrived.
And you stayed at the condo for a little bit, right?
Right.
But then did you go out that same path you went on Friday, May 22nd?
I did. I couldn't do anything because Matt was in the house with the police. So I asked the police if it was okay to go search, and they said yes. So I drove my car to the same place that we had walked in with the little court.
All right, so let me stop you there.
Okay.
You drove and you parked this time to where the court was.
Right.
And you get out,
I
and
got
then
out.
which way do you travel?
I traveled the same way that Emily and I went, because I was retracing our paths, thinking that maybe she might be hurt and fell
All right.
foraging.
So you're walking towards county line.
I walked the bike trail and walked toward county line.
And then where did you go?
Then I went down County Line Road.
Did you go into the woods at that time?
No.
And then did you return to the condo?
I continued walking down, then I turned around and retraced the back steps.
Back to your car?
Back to my car, and got in my car and went back to the condo.
Now, after that evening, fair to say there were numerous searches for Emily. Your Honor, you're leaving? I'm just trying to direct you, Your Honor.
Well, I just ask if there are numerous searches.
Were there numerous searches
There
for
were
Emily?
numerous searches for Emily.
And how many did you participate in roughly?
Mostly on my own, only one of the organized, but at least 5, and many just on my own beyond that.
Would you search with other people?
Yes,
Would you ask people to join you?
yes,
Did you ask the defendant to join you?
yes.
Did the defendant ever go with you on these searches?
No.
No further questions.
Cross, please.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Celeste, Diane Menashe on behalf of Matt Moore. Just got some follow-up questions for you, if I can. I want to go back to what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit D. And again, I know the jury's becoming quite familiar with it, but fair to say, Celeste, 46 Abbey Cross is thereabouts where I just put that red X.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. George just asked if you could sue the city after for losses. No, you can't sue the city. You got your freedom, and even though it's wrong, you still can't go after the city for anything. You're just out everything, unless you could prove that they intentionally with malfeasance, railroaded you, that type of thing. At least that's my understanding of the law.
Sally, would you say that that's what grand juries are mostly for, so that they can protect themselves from civil litigation?
I don't know a whole ton about grand juries. Grand juries are like, they go to the grand jury to present evidence to make sure that they have enough evidence to even go to a trial. And I don't know if it's to protect against civil litigation or I don't know, because you can lie in a grand jury, right? They did that with the Murdoch case. They lied about certain evidence that they were going to present that ended up not being,
Right.
It was a lie, right? I don't know a ton about that.
All right. Go on, Matt.
No, that's fine. I'm good.
Okay, we nearly finished anyway. Julio, thank you for the super chat. The woman prosecutors like Dollar Store Jen Psaki, and I hate Jen Psaki, so that's saying a lot. I think I'm saying that right, but thank you so much for your super chat. Thank you, Julio. Much appreciated. As always, too kind. Right, just screw. Hang on, mute this, and then right, mute that. Right, let's finish her off, guys. Not long to go, about 20 minutes, I think.
Yes.
and you talked about the route you took. It was cleared from the screen, so I just want to go back to it. Does that look familiar, Celeste?
Yes.
As the route? And when you indicated that you walked down, there was a grassy area as you walked in this area, was there not?
Yes.
Where you're no longer on a sidewalk, you're actually kind of on this sloped grass.
Yes.
And when on the 25th, when the officer was with Matt at the house, you retraced this entire route.
Yes.
Including walked down along this edge, and then you walked the sidewalk right there as well.
No.
So you didn't walk county line?
I walked county line, but I didn't go, I just turned around because my car was back in that court area. So I just walked to the edge of the forest and then walked back and got into my car that was over there.
And so you didn't have to go all the way back to it?
No, I had to get my car.
And do you remember being at the house when Officer Hollis was asking Matt questions right when he first arrived at the scene?
Yes.
And by the time you got to 46 Abbey Cross, the police were already there.
Yes.
So common sense and it tells you when you pull up between your conversation with Matt Moore and you arriving at the house in that short period of time, the police had already gotten there.
Yes.
So fair to say you assumed that after your conversation, Matt did in fact call the police.
Yes.
Do you remember when you walked around the corner when the officer was standing there with Matt and he saw you for a second and he seemed startled? Do you remember that?
Matt?
Yeah.
Yes.
And he said, "Oh my gosh," because you look like Emily.
Yes.
And you do look like Emily a bit, don't you?
Yes.
And that was right when Officer Hollis got there. He thought he saw you. He thought you were Emily.
Yes.
I want to just a few questions about your friendship with Emily. I know we had the opportunity to watch the video, Officer Hollis's, when you were standing there with Matt and the officer, and Emily and you were very good friends.
Yes.
And prosecutor asked you on direct about that friendship started 2017.
Yes.
During the course of that time, in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, if you had any information, Celeste, that Emily was in danger or was a victim of some kind of violence, you certainly would have done something about that.
Yes.
And in fact, as you told the officers, is that you believe that Emily and Matt had a good marriage.
Yes.
And when you were over at the house, the last time you saw Emily on May 22nd of 2020, Matt was there.
Yes.
And it was fun. It was a fun night.
As far as I know.
Yeah. At the 22nd when you were there, right? At the house with Emily and Matt, you had a good time.
I had a good time.
Yes. And you indicated to the jury that she was drinking, I think you said some kind of cider ale. Do you remember that?
It was a spiked seltzer.
Did you know her to drink those Rheingeist bubbles in the pink cans?
They were green.
Green? Do you remember what kind it was?
No.
During your friendship with Emily, how many times in 17, 18, 19, and 20 were you with Emily, or did you see her sister with her?
A couple times.
Do you remember the last time that you saw her sister?
The last time I saw her sister that I remember was at Cobley. Was at a restaurant called Cobley.
And was that at or around Joey's funeral, or was that at a different time?
I remember meeting her at the Cobley restaurant, and I don't remember the time frame.
And was Cobley a restaurant in downtown Westerville?
Yes.
And Emily liked to go there?
Yes.
She liked to go to Old Bag of Nails. That was another place she liked to go?
Yes.
And Jimmy B's?
Yes.
And those were all downtown Westerville?
Yes.
Sue Kavanaugh. How many times did you meet Sue Kavanaugh?
Several times.
Several, you tell me, more than 5, less than 5?
Probably more than 5.
Between 17 and 2020?
Yes.
I want to go back to something you said, just briefly, I want to make sure I got the words right. Friend checks. Do you remember the questions about that?
Yes.
And Ms. Schiffel asked you about friend checks, if you were doing those because of COVID. Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
But you started the friend checks with Emily after Joey killed himself, right?
At some point in time, she started them, yes.
And you know that Emily was going to counseling because she was struggling with Joey's suicide.
No, she was required by the state of Ohio to take FMLA.
And because of the requirement by the state of Ohio, is it your belief that she went to therapy?
Yes.
And I know that you testified to on your direct that she was concerned about Matt, that Matt would kill himself.
Yes.
And that makes sense because Matt had just lost his son.
Yes.
To suicide.
Yes.
And they were close.
Yes.
And you saw that when you saw Joey and Emily and Matt living together. They were a family.
Right.
And Emily also took Joey's suicide very tough.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
We're not far off finishing now, guys. I think there's another 5 minutes or so. Let's see if I can unmute him.
Celeste, defense counsel was asking you about in 2017, 18, 19, and 20, if you ever thought Emily was in danger or a victim of violence, you would have said something. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
Yeah.
That in danger question. If you would have thought Emily was a danger to herself, would you have spoken up?
Yes.
Did you? Did you have that belief?
It's a little harder to determine if someone's suicidal than it is that someone's victimizing them. That's a stupid question.
Yeah.
It's stupid, literally dumb. There's that no Schiffel. I don't know how she got elected.
Yeah. Well. So she's elected. Okay. Yeah. Of course. The American system is just different to what I'm used to. Do you know what I mean? So
I think district attorneys are elected. I think.
No, district attorneys, judges are elected. So like every time you fill out a voting form, you vote for the judges in your area.
Okay.
So you can vote them out. They do a poor job. That's why during election season, you've got to hope that either crime wasn't committed against you or that you committed a crime, depending on what they want the outcome to be.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
right.
I mean, I'm not a psychologist, but I mean, I just would think that was a weak question to ask. I mean, it's a different type of thing. Whether Celeste, her friend, would know whether she was a victim of domestic violence or she was suicidal. I just don't see the connection.
Yeah.
I think that in the United States, especially, and in our society, people who have mental health issues have always been frowned upon. So say, like they call it the loony bin, right? You go to the psych ward and they call it the loony bin. When reality, sometimes the psych ward and going there for a couple days is good for you if you self-check in to get the help that you need. But you're not going to say, oh, I went to the loony bin because I was emotionally struggling for a couple days and I was going to harm myself. Like, you're not going to publicly say something like that. So,
Right.
and because of the shame of society, excuse me, puts on it, you don't just go tell your friends, yeah, I'm feeling like I want to hurt myself. Nobody goes out and says,
Right.
I want to hurt myself, because you're looked as a loon, a crazy.
Right.
Just to confirm, guys, this, I believe, is an 8-day trial, not 16. 8 days. So and that's with the verdict and everything. So it's not 16. This will be 16 weeks because we're breaking it down half day each. But right, let's try and finish this bad boy now. I think it's another 6 minutes to go.
Now, defense counsel was talking to you about the therapy that Emily went to. If you know, did Matt seek any therapy or counseling during that time after Joey's death?
As far as I know, he went once. I don't know if he continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Just briefly, thank you. We're just asking questions about whether or not you would report if Emily was suicidal.
Right.
But you testified that Emily believed that Matt was suicidal. Do you have information that Emily reported that to the police?
She didn't report it to the police, as far as I know.
Nothing further.
All right, any questions, ladies and gentlemen?
Right, we can skip to the questions then. Oh, hang on, no, I can't. Because it's so tight.
Take your time, no hurry. I say go slow so it's legible. I guess that's where I'm coming from.
There's a lawyer's talking.
I think they get to agree on what questions get asked and which ones don't.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that's
or
about.
how
but-
it's phrased. Yeah. Hang on, we're nearly done.
Emily, and was it usual? When did questions I'd like to ask you? The first question is, when did you get the birthday return text from Emily, and was it usual to get emojis as a form of text response from Emily?
The response was around 6:27 p.m. on her birthday, May 24th. It wasn't unusual, but she usually gave more information. And I texted her back and I never got a return text.
Okay, thank you.
The
next question. When you and Emily went to the pool and foraging, as you testified, what type of shoes did you wear on that walk, if you recall?
I had on flip-flops, not flip-flops, but fit-flops. They're like comfortable, elevated shoes made out of leather.
Okay, thank you. And on that same walk, do you know what type of shoes Emily was wearing?
She had tennis shoes on.
Tennis shoes? And kind of switch gears here a little bit. When you got together on May 22nd with Emily, did Matt drink alcohol during that get-together?
I don't remember if he was drinking alcohol or not. He just simply went into the room and said hi.
And the final question is, did you ever walk into the woods or only walk the perimeter?
We only walked the perimeter.
Thank you. Does that raise any questions for the state?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions for the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Those tennis shoes that the judge just asked you about, those were Asics?
I don't remember the brand.
Right, you may sit down.
Fascinating.
Thank you very much.
Multiple jurors ask questions, not just one person.
All right, I think in light of the length of additional witnesses, this may be a good time for us to conclude for the evening. So we will take our evening recess. Let's do the same drill that we did this morning. Go to the third floor. We try to be there around 8:30 as soon as everybody's.
There we are. There we are. We're done with that. So I can stop that and put us all here instead. Oh, crap. Anyway, right. No issues, guys. Fascinating. Mas, I think most people like the jury questions. I certainly like them. I enjoy them, and I think rewind a little bit. Sally gave a great explanation earlier on as well about it, about an hour ago. But we're on the end of day one. What's happening? What happens to you at the end of day one?
They put you back in the paddy wagon. Well, they chain you up in the shackles in the back, and they take you down to the basement, the garage, and they put you in a paddy wagon, and they take you back to jail, which is just down the road. And they feed you. They give you a nice hot meal. And yeah,
laugh about it.
You're in. I went back to my pod. It wasn't any different than any other night, you know. But the guys that were in the pod, they wanted to hear about it, and I would watch the news if I could, you know, if there was news on. Sometimes you get a blip on the news of it on the TV.
Imagine I imagine those in the pod were really interested because it's like a bit of human.
Sure,
like,
everybody's making fun of everybody. Yeah, it's a big thing. It was a big thing in there. Sure, everybody was talking about it.
Yeah. I got one question. Well, a couple of questions. I'm also then Sally if you got questions. But Celeste, are you still friends with Celeste, or is that no longer a thing?
I mean, I love her to death. She was a great friend of Emily's. It's just no, we're not friends. I never even bothered to reach out to her. I don't know. It's just that life I had, the little group of people that were friends, it's just destroyed. You know, it's gone forever. There's really they really do a number on your family and your friends. She was a really nice lady, and I don't think there was anything that she's testified to that put me in a bad light at all. She told the truth. I don't if she ever hears this, or I've never had a bad word against her. I don't blame her for what she did. She was whatever they were manipulating her to, but I mean, she didn't really do anything for them. So I don't know. As far as her and I haven't talked to any of her friends or any of her family ever after I got out.
Sad, man. Sad.
Yeah, that's all gone.
Sally, do you wanna?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I don't know. I think that, and I don't know, Matt, but it seems like you have this perception that just because someone testified for the prosecution, that they were brainwashed or they took their side. Sometimes they're just subpoenaed, and they have to go and answer questions. I don't think it's necessary. Sometimes it can be picking sides. It just happens to be the state subpoenaed that person first before your lawyer did.
I was pretty much abandoned by her family and her friends
Okay.
as soon as Emily went missing. It took she might have been on my side for a couple of weeks, maybe a month, but then everybody stopped calling me. No one tried to get a hold of me. Everybody just.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't wish them any ill will, but they certainly didn't support me in any way, shape, or form. Any of her friends or any of her families. They just they just took the side of the police right away. So I don't really want to be friends with any of those people because I mean they're not my friends.
No, you're right.
Oh.
That's just sad.
Yeah, sad. Have you got anything else, Sally, or anything for clarification? Anything in the trial? Anything in the chat?
I think everything that
don't
I was going to ask, you already asked. I think I asked my
Yes.
questions along the way. So
Yeah. No, so do I. I just make them as we go along, telling them that I think the chat have got a lot out of you today as well, Matt. So I think we can definitely pin it there and end it there for the night. I think we just completed day one. It's interesting. Come watch a movie on Twitch tonight with Sally. Twitch name is Sally P78. Please go. I won't be there, I'll be honest, because it's 10:30 in the evening here.
yeah.
So I can't make it, unfortunately, with the time zones. But please, if you're on Twitch, if you're not on Twitch, sign up. I'm not sure if you've got any codes or anything, Sally, but please go support Sally. She's amazing. If you didn't know Sally before now, get to know her. She is, well, you can see for yourselves. She's a fountain of knowledge. So
One thing,
I'm grateful to have you here. Yeah.
while you're grifting my thing, since everyone was watching the Zachariah Anderson on Monday, which I planned my schedule around all of the other lawyers on YouTube, I have a video on Rumble only, and it was the evil women of World War II, because we
Okay, I saw it,
found
yeah.
SS people, and so I did one on the evil women of World War II. So go back and rewatch that and give it a thumbs up.
All right, cool.
So, Matt, have you got anything to say, Matt, or anything to add?
Nope. Appreciate all this though. It helps. It's helping.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Hey, well, that's what we want to do is help, mate. So you know where I am. Reach out to me anytime you want. You know that. I happily
man.
chat to you or anything offline. I don't care about having it on stream. If you want to have a chat anytime, just let me know, man.
Cool.
You know, I'm
Yeah.
always here. Just or write some stuff wherever. So yeah, thank you so much for being here. I'll stay on for a little second anyway at the end.
All
I'm
right,
not
man.
sure if you want to stay on, so just to grift yourself for a second.
right.
But thanks, Matt. Take care, buddy,
Later.
and see you next week. Cheers,
So long.
buddy. Ta-ra, mate.
See you
Ta-ra, man.
guys. Bye, everyone.
So Sally, have you got anything else this week that you want to just quickly promote yourself?
I don't really have a ton going on. I have my Twitch. I'll either do it 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, which is 10 p.m. Eastern. Trying to think what
3
else.
o'clock UK time.
Yes.
I'm gonna be a repeat rewatch guy for you, a replay guy, because I can't make any of your streams.
No,
so I
that's
watch them
okay.
as replay.
Just rewatch my Rumble streams. So those are the fun ones. If you like history, and the point of them isn't just history, it's the correlations between what happened then and what's going on now with our world, and becoming self-aware of the different tactics and manipulation that's been going on since the beginning of man. Just the way they manipulate things and learning from history, but different things that I didn't know about it. But anyway, those are fun ones. I'm out of Twitter jail, whatever, forever. I don't know why I was in there. So now if you guys people will like stuff or write comments. I couldn't respond to them because no one would see them. So now I can respond. So if you comment on anything, I can actually reply back to you instead of giving you a thumbs up or a heart. I can actually speak to you. Anyway.
Happy days.
Happy
That's
days.
fine. Happy days. But next week, do me a favor next week, right? Any videos at Rumble you want to promote, get a list of the links, send them to us, and what we can do throughout that is do a compilation. So because people go into your Rumble, it's like, but if we got a link to a couple that you want us to watch, then it's a lot easier. I could put on Discord. Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
I
it
could
is a
promote
lot
it
easier
that
to
way.
do it that way. Yes, for sure it
Yeah,
is.
we'll do it that way. So, but yeah, thank you so much, Sally. You're wonderful. I really appreciate you and your knowledge. I'm going to stay on a little bit longer for these retrogrades, but yeah, you can shoot off. I mean, I appreciate you.
Okay, thank you guys. Thanks to
for
everyone.
being
Thanks for having me. I'll see you guys all soon.
always welcome. Ta-ra, Sally. So just last bit for me, guys. I'm just so grateful to you guys as well for being here and supporting this. I know it means the world to Matt. As you see there, Matt says it helps him out a lot. And he's been genuine there. It really does help him. You saw he got emotional at one point. It's tough. You can imagine if I can take these off now. If it happened to a family member of yours, just want to give a couple of shout outs to some people as well. Obviously, Free Zachariah stuff. He's now obviously got Natalie Wisco. Oh jeez, I forget her name. I'm sorry, I'm tired. So we got links for all Zachariah stuff in the description box. Please, please, please. If you can't afford it, please donate and give. And obviously for Matt, please, 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 the links for the American and the UK books are in my description box as well. So please support that way. And also his Cash App is there. The links for Sally, and I would appreciate, like I said to you all before, I don't just have anyone on this channel. The people I have on this channel are people I actually genuinely like as streamers. And I said to you at the start of today that I looked at about 10 streamers to see who I would want to work with, like smaller channels. And those Dr. Hines and Sally were, I didn't know them, and I think they're great. And I've certainly learned a lot from them. They're excellent streamers, in my opinion. And I certainly want to learn from them. I think they're better streamers than I am in terms of knowledge. So I want to learn from them. I think they're great additions. So please go and support them. They are great. Valhalla makes a good point. It could happen to any of us, so it can, guys. That's why, can you please, 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 Valhalla? No, it wasn't that, man. It was no. You can come on anytime, Valhalla. Um, no, it's not. Do you know what, Valhalla? I don't actually know how to reach you, man. So, if I'm being completely honest with you, and I wasn't sure, to be honest, if you wanted to come back on. So, no, you are more than welcome to come on, my friend. Um, no problems there. I'm not sure how I get in touch with you. Um, but yeah. Um, so Emma, tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Um, we're back on the trials again tomorrow, 2 o'clock UK time, 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern time for the boy locked in the box. Trial. So we're watching day 2 and day 3 back to back at 1.25 speed. So it'll be a long day of streams, no breaks. There'll be 2 streams, so I'm going to break it down. But it'll be automatic, go all the way through. And then Friday is obviously the last day of it. I got to be taxi driver again tomorrow. I'm going to pick my nieces up, take them all to school, because my sister's got a business meeting. So up early again, like a cool uncle. Um, Shout out to Sarah P. Can I just say, I know Josie's busy with work as well. Sarah P, as a mod, like, she works her fucking tail off. As much as take the piss out of her, she's in work right now. She's about to go home, or she might be going home now. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Sarah P. It means the world to me because you got everything smashing it. So big shout to Sarah P. And also, obviously, Josie's excellent as well. Um, you know, um, well, they probably yeah, they are Ghost Street. But again, thank you to you all. Thank you, Emma. Thank you, everybody. Sorry if I missed any questions or anything like that. I try my best to do it all. Just hard sometimes to catch everything. I think that's it. As I say, all the details are all in the description box, and I got nothing much to grift. Obviously, if you want to join the channel, please do so. But I understand a lot of people can't afford it, so it's all good. I love doing this anyway. So appreciate you all. Love you all. Um, and um, so that's all I got really. I just wanted to thank you all personally for being here. And yeah, thank you for being here. Well, I'm just reading Sarah's message. Thanks for always being here. And that's it. So thank you. Next week, obviously, next Wednesday, day 2 of Matt. And again, I hope you enjoyed Matt being here. As I say, I speak to him we write back and forth quite a bit. So he's a cool dude. Um, and I genuinely do appreciate people. He just wants to get his message out. And my channel, I get way more people watching after the fact than I do during stream. So I think the first video we got like 600-700 people watching it individually. So that's great. So hopefully we get the same kind of numbers here. So um, yeah, please tell your friends about Matt and that story. And as I say, hopefully one week we're able to get the Gilf on, and I send a link to Solomon every week as well. He said he will pop in when he can, but he's busy, so I don't hold him to any of that. He might not even appear on. If he doesn't, that's fine. If he does, I love having Solomon on as well. So, and Valhalla, just to confirm, you were not one of the 10 I looked at. Just in case you thought you were not. So don't worry, I definitely would have you on anytime, sir. So with that, I'm going to end the stream. This is StreamYard. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to be going. Oh, Dateline as well. Sorry, everyone. Just Dateline on Friday night. Remember that Sally's going to do a watch party when he lands on YouTube as well. So please support all that as well. Yeah. Val, yeah, Val, let me know how to get in touch with you. I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll see. Um, yeah, I wasn't sure if you'd want to come on. But I'm definitely happy to have you on. Night, bro. Night to you, Hines. And we can come on with Hines is on. It's not a problem. No worries at all, my friend. With that, Free Zachariah Anderson. This is StreamYard. Back to Streamlabs. I'm still getting used to it all. And we'll see you. Discord. I'll try and find you on Discord, man. I don't really do Discord, so we'll sort it out. Unicorn, thank you, my lovely. Thank you, my lovely. Well, I mean, there's drama, and I don't want to bring drama to your side. That's all. And with that, yeah, don't ask wrenches. I don't wrench. um, yes. So with that, guys, love you all. Take care, and I'll see you. Hopefully, some of you tomorrow. If not, see some of you next week. Love you. Thank you again, Dr. Hines, as well. See you in the chat. So, thank you, guys. I'll be back on Streamlabs, whatever it's called, tomorrow. Take care. End stream. Oh, most awkward ending in the world, but here we go. End stream.